And welcome to OnlyCops. I'm going to unzoom out my camera. Literally, like half of this chat is just my eyeball, apparently. So, welcome to the Thursday Bodycam breakdown stream. I am joined here by producer Juan, who is our civilian oversight board. And the old timer has indeed returned himself. Keith, I do miss you, and I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a better.
Be here. Yes.
I'm glad you're having a. I hope you're having a better today. So,
dude, yeah, that was such a crappy day.
Wow. Another 20 seconds before you can use those words.
Yeah. Pulled it.
Not that it matters on this stream.
For the over 70% of you that anticipated me being late, shove it. And for those of you that says it depends on if he has to poo, I did early, trying to get ahead of this stream. I'm going to go do our quick introductions, give our little disclaimer for the YouTubes, and then we're going to get after it. We have a pretty decent collection of videos here. I want to thank the vigilantes, above all, for doing the hard work of gathering and sifting through the bajillions of video submissions that we now get. Bajillions, a slightly conservative estimate. Anyways, producer Juan is the meat between our buns. He is there going code 3 below me here, and then I'm the guy. I'm the guy that talks too much, and then Keith is our resident deputy for the day. We were in the positive. You missed it. We like collectively were positive as PD, so I was pretty pumped about that. But it was a Tuesday stream.
It is lending credence to
in
the
your
idea that
defense.
Keith
There's multiple, city agencies in every county, so it's like, y'all are just scattered a lot more than we are. So chances of you guys throwing a turd somewhere,
that's true.
It's higher.
It's a lot higher. I want to give the first place prize to Indeed Scion Webb. What is going on, homie? Edgar Allan Popo is indeed second, and Mr. Toastar did come in just in the nick of time at third place. The rookie edits. Hey, I'm sure producer Juan would love for you to edit our rookie episodes. We have a bunch. I will also give you mad points for having Tim as the icon as opposed to Noland. That's top tier. Easy.
I want to say hi to Dan.
Where's Dan? Oh, yeah. All the Dans that are going to be in this, right?
No, just one Dan.
Just one Dan.
And y'all have to figure out which one.
Easy. It is good to see you. Thank you for being a YouTube member. Sam is here. Eddie is here. He just said chat. Cody Smalls. Sticks, our favorite night cop here. Do your best to not be muted today. Garnt, it's good to see you. I'm gonna go down all the Notorious is here. Notorious Mama Bear, that is mom. Notorious Dingo. I'm gonna say.
I believe that's Christy.
You think that's Christy?
I think it's Christy.
I'm gonna say Christy. Notorious Llama. I'm gonna vote. You know what? I'm gonna make that Nathan, and they can't change my mind.
He offended Shannon.
Brian Miner, it's good to see you. Notorious Emu is here. P-Woo is here. I said hi to Garnt. John C is indeed here. And Little Duck, also thank you for being a YouTube member. Mighty Dork. Producer Juan in here talking trash. Sailor George. And I think that's everybody. Thank you, Jennifer Lucas, for liking the stream and monetizing what's very much so going to be an unmonetizable stream. Well, actually, Nathan is here. It's refreshing for me. Nathan, it's good to see you, dog. Robert Carson, Christian Halsey, thank you for the super chat, as well as the plethora of Bodycam stuff that you sent us. Sweeper, it's good to see you. I say that because I don't have to sift through them. Now I just have to watch them. Jennifer Lucas, also thank you for giving. Who'd you give a membership to? Clay the Wolf. What is going on, Clay the Wolf? Alfredo, it's been a minute. I've missed the little cat in the box, little emoji that they're always dropping in there.
Yeah.
It's good to see you, dog.
He's been busy exploring.
Lenny made it. It's good to see you, Doug.
Oh wait, is Alfredo 12044 the same as Alfredo the Explorer, or are those two different
I
Alfredos?
think those are two different Alfredos.
Okay, so never mind then. He's not
Getting
exploring.
Dan's and Alfredos and all that stuff. Only Dan Hammer. Here we go. Hold on. I got to figure it out on the back end. I got to give somebody supreme PP whack powers, and he's got it. Whoever the llama is offended because I'm getting yelled at in the chat. And then, anyways, that's everybody here. It's good to see you guys. This is indeed the Bodycam breakdown stream. The unfortunate reality of that is that there are likely going to be some level of violence in this, but these are real police interactions, and we're trying to give our real world knowledge and experience into trying to help people navigate these things safely. Though there will be violence, we're not here to promote it. We do have Juan to keep us grounded and to be the the rock that the wave of my cynicism will break on, hopefully.
Yes, I am your Dwayne Johnson.
Exactly. That's how you know.
And Bill is our John Cena. That's why you can't see him.
He's gonna get mad when he sees that. But the Bing Shaling kind of John Cena. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and do that. If you'd like to join our Discord group, where all of the cool organizations and after parties and D&D sessions and all of that stuff happens, you can go ahead and do that one of two ways. You can either become a member here on YouTube itself, or if you prefer Patreon, you can go to Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month on both of those, it gives you direct access to our Discord. If you are a member of one of those two and don't have it, go ahead and DM us. It'll take a second because there's 3 of us that have 15 other things going on, but we will get to it and get you a link. If not, it should be in your membership page on both of those platforms.
Correct.
Do also have a bunch of really cool merch if you're interested in repping it. I still think the deputies is probably still the most top-notch, especially if you happen to actually be a deputy in Texas. This is probably the most killer. I'm shocked we haven't gotten a cease and desist, but shout out to them. It's pretty close.
I worn it in a Buc-ee's, and nothing
Did you really?
happened, so, yeah.
Is that some lawyer goon that
Me and
comes
Megan
out
both
of
were actually, we were twinning. She had hers on, I had mine on.
top-notch.
We were road tripping. I want to make a Rookies also, because I think that would be really funny.
That's good.
But I got to figure out the look.
So we do have a bunch of other
A
stuff.
baby wearing a little bonnet.
Yeah.
That's for rookies.
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 So anyways, we're going to be covering some body cam breakdown stuff. I do want to thank all of our vigilantes for taking the time to go and look at all of that. I didn't see the thumbnail one for this one. I know our thumbnail has something pretty heinous.
I think our peeps, because I thought the cutoff was 5:30, but apparently they make it 3:30 now.
So where's
I got gripes with the it's in the body cam
links?
thread.
You posted it?
Yeah. Yes, I posted 3
Ooh, I gotta go.
after what would be considered the cutoff. They're the 3 last ones.
Oh, perfect. Okay, I'm grabbing them now. I'm gonna go ahead and do the thumbnail one now.
From
Ooh. That's sussy because it's EMS there. I'm gonna pull that one. Oh, actually, I think this one's
Yeah, the one with the chick whose dad's the sheriff.
on March 3rd.
this one here.
Yeah.
That's our thumbnail one. Let me make sure I'm not lying on the thumbnail. Producer Juan took the time to go ahead and do that. I have pulled your 3 as well as the rest of them. Anyways, we're going to get to it. We're going to go ahead and keep score as we have been doing for the past couple of weeks. I'm going to go ahead and start everybody at 0 today. We're going to have a clean slate today, boys and girls. I will accept points suggestions from the chat if you guys have something particularly heinous. Can we get municipals? Sure.
I pinned it so I could write it down.
That's incredible. Municipals. We had
Municipals.
Shout out to Arlington PD. I do have one of those stickers on my gun safe still, which is pretty adorable. So municipal police, county, state. We will also have EMS and fire. I will allow for dispatch because they've been getting a lot of action in some of these videos. We will do media. Are you showing just like general media?
Yeah,
Yeah, media would
generic
be good.
media.
We'll do media and suspects. Sus. Okay.
For Lucas, I had enchiladas today. Was what I cooked.
I had a chicken stir fry. It's pretty good. I
Nice.
did not cook
I would loosely have an admin column ready.
Oh, an admin
that,
column. Okay,
just
I'll
in
do.
case.
I'll do
Is
it.
that your neighbor's
administrator.
chicken,
A
Josh?
sheriff or a chief or a
Is it that
captain
pet
or
chicken?
both shows up.
No, it wasn't the pet chicken.
Oh, you're Hawaiian. Sorry.
Exactly. Cops are. Oh no, it's not this one. This is the thumbnail one. Here we go. I guess hold on to your butts. Was this PD
This
officers?
is PD. Yes.
This looks
This
like
is outside of a bar.
2024, officers responded to an altercation. They noticed two women fighting in the middle of a parking lot and tried to separate them, but things quickly began to
just
get out of
hugging.
hand.
free advice. If you see two people fighting, right, and one's clearly given up and the other one hasn't, you will be covered under defense of a third party to just give them a quick little comply punch. Technically, you should be covered for that. Now, will it look bad? Yes, but there's a lot of case law that was going to cover you. Just a quick little, hey, stop that. Just like you do with a dog.
Well, technically, what you're supposed to do with a dog, grab them by their hind legs and pull them apart.
Really?
Because then they can't bite you because they can't reach you.
Oh, clavier.
Yeah. So you just lift them like wheelbarrow style and pull them back, and it would
That's
probably
super
also
clever.
work for humans.
The hind
As
legs?
this guy's about to demonstrate. Yeah.
Oh, no way. I want to see it. I'm here for
He
it.
doesn't do hind legs, but similar enough. So if you'll notice, where his hand is right now, he can get bit.
Yeah,
I don't give up.
There you go.
that's good. One
Get
arm
on your
drag.
stomach. Get down on your stomach.
Yeah, they're
Put your
both
hand
getting
behind your
detained.
back.
Very good.
Get back! Get back!
It's only robbers. Yeah.
They weren't fighting.
I guess they were cuddling in the
Snuggling.
parking lot.
Yes.
I'll be honest, y'all, Americans in general have like a very like, and I'm okay with this, but they have like just such a little fear for law enforcement in general
Yeah.
that like, Don, try that in China. Like, you'll never be seen ever again. Or try that in like Russia. I've watched dudes get just straight drop kicked for jaywalking. Or what is it like in the Philippines? Just run around with, like kendo sticks and beat you for just being in the way.
Yeah.
I'm glad we live in a free country and I wouldn't change anything about it. I just like young people in particular have such little fear and then are like offended when there's a consequence. You're like, oh, what? Why is there a consequence?
It used to be different.
Selective natural
it
predators.
did definitely used to be
Yeah,
different. Yeah.
it was much different years and years ago.
Oh, he got adjusted very quickly.
Now! You're gonna get drive stuck. Put your hands behind your back
okay.
right now.
For-
I'm going to start him off at +5 for going hands-on pretty quickly. And then take one away for the taser deployment. Here.
There you go.
I will say, so they are looking pretty intoxicated, so that might also be why they have zero fear of anything.
Yeah, Mama Bear said gloves. That's fair. But there's a lot of exigency. You come out of the car and it's already happening. Maybe you don't have time for gloves, but I'd like to see gloves eventually. Because when there's drunk people, there's urine. Free advice. I
Yeah.
didn't
Well, they
know
were
that.
laying in a
Yeah.
puddle of something.
There was something.
already.
Yeah. it was
Now,
like
hands behind your back. Hands behind your back. You're gonna get it again. Just put your hand behind your back. Left hand. You're gonna get it again. Put it behind your back.
X. Give the Pikachu little emoji.
Come on, man.
I forgot we had that.
You're gonna get sprayed.
Don't spray. Come on. I would spray the hell out of that crowd, though. They're being outrageous.
Put your hands behind your back.
I think it's all one group of friends.
Back up.
Spray them
That's
up.
fine.
Yeah.
Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up.
Good backup officer.
Back up on the sidewalk.
Literally and figuratively.
Get on the sidewalk.
I'd be like,
What is this, security?
Shove her over there. Get on the sidewalk or go to.
So, there is a thing with officer. I'm going to give him a +2 for the officer presence. We're at 6 so far. on this. So that there is a ask tell make aspect when you're having to do this. I have this a lot of times where we would have, again, a fight that would break out. It was always baby mama drama, I swear, especially on like Fridays. But we would go out and do it in a parking lot, separate some people, and of course everyone and their mother comes out. There's like 4 of y'all, and there's like 60 of them. Yeah. If you don't automatically start singling people out and going hands on, that doesn't mean bring them to the ground. He's just physically moving people. I'd also like to hear a threat to go to jail, which is what he's doing. He's giving them a very clear boundary and saying, if you don't do it, you're going to jail. And he's actually going to go hands on, even if it's just for show. You will get you'd be shocked at the amount of compliance one officer can get out of a big crowd of people. Because everyone wants to yell and be there, but nobody wants to go to jail. Specifically, they don't want to be interacted with. So single
specifically,
people out.
What you're doing is you're breaking the mob mentality aspect of it. Everybody, it's the same way as like you don't want to. The reason nobody wants to like bum rush a person with a gun, even though technically, if all you bum rush, you can't get all of you.
Dude, yeah.
It's like you don't want to be the person that goes to jail.
Yeah.
But if you're all together, same thing with a riot, same thing with any of that stuff. Like it's just everybody starts doing it because they can't get everybody.
Yeah.
But if you start thinking it might be me, then you start rethinking your decisions a little bit.
Way less motivated. Yeah.
Yeah. Your prefrontal cortex starts kicking back on and going, maybe this is a bad idea.
I don't want to be the hero. I just want to talk about being there. Is what is like everybody's mentality. But this officer's doing a very good job of that. So I'm giving him some points back. He's also not doing it with a taser or OC or anything like that. He's doing it physically, which is technically the least amount of force he can leverage. This is theoretically officer presence and passive physical guidance. Shout out to him.
Get on the sidewalk or go to jail.
Passive physical guidance.
Calm down.
Oh my God, Joe.
Okay.
They were rolling. I don't want to know.
Told you, puddles everywhere, bro.
It's probably like a
I'm
mix
hoping
of
it's rain.
oil, dip. Let's be honest. That's probably dip spit.
Probably so.
Calm down.
Given the demographic.
Are you okay? Stop! You need a squad.
Off of me.
Go to the car.
In the car.
Not
There
gonna
we go.
talk to me like that.
We're kind of
Shout
crushing
out.
it right now.
Also, shout out to this
Is that
truck.
cam recording?
Yes.
This is hot.
Hi.
Oh,
want an
plus
ambulance?
2 for
I don't
the
know what's
for
going
the
on.
for
I
the Ford
get here
truck.
I don't know why you guys are here.
I don't know why either. That's a great question.
3 in custody. Everyone stayed on the sidewalk.
Did she just smack her head on the tailgate?
Okay.
She did, okay.
I don't know why you guys are fighting. I want a lawyer.
Okay, do you want an ambulance?
I want a lawyer.
Well, I don't provide those. Do you want an ambulance?
We weren't fighting, officer. No, that's my best friend. That's my best friend.
Do you want an ambulance? That's my question to you now. Are you
What's-
hurt?
What's my answer if I... No, I swear to God, you're not going to get in my face and yell
Oh,
at me.
caged
and
one
Yes.
too. Oh, this is cool.
I didn't do
Okay.
it.
Telling you, man.
Okay, this is standard issue. This should be standard issue in a lot of places. At least have a few, because one specifically in Texas, we have Texits, where it's not an exit, but the the road, the curve.
Dude, on I-20 where it's it's been so worn down because everybody exits there
It's
anyway.
a
That
solid,
it's basically
gravel exit.
a paved road at that point. It's been paved by how many people just leave there.
Yeah. Have one for that in case you got to chase somebody up that. But these also take curbs way better than cars do.
I didn't do anything. Give me my phone.
Good
That's-
job.
Oh, that's my phone.
Shut the door.
Yeah, that's legal.
Shut the door.
Publicly intoxicated.
Yeah, you got PI easy. Yeah.
The other woman continued to try to convince the officer that they were not fighting.
I don't know why.
It's his fault for talking.
Exactly.
Put her in the car.
Not a fight at all.
Delinquent gloves,
Get
but I'll give
away
him some
from the
credit.
truck!
Good
Get
job.
away from the truck!
Good job.
Get away from the truck!
Pepper spray for what?
Yeah,
He's having a bad time.
because he got sprayed. So there's a squad
Why
coming.
did he get pepper sprayed? Why did he get pepper sprayed?
You probably also got PI for this one here.
Relax.
Why
I think you got more PI for her. To
Yeah, I was
a
gonna
lot
say.
more cognizant of what's going on. This one's gone.
Because I told you.
So the other guy's going likely for interference. They were taking these 2 girls into custody. He immediately showed up, and the second you're having to go hands on and physically move them past just kind of corralling them somewhere, you have interference easily. You can articulate. Give them a solid backup 1 or 2, or backup or you're going to jail. If they don't, interference all day long. Easy money.
That's a lie.
I'm under arrest for what?
Public intoxication. Or fighting in public.
I think fighting in public.
These are witnesses, likely.
Do you have anything on you that's going to poke me, stick me, hurt me, anything like that?
Good job.
Okay.
Spread your feet.
I don't have anything that'll pick. I'm trying to figure out what's
That was the
going on.
weakest search I've ever seen in my life.
Tell me why I'm
I
getting
don't know why. Have a seat.
Okay, if I'm in field training and I just do a quick backhand sweep like that, and I don't at least pull on the pockets just to make sure nothing comes out of them, at least that at the minimum, because this is search incident to arrest, you're going to have a senior officer look at you like, dog, for real. When heroin comes out of this jail, and that we're all going to look at you like you're a jackass.
Mm-hmm.
Keys, dude, like a pick. I've seen some like weird stuff come out where like you would think they wouldn't at least check. Because at the very minimum, especially on Bodycam, that you've done your due diligence, it's easier to get them, especially if they do end up smuggling something into the jail. Because it's inevitable. There's places where you're not about to search somebody, especially a female, if you're a male officer in public. That's on them. I'm curious to see if he'll ask about that.
Oh, you can't put me in the car unless you tell me
Do
why
not
I'm
make me
getting
shove
arrested.
you into this car.
Just give her the
Please.
reason.
Put me in the car and
I'm
see what
asking
happens.
you.
I will get an
I am
attorney.
I am
My dad was Michael
settle down?
Maxwell.
Will you settle down?
Would you
Michael
settle down?
Maxwell.
Care
Oh my
who
God.
Your parents are. Will you have a seat, please?
Tell me why I'm
Will
getting
you have
arrested.
a seat? I'm telling you.
Why
you
am I
have a
getting
seat.
arrested?
Have a seat.
Why am I under
Come on.
handcuffs?
Have a seat.
Exactly. Exactly. You have
job.
no clue. Why am I under arrest?
He's under no obligation to articulate it,
Nope.
but I still would. Especially
better.
in the body cam era, yes. Also for bystanders, if all they're witnessing is her yelling and then you not providing an answer, one, it makes you look like a jackass, but two, it might embolden that crowd to potentially get more involved. You can dispel a lot of that by just simply articulating it.
So, is this the same officer? This is not the same officer we started with, right?
No,
The body cam
no,
that's
no,
cut
they're
between them.
separate.
Okay.
Yeah, they're cutting between two.
So, if he's not the first officer that showed up, he wasn't because I think there's like now 4 officers. Is it possible he actually doesn't know why
he-
she's getting arrested?
I would
and he just-
articulate that. Yeah, I would at least say
yeah.
that. Hey, it's his arrest. He's got his reason for it. I'm just here to transport. I've said that 100 times over. I don't show, especially like if you know, like Keith's the one working the call, and I just happen to show up because he's in the middle of a fight. And he's like, cuff her, put her in your car. And I'm like, yes, sir.
Yeah, because if you showed up while they're pepper spraying that one dude and you've got 2 girls cuffed, like
Exactly.
you have no idea what happened, but you just know you need to put them in a car.
Yeah.
Yeah, get him in the car.
Yeah.
Which
That
shout
happens.
out to putting them in the freaking car.
Yes.
Oh, headphone warning.
Oh,
Jesus.
that hurt me more than it hurt y'all, I promise. I'm going to turn this
Oh, that
down.
clipped.
I'm going to turn that down a
real
little
bad.
bit.
Oh,
Sorry.
ow.
Sorry, chat.
Oh, that's
I turned it
only
down.
barely held.
I turned it down.
I want to pull these out a tiny bit. They got subtitles.
Turn your camera on, please.
Handcuffed, searched, and secured. If they don't open the door again, I'm going to give them a +5.
Want some water for the front of your face?
No, it's not going to help. Although it does look good that you're trying to provide some level of aid. Oh, yeah, he's feeling it.
Yeah, he got it.
God monster.
Get it out, Doug. He said, please help me. Doug. Oh, I feel so bad for that guy. He's an idiot.
I don't know what
Shout
other
out to
injuries
EMS.
He's got some cuts to his face and stuff, so.
No, I'm not telling you my name.
Going back.
You know who the f I am? Look at my dad, bro. Michael Todd. I didn't know.
Thought it was Maxwell.
Yeah, something.
Michael Todd.
Non-service related injuries. Scored. I have a new tone to my tinnitus now. I have whatever that squeal was, wherever she topped out there.
Whatever that octave was.
I got a little.
Get my phone.
Okay, we're gonna fast forward. What are we opening for? Medical.
I don't know. You had no shoes when I came here.
Listen, my shoes are out there somewhere.
I wanted to give points.
Yeah, with the cutting, I can't really tell why they're
That's what I'm
opening it.
Okay. you're in handcuffs and you're back of the
No,
squad
this
car,
is hard.
I gotta
This
advise you
is
to Miranda
tight,
rights,
bro.
okay?
This is
You can
my
do Miranda through the
brother.
window.
Juvenile,
Okay.
please let them
Let me
lose before I freak out.
Miranda for a juvenile is different. It's annoying. It's the worst. What's that statement called where it's like for the record sealing? It's like a 2-page thing. Did you ever do that, Keith? Was that a thing back when you were a cop?
I did, but that's a long time ago, dude.
Dude,
I've had to handle juveniles.
It's a minute. I mean, so for Miranda's for adults is just Miranda, right? You've heard this warning a million times. For kids, this is anybody under the age of 18. Every once in a while, 17-year-olds are like in this bubble area in Texas, but depending on the offense. But generally, if they were under 18, there's this whole extra affidavit. I have to explain to them that they can request that their records be sealed, and do they understand that? And it takes and I have to read it from the page. So you have to then you have to go to like juvenile, because you can't go to jail, right? Like, because that's for adults only. We had a whole separate holding cell for juveniles. We had to shut down the jail because I still have to drive them through like a semi-sally port, basically. Would have to detain them there while I finished my report. I had to send it to a different judge, basically, that would either say you need to field release them or take them. And then if we were taking them, I had to drive them all the way to a county detention facility just for minors. It was a whole pain in the ass. The second you found out somebody was under 18 and you had to arrest them, it was easily added an hour minimum to that call. That's at least how they do it in the city. My father's going to hear about this.
100%.
Michael Schneider, thank you for the super chat.
Should we? Actually, should we take points from deputies for raising their children poorly?
You know what? I'll take 10. I'm gonna take 10 away. You know what? Deputies are getting a -10 for raising their kids bad.
Not teaching them not to throw the sheriff's department around.
Max said, "Anyone got
You have a problem.
No kidding.
Problem.
Okay. Oh.
Explain Miranda rights. I will check your cuffs for you. I will go look for your shoes.
I did not do anything.
Can you take a breath, please?
Donovan, and what's the other guy's name?
Daniel,
They said they're gonna want your kids.
what does that mean?
I don't know. They wanted me to relay that to you.
No, I haven't.
She's-
Why? Why was she punching you in the face?
She was trying.
Right. That's
But-
called a fight.
I mean, you girls and guys, you got your own
Mutual
way.
combat?
It don't matter.
That's premiere for her.
I do like that. Yeah, so mutual combat would be that you have to both consent to it. Technically, if they both say they consented to the fight, and as long as there's not like real serious bodily injury, in Texas at least, you cut them loose with a ticket for fighting in public. And just call it a day. Because there is mutual combat. The ticket, they could fight. Probably get it dismissed, but at least I can show that I did some level of enforcement action. They're going to get real pissed if I had to go hands-on and do all this stuff, and then I was just like, cleared an 8, like, nothing happened. Especially if you're getting supervisors involved. And they're going to want something. In Texas, there's a weird gray area for that. Where I think this gets a bit more easy to do is, let's say that you do have mutual combat, I'd still go for PI. Just because they're clearly causing an incident. It's eliciting a police response. It elicited all this other stuff, and it's due to them being drunk. That's pretty easy to articulate. The threshold for that's so incredibly low. You issue the citation, you call it a day. Dan, he gives me a chill.
It
Fight in the
was
parking
not
lot.
fighting.
It was.
It made it look like that, but I swear to God, it
Punching
was
in the face is usually a fight.
not that. She was trying.
Well, I don't feel free to leave, right?
Just try, but I'm a yellow belt, so
It's against you in a court of law.
Law.
she can't do it.
Let's start from the beginning. You said you and your friends were messing around. What was going on with that?
Just playing around.
Well, you guys can't come up to Ashland and fist fight. You can't do it.
I understand.
Okay.
You're right. She's a little nice tap, specifically running up, and
The truth comes out.
I was just trying to protect her. And
Best friends.
So all 4 of you rode up in the same car.
You two? Somehow you said you has to walk.
I'm playing around.
Whose car is that? Did you grow up in Loudonville or what?
Right on her. Mistake.
How many times have you been told to get on the sidewalk?
Bro, they got an audience.
How many times have you been told? That's what I'm asking.
They were just jello wrestling
How
without
many
jello.
times? I'm not asking you that. I'm asking how many times you've been told.
And dip spit.
All right, fair enough. Hey, are they friends? I got it. All right. That's the only.
You guys are so petty. I give him a +5 for sarcasm. Let's go.
That's some good quality snark.
That was top tier snark. We're at +13 so far. We're doing pretty good. I don't like this interaction just because I don't know that it's accomplishing anything.
Trying to break you guys up, thinking you. Okay, you guys are tight.
Yeah. Katie and I are tight. Okay.
That's why
Close the door,
I don't
man.
put your leg in. Put your.
What did I do?
I don't. But they're paying off.
Yeah, I'll take 2 points off for that. That took way too long.
Do a shot every time they say they're best friends.
Oh my god.
You'll be dead in the next
I was
10
about to say.
There's no bad beef going on right now or anything. Kids.
No, we went bowling earlier. Things were came back out. All the drama. It was probably just play fight.
They're at least being thorough in the
All right,
investigation.
they're getting the cot out for you, so you can just sit on that instead.
No, I can't. Can you help me out?
What are you trying to do?
I need to wipe my nose.
Sorry, dog.
Do you guys have something to wipe his nose?
I can't breathe at all.
Blow it out, dog.
You something. You spin this way and then sit. You'll sit right on it. There you go. And you can swing your legs to the right.
God, he's having such a bad day right now.
There you go. I'll help you up.
Actions have consequences, kids.
Yeah.
What the
Oh,
bro? This is crazy.
I'll lower the volume.
My dad could handle it. I want him up.
She seems nice.
Yeah.
Okay, keep it.
Ticket for disorderly.
Here it is.
No, I don't know what you guys are doing to me.
Emily and her husband, Tristan, were charged with assault and resisting arrest, while Katie was given a ticket for disorderly conduct.
Hey!
YouTube thinks you'll love the video on
Yeah, they
screen.
released her to her friends and just told her she was getting a ticket because she was chill. Other chick was.
You know
wobbing
what?
out.
That's bro, I'm gonna give a +5 for that conclusion there. Here we go. Let's go. Municipals, a solid +16. +16. I did take 10 off for deputies for raising terrible children. I'm gonna give a +5 to suspects because somebody managed to behavior their way out of an assault charge.
Also, free advice: if you have to put your friends in a headlock whenever they get drunk, you
your
might
friends.
want new friends.
They're not your friends.
Possibly.
Impound dream car.
Now, if you do it for YouTube content, that's different.
That's just stupid. Did I miss anything in chat? Squirtle, you need to chill. This is why I don't read this anymore. I wait till someone brings something to my attention. Oh my goodness. Municipals for the W. I agree. Oh, Jordan, what's going on? Oh, and Dylan's here. My dog.
You're just gonna minimize and not be a man.
It will
That's
be
cool.
negative.
It doesn't matter to me, dude. I'm just getting your side of the story. But if you want to not talk to me and you just minimize everything and not be a man, take responsibility like an adult, totally cool. You're going to dick boy jail.
I don't.
Don't be a man. Don't own up to anything like an adult.
Yeah.
Shut your stupid mouth.
I don't. I get what he's
Don't
doing.
fall for that crap.
Yeah, I get what he's doing. I just like, unless it's for like a murder charge or like aggravated assault, I'm probably not like trying to weaponize emotions and pride to try to get somebody to say something to me.
You
Or
are a
explain
tiny
something to
baby
me.
boy who only knows one word, and that word is lawyer.
That word is lawyer and no, and I do not consent. Just be that,
There you go.
dude. That's
Yeah.
fine. Though I do think it's an effective investigative technique. I lied plenty of times
yeah.
about, you're not going to get in trouble. I'm just here for, documentation's sake. I'm not
That's
trying
exactly
to.
why I shut your mouth.
Yeah. Squirtle negative 1,000 for the lecture. How about this? I'll start off at -2. Are these my people, Keith?
I don't know actually. Yet.
No, I think it's mine.
Oh, sheriffs.
Sheriffs. All right, -10 then.
No. I'll split the difference. I'm gonna make it -1, only because that is a strong goatee.
I'm taking that car and everything.
Also, the Ford in the
Getting
background.
away from law enforcement. In his profile, he claimed to be a Harvard student, Deputies
Claimed to be
finally
a
caught up
Harvard
with the
student?
teen behind the social media account to give him a
He
legal
got caught
education.
up with the teen behind the social media account.
Oh, that car was not going anywhere. Hey, this is being effectively under arrest. You are clearly detained. The Charger, all blacked out.
Mm-hmm.
Rolling PC. Like, you can't see anything through this.
Yeah. Yep. If that's your dream car, get bigger dreams.
Get bigger.
Are we good on 40?
This is enough lethal. We need a hand.
Any research?
There it is. One guy figured it out. No, he didn't.
No, he didn't. No.
Holy crossfire.
He just got a hand
my
on it.
God.
Hands up!
Yeah. Hey, shit.
There he goes.
Hey, Trooper, why don't you get out of that backstop? Come on, fam. Come on, fam. Let's get out of this backstop. Keith, is this common, dog? Or did you at least have an adult to yell at somebody here?
It was very rare that I had this many officers for something.
Oh, you know what? I take it all back. I take it all back. You're probably right. You're probably right. That's hilarious. This is a lot of cops. Or should I say?
This would have been Keith and a helpful bystander.
Probably right.
Yeah.
Guy got mad that this guy hit his car.
That's probably why this is weird for them. Because normally, like, dude, in PDs, like, you're getting yelled at the second you end up in somebody's where you're supposed to be. It fails to happen sometimes, but like, you're getting yelled at pretty quickly by whoever the senior officer is there. Like, hey, let's not be people's backstops. Let's not get into an OK Corral shooting with ourselves like idiots. Now, he figured it out. I just go get him.
So
just go get him.
this kid had a social media account and he was out bragging, I guess. Is that
So he ran multiple times from cops and I guess got away or
Okay.
didn't get away. I guess he was abusing their pursuit policy probably.
Okay.
And because he's probably just speeding and they're not about to pursue over that. And so they finally caught him. I guess they did some social media sleuthing and figured out where he was. Is that a hollow sound on on a duty weapon? Yes, it is.
Turn around, turn around.
There's going to be a handstand.
Don't move.
You got enough lethal? No?
Just take it.
Everybody wants to be lethal.
Alright, going
I
through.
swear.
Let me know when you're ready. 3, 2, 1. Goodbye.
That is how they teach it.
He has still live.
Okay. Yep.
He's still alive.
I'm gonna call 203.
He still has that live too.
Yeah. Hello.
Leave it live.
Somebody ready for a minute?
Let it know.
Bro's
Let them know.
raking in super chats right now.
Dude, I would totally take the phone and be like, "What up, chat?" Just be an absolute legend.
Let's drop a donation for my bail.
Boys' bail is gonna be
What's your name?
Anthony?
Yeah, like $400 or something.
This is incorrect. This is failed ID. His name is Edgar. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
I can say that. These are my people.
That's right. This is the Mexican version of a mullet.
Basically.
Sit down.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What are your last name?
Arias, F-A-R-I.
So I guess they had a warrant for him?
You're not even.
Or if he's a minor, a direct apprehend.
203 is not answering. South Hat tonight. And you have an attorney with you during questioning. Now, without an attorney present, you will still have the right to stop answering.
Miranda.
Before, yeah.
What happened after your charge?
We're just cruising.
Cruising? You're just gonna minimize and not be a man? That's cool. It doesn't matter to me, dude. I'm taking your side of the story, but if you want to not talk to me and just minimize everything and not be a man, take responsibility like an adult, totally cool. You're going to big boy jail today. I'm taking that car and everything today. It's going to evidence. If you want to change your mind, tell me anything. Come right here.
Or come here.
+1 to suspect for not being a man.
For not being a man. It's a smart. You know what? I'll allow it.
Lean back.
We're at
Juvenile
+6.
court.
Suspect. So jealous. Heath had to use a rope and tie him to the back of his horse.
Sometimes.
Stop agreeing with me.
The teen was charged with aggravated fleeing law enforcement, racing on highways, and improper display of registration. A few days later, Bernalillo County Sheriff John Allen made the teen the center of a press conference talking about street racing.
That speed racers, criminals always use social media.
Speed racers?
But I will warn all the criminals out there.
Go speed
Don't test
racer.
us. We're going to come for you. If
He's
you're going to
in
brag on
Edgar
social
on
media,
wheels.
and I see videos myself
I do like
of you
his
running away
circular
from my
stars.
deputies, not only
Oh,
putting
yeah.
them at danger, but our communities
That's
at
kinda
danger,
neat.
I
here
take
for
that
it.
seriously.
Straight out the box.
This week on Challenge.
No, we're not doing you today. Your Tuesday stream, okay? I'll give deputies a +5. The crossfire thing was a little sussy, but I mean, it was an effective arrest. The suspect did a good job, but at least there was no like obvious misconduct, and that's a win, I think. What do you think, Keith? These are your people.
Hey, we'll make it a win.
+5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Give him +5.
So we're at -5 so far. You are coming back up here in county. Oh, are these my people? Your people? Let's see.
These are yours. Get ready.
Don't say that. Don't be like that.
I don't know.
County 600. It's going to be the mall entrance from westbound.
Okay, at the passenger side approach. This is what untinted windows look like. How obvious it is.
Yeah, how'd that kid get away with not even like a ticket for his tent?
They're like wildly
Bro.
too dark. Yeah.
It's like he took spray paint and just blacked him out himself.
Yeah, like this is what now there's none on the front here, but there's almost none in that car, period.
Hello. I'm Officer Gallo. Just so you know you're on body camera, okay? Yep. All right. Can I see your license, insurance, registration?
I just got a new
Why
one.
don't you get pulled over?
Okay.
Yeah. What was the purpose of the stop?
Because I felt like it.
That's a good answer.
Stop.
Need a
You
quota.
got a new registration in the mail?
Yeah, that's the big one. I usually cut them out and put that in here
Okay.
from, Progressive. That's,
All right. Well, this is your insurance. You said you have that new registration? So this is your insurance card.
insurance card, registration, everything.
So
He
that's
broke the
reason
plane
why
by
I'm,
reaching in.
pulling you
Shame,
over.
shame.
You have a expired registration.
Broke the plane by reaching in.
Other registration.
It's
Is that what he said? Stupid.
Yep, that's what he said.
I mean, obviously, that's the answer. It's expired.
Yeah. Where are you coming from tonight?
My house. I was going to my friend's house.
Coming from
From home.
from home. Okay. And where's your friend live? Manville? Okay. All right. I'll be right
always
back
in the
with you,
mail.
all right?
Max. It's true. Well, I like Texas. Our registration was on the tag. It was so much easier. Heck, insurance is on the tag if everything was on the up and up.
Yep.
Bro, could they have filmed this in Minecraft, dog?
Yep.
Yo.
Sure.
Do you think it's the same car or no?
I think it is.
Yeah?
The same car?
Yeah, just kind of...
You did not articulate a reason for this stop yet.
Buffalo Wild Wings.
Wait, he stopped his car because he thought it was the car leaving Buffalo Wild. Bro, you can't just stop a car because you think it's the car for maybe a crime. Like, at least have like a complainant. And like, I would still want like unless it was something exigent, like a kidnapping or something like that, an investigative stop on a car that doesn't have like a moving violation, like failure to maintain single lane, or I don't know, driving too slow, to something, following too closely. It's kind of weak right now.
Oh.
They're allowed to lie to you, dog. Have an articulable stop.
Any chance you're coming from Buffalo Wild Wings?
No, no, I wish. No, but I was.
No?
No.
Okay. The only reason I asked because we had a call of someone driving the wrong way on the highway in a car matching your description.
That is the weakest.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Ooh. Okay, we're gonna start off at -10. This was the weakest articulation for the stop.
Yeah.
That is.
Patrolman, you have a problem.
Like, it's also like a silver sedan. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
It's like, yeah, we were looking for somebody named John.
Like, dude.
Smith.
This is
not. The drunk guy at Buffalo Wild Wings called in the silver car.
You know what I mean, though? Like,
yes.
And don't get me wrong, like, there's times where you're going to have proximity stuff, right? So, shooting in progress, a kidnapping. Bro, I remember we had a kidnapping leaving through our city, and they had just called it out, and it was the adjacent city. And all they said was a silver, and they had just saw it, like, on their cameras. It was like a silver Prius or something like that going westbound on I-30. And if we didn't, everybody jumped onto I-30 and started stopping every single silver Prius. We didn't have a partial plate or nothing, but I could articulate the exigency of saying, hey, I was told by a separate agency that there's a kidnapping in progress and there is a child currently being kidnapped. If you're a silver Prius going westbound on I-30 at that time, I was stopping that car. And so, like, that's articulable. Like, you're in the place of the crime, you're matching the description of the vehicle, and I got really good evidence that's happening right now. Not you match the description of someone that was going the wrong way on I-30. Like, even then, it's like a misdemeanor out of your presence, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Even that's a little sussy-wussy on the detention. Like, I don't know.
That wasn't you?
No. If I was driving, no, I wouldn't drive around.
No. All right. And you said you're coming from home, right?
Yes, I was coming from Somerville.
Okay. You weren't coming from work?
No, I'm still in my work clothes, obviously.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I didn't have a chance to change.
Okay. But you didn't stop at home or anything like that, or you came in from work?
No, I went home and then I left.
You can stop answering questions now.
Yeah.
But you weren't at
Actually,
Buffalo
like 5 minutes
Wild
ago.
Wings or
But
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna take a point away for suspects for now. We're gonna be at +4 for suspects. Because she's just talking way too much.
Mm-hmm.
Probably drunk, and that's why. But
or
No.
you didn't have anything to drink or anything like
That's why
that?
if you don't talk, they can't hear the slurred
Literally,
speech.
I got stopped at Chipotle one time for some girl that lives in Bridgewater. They're like, "Oh, she's a cheerleader coach or something." Talking, but no, I did not. You I'm so tired.
Okay. What time did you start work today?
I started work at 11.
Okay. What time did you get off?
is he trying to articulate like her being tired? If that was the case, you'd still need like failure to maintain a single lane of traffic, driving way too slow or maybe way too fast, obstruct something like.
We don't know because he hasn't explained it. Like you said, he hasn't said why he stopped her. Maybe you were weaving, or you're in a silver car.
I didn't take the bar. I feel like I'd be rich. Like,
I got off at 7.
Oh wow. So that's the overnight?
Yeah, it was not an overnight, no. But it was
talking.
late night.
Late night. Okay.
the stop sign talking.
All right, but you didn't have anything to drink today or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, this is my people.
Why would you cut?
Get off work at 7, and then it's 12 a.m.
So did you smell something on her or not?
I barely heard. Didn't she say she was coming from home?
Who cares? None of that's illegal. Like,
Yeah.
articulate something, please.
There's a lot of I don't knows that a
Pallet?
lawyer's gonna use to get this kicked.
Bro.
I think they cleared unless they just pulled someone over.
Pixel everywhere.
They were clear by the time you stopped this car.
Really?
Yeah. The one that they had over by... Yeah, they said he was clear.
Yeah, can I get answers? Like,
Yeah, would you just mind shutting the car off and stepping out for me then?
Pennsylvania v. Mims only applies when you have a lawful detention. That's all I'm saying. Oh, I wonder if she said no.
Right?
Is he gonna charge her for interference or resisting? Like, like I don't know, dog.
What happened to your shoes?
I have my flippy floppies on.
All right.
Well, I had flip flops on.
All right.
And we're doing a field sobriety test.
We're just gonna talk for a minute. Would you mind just
Girl,
kind of
don't
standing a
give
little
him
bit
ideas.
closer to the car?
Yeah.
For me?
I'm gonna hit
Yeah.
her Lacey.
Okay. Yeah, you can face me. That's fine. Just stand with
She
your
like a
feet together
paramedic or
and your hands
something?
at your sides.
Yeah,
all right?
she's
Can I
EMS.
see
Nurse or
Fix
something,
your
probably.
stance. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So I'm just trying to figure out your story here. You got off of work
Why?
at 7.
Yes, and I went home and then I left and I was going to my friend's house because I wanted to leave.
Because I'm
Okay,
a
you
free
want to leave
American
home?
that can do whatever the hell I want.
Bro, I would literally, I would use this in an academy to describe what not having shit looks like. Like, you know what I mean? How many times do you have to ask? Because again, you don't have a, like, again, let's say you get called and clearly there was a disturbance. I'm listening from outside of the room and like, I'm telling Juan I'm going to beat his ass. He's like, bet you won't. No balls, right? So when they show up, you're asking for a story to figure out if an altercation happened. I'm not wanting to show you. I might have injuries underneath my clothing that you can't see. So you're just trying to figure out what the hell the story is and why we're yelling at each other. You could probably look at the TV and see that like Halo's on the screen. And, oh, okay, that makes more sense, you know? Or you do this bullshit where you're asking for the third time. All of these perfectly legal acts. In what order did you do all of these perfectly legal acts again? Hasn't asked the questions like, hey, you been drinking? No. Where'd you come from? My house. Like, are you tired? It's not illegal to be tired.
Nope.
Like,
Do you mind just
you just wanted
standing
some
with your feet
leftover
together for me?
wings. Mailman, I
Sorry.
love you.
It's okay. Stand with your feet. Just stand like that for me, okay?
You can
Do
say
you
I
have
choose
anything
not
to drink
to.
at home?
No.
Okay.
Well, yes, I did. Yes, I did.
This is why you
Okay.
shut your mouth.
You had a glass of wine. Okay, just one?
Yes.
Okay.
Really big one.
All right, so when my partner gets here, he's going to check your eyes.
Okay.
He can't even do field sobriety tests?
At this point, like you're even just going past the normal time of the stop. So it's the same as like bringing a canine, right?
Hold on, what is this? It's,
we're already at, like, 8 minutes.
Like one. This is like 12, 13?
12, 13.
Mm-hmm.
Dog, this is like a 30-minute stop already. Dog, this is too much. We're doing too much.
What,
I have to keep my. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're good. What happened to your shoes?
I had flip
So
flops.
she can't do SFSTs
So
either?
I just took them
You
off.
like a
because
third
they were
officer?
between my toes.
Gotcha. All right. I'm going to test your eyes.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take another 20 off. That's how much this is pissing me off. So we're at negative 30. We were doing so good. These had to be. These my people. These your people.
They're your people, dude.
Fuck.
Just real quick, okay? I'm gonna put my pen in front of your face and just follow it with your eyes and your eyes only. That just.
Oh, did she consent to him?
How you doing? I'm Officer Al.
Oh my god.
I mean, did he say that you smell?
So she asked him. They cut away from it, which is very sussy. That he didn't. They didn't leave a response in there, which makes me think he said no.
What does he say? What does he say?
It's alright. It's all confusing around here. One glass of wine at home. And came out.
If I said one glass of wine at home to a DWI officer, because they would jump my call, I was able to do SFSTs because I'm not an idiot. I had the requisite training to do it as well. But like, he would be like, okay, cool, bye. Like, gone. Like, bro, for like legit. And it's not that she admitted to a glass, because we didn't ask for how long ago that was. I had a glass of wine 10 hours ago. Well, you're fine then, right? Did you eat food? That question wasn't asked. You know what I mean? What's the time frame for it? But also, like, that an actually trained DWI officer is going to be like, okay, well, before I administer SFSTs, do we have slurred speech? Do we have the bloodshot eyes? Can you smell ETOH emanating from her breath? Can you see that she's struggling to stand upright by herself? Like, you're going to need more outside of just maybe straight consent that she allows herself to do SFSTs. You can't just do it for fun, regardless of what Patrol Simulator would tell you otherwise.
So, I'm going to test her. Yeah. Alright, how you doing? I'm Officer Al.
How are you?
Good. Where are you coming from tonight?
I'm coming from Somerville.
Can we ask her one more? You know what? I'm taking another 5 points for that. We're at negative 35. Are y'all best? I hate you.
Okay. What's in Somerville?
My house.
We ask her one more time.
Bro, her story's been very consistent.
Negative 40. He asked where she's going. Now I'm pissed.
Which is where?
Flemington.
Okay. Gotcha. Anything to drink tonight?
Yes.
What'd you have?
A
One glass of wine.
What kind of wine? Good wine, bad wine?
Bad wine.
Bad wine?
One box of wine.
Obviously. I mean, I
It
got
was
4
midday.
officers, so I have to keep my I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're good. What happened to your shoes?
I had flip-flops on.
Okay.
So I just took them off because they were in between my toes.
Gotcha.
Garnt, 1,000%. None of what we have so far is anything. This is all shit for naught because they never articulated a stop to begin with.
Yeah, they're just practicing SFSTs for fun now.
Dude.
All right. I'm going to test your eyes real quick, okay?
Did not consent to SFSTs. So that means he's assuming he's got PC for it, despite not verbally articulating any of it, outside of her admitting to having a glass of wine.
I'm going to put my pen in front of your face and just follow it with your eyes and your eyes only. Just the tip, okay?
Don't move my head.
Don't move your head at all, just your eyes. All right.
Okay, didn't establish the proper posture. You do have to stand with your feet together and your hands by your side and to not turn your head. Like, there's specific ways that you have to give instruction for that. You also have to ask if they understand those instructions. We're at negative 45 so far. We can't even do SFSTs correctly.
You can't even say SFSTs
I'm
correctly.
pissed off.
That's how bad this is.
I did indeed see. There's nystagmus for sure. Oh, there's for sure nystagmus.
Yeah, that was...
So it's a fisheye lens. So I'm going to give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt here, but also there's a very specific order in which you're looking for things. So the first thing he's going to look for is lack of smooth pursuit. You don't really want to go... I'm going to do SFSTs for you guys real quick. You don't really want to go to the super far extreme of the screen because the issue with doing that is that's going to be at maximum deviation, right? All I'm looking for is like a nice, smooth, and steady because I'm looking for lack of smooth pursuit, right? Then you'll do, you know, what is it? There's maximum deviation, and then there's clear nystagmus, onset to 45 degrees, whatever it is. It's been a couple years since I've done it. But there's a very specific way that you do it. You don't just start like waving your pen around. There's a very specific way, or it gets thrown out. Don't know why he also needs to correct her for turning her head.
Yeah?
Yeah. How many? Or we're going to go up, down, too?
Well, we'll get there.
Oh, okay.
You don't look down on SFSTs. Vertical. That's what they call it.
I'm sorry, it's
I know, just you follow it.
I'm trying. It's
Okay.
like very.
I'm getting extra salty now. I'm gonna take another random point away. We're at -46 for the thin blue line little wristband. I won't apologize for that. I'm just getting petty
I
now.
just need you to follow the tip for me, okay?
I am. I'm trying. Okay.
All right?
Yes.
All right.
I get this thrown out just on the SFSTs alone, even if they had it all.
Mm-hmm.
Did you lose it?
No.
So the problem is too is he's also getting closer to her face as opposed to staying like an equal distance away. So technically, while you're doing it, you're going to want to go perfectly linearly because I shouldn't really have to turn my head. I've actually made people hold their own heads while they do it. But if I start to get closer to your face while I'm giving you SFSTs, there's going to be a focal change, and also the bridge of your nose will get in the way of your other eye. That could cause a false positive on the test. You won't necessarily get nystagmus, but like that's not the way the test is taught to be administered. Therefore, the legal system cannot recognize that as a positive hit for horizontal gaze nystagmus because that's not the way it's taught. Therefore, this is gonna, despite being fruit from the poisonous tree, even if it was legit, no, big
I
no.
see it. It's right there.
All right.
Every single time she fails to do it correctly, he should be giving her corrections.
Keep going to your chest, buddy.
Oh.
That's the first one we've got.
All right.
So that is a point, technically. That's still not correct. Still not correct. This is indeed the last of the test.
Also, the blocking of the body cam
doesn't help
as you do it.
They might have there's a female officer here to the right. Technically,
Mhm.
her body cam's supposed to be the one capturing it.
Right, but I'm saying like you can't see the eye.
Agreed.
While you're doing this, so it's like
It's gonna be hard evidence, but I could see it on the lack of smooth pursuit, which is, I mean, just by that one failure alone.
Mm-hmm.
It's still technically not enough, but you should be able to see it on the rest of the test. I believe that she has nystagmus.
Yeah. Would it be good? I mean, then maybe there is another officer kind of slightly off to the side. Would that be probably what you end up using?
Yeah, so
Okay.
it's more important on the one leg stand and like the walk and turn, but at least on HGN, it's very hard if you ever get the body camera to capture it. But the whole point behind this, and this is the reason why in my department, we always did blood. So if I allege that you had nystagmus and we did blood within an hour and you were at straight zero, there was going to be some questions as to, really, you saw nystagmus? I also, big issue I have with this is they didn't ask whether or not she had head injuries. They didn't ask whether she had corrective vision. They didn't. There's a lot of, does she have resting nystagmus due to a medical condition? All of those things would have disqualified her from the test itself, and you would have had to go simply based off of her actions. Whether it was driving indicators or your indicators to say, again, ETOH, the verbal admittance of drinking alcohol, you would have just gone based off of that and then written a warrant for blood or for her breath if she didn't consent to it. None of those, because those weren't established initially, even if they're not present, it's still technically not the way that it's taught. It could very easily be demonstrated that that officer has a poor understanding of SFSTs. How are they remotely qualified to administer the test? Shit's important. Like Keith would be laughing in the background. He would have probably stopped me already if I was doing this test.
I would have already checked out and gone.
Like, you know what I mean?
I've been like, no, I'm good.
You go ahead and stand aside. I'm going to show you how this is done for the umpteenth time.
Yeah.
What's wild to me too is that they pulled for this deputy to come and administer the test, or this is an officer, not a deputy. That they waited for him to show up to do the test, and even he's doing it incorrectly, even though he has the training. Dog, only robbers today.
Just keep your head still for me.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm shaking.
One more time.
They might have vertical. I think I saw
Did you have more than one glass of wine?
No.
Or was it a very large glass of wine?
No, it was one of like the regular.
All right, my partner's going to do a couple more tests, okay?
Are they
Is it gonna be, like,
practicing?
each one of y'all does like one line of the report. Like, what's going on?
So let's say she doesn't consent to blood, right? And I got to write a
Yeah.
warrant. You have to be able to attest to every single aspect of it in the warrant. Like, there's zero reason another officer should be unless he's blind and can't see it. In that case, he shouldn't be at like. Oh, okay. I'm gonna take another 5. Just, it's not like illegal. It's just stupid. We're at negative 51 so far.
This makes my joke about 5 officers sharing one brain cell a little more legit.
Keith, did you say something about this before I started watching?
No, I just.
No, this was one I found.
Who
like,
did
at
this?
the
Was it
very
you?
end.
Is this your fault?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you know it was this bad?
No, I saw the title and I was like, oh, this could be interesting. And I legit thought she was gonna be like falling down drunk, and we were gonna skip it because
This
she
is
started
like the
yelling in the
worst.
car.
This is the worst demonstration I've seen. This is very bad.
Mhm.
Like, this is retraining levels of bad. Like, I don't know.
Your hands at your sides and your feet together.
Okay, yes.
All right. So what I want you to do, this is.
So the way you're supposed to actually have them stand while you're administering the walk and turn is to have one foot in front of the other, heel to toe. I used to let them pick which foot, even though I think training said it was like your right foot in front of your left, heel to toe, while I administered the instructions. But that's not the correct standing position while I'm administering this. Like, it matters. Shit matters.
This is the walk and turn.
Doing it, yeah.
All right. So you're gonna imagine a straight line on the ground in front of you.
That's fine.
Just walk one foot.
Okay, just wait till I explain the instructions to you.
I'm not
Okay.
gonna, just arrest me now.
Okay, just
That's consent.
like I said, just stand with your feet together and your hands at your sides. Okay.
Can you hold my hand?
I cannot hold your hand. Okay. Just wait till we get to that point. All right.
No, because it's gonna be recorded. Just
stand.
I'm just over it.
Ma'am.
I'm gonna watch her so you can get in the back of the car.
Stand behind your car, please. So we're not worried about that right now. Okay. I want to finish the field sobriety test.
It doesn't add anything to it, to be honest. Like, if she's going to refuse, that's fine. Just take her on the refusal. But, like, you should have it on HGN and the refusal.
Okay. If you refuse, are you refusing to take the field sobriety test? Okay.
But I can't.
Okay.
Yes, refuse. They ain't got shit. Refuse.
Heel to toe.
I'm going to explain it to you. So, if I could just ask you again, just stand off. Like, okay?
You can't do.
Wait, are they discussing
Together, hands at your sides.
how to administer the test?
Just watch as I demonstrate the test to you. Okay? Like, okay? So your starting position.
I need someone else.
He's correcting. No, he's correcting the starting position because the kid doesn't know how to administer it.
Wow.
Okay, I'm gonna give another negative 10.
I just want to see if he actually knows it, though.
I'm so
like, I want to see another body cam to see if he knows
line
it.
in front of you. You're gonna.
Because someone's
push your
teaching
right
them all
foot
how to do this wrong.
in front of your left foot.
Oh, my right in front of my.
Oh, now they're doing the correct starting
You're just
position.
gonna stand in this position until I finish demonstrating the test to you.
Dog, I have not given an SFST in 4 years probably, and I still know how to do this. Like, this is stressing
Can you maintain
me
that
out.
position for me?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
When I tell you to begin.
I did gymnastics and we always put our arms out.
What's your name?
Kelsey.
Kelsey. These tests.
Okay.
Listen.
Look, okay.
Listen to what I'm
My
telling
chest just has to be out.
Kelsey.
There we go. Then now I have my balance.
Listen to what I'm explaining.
Yeah. All right.
Again, you're gonna take 9 heel-to-toe steps
9 heel.
down the line.
You're good.
And you're
Do
gonna
a
count your
demo?
steps out loud
No?
while looking down at your feet.
Whatever.
Okay.
I'm just gonna keep
Just for
going.
demonstration purposes, I'm going to do 3.
Thank you.
You are going to do 9. Okay?
This is not how it's taught, but
You
technically
only
he's
have
doing
one,
what
three?
you're supposed to do.
Okay?
Uh-huh.
When you get to your 9th step,
11, 12.
when you get to your 9th step, you're going to take a series of small steps around your leading foot
That's
and
correct.
perform a 180-degree turn.
That's it.
Maintain the starting
That's
position, Kelsey,
360,
please.
yeah.
So you first assume the starting. Okay. So
Okay, I'm skipping. This is
ground.
driving me nuts.
Okay.
I'm just gonna add a 20 for giggles here at this point.
Do you understand?
Negative 71.
The test? Okay.
Oh, everyone's.
I gotta go. I'm ready.
Do you need this many officers for
never good on
DWI?
beam.
When
I
a
couldn't
single
do beam. I could
compliant
do a
person?
cartwheel for you right now.
Having your handcuffs out when the suspect's not in a handcuffing position. I'm gonna give another 5 for that. Fuck it, whatever. We're at negative 76. The other officers admiring the handcuffing. I'm gonna give another 4 for that, so we can have a nice clean negative 80.
Squirtle, I think we're at like 50 minutes at this point for this stop.
Yeah.
It's at 30 minutes. This is like.
We'll grab a currency. We're going to the headquarters to do that.
Search incident to arrest.
You can get in there.
You're good. Your fault.
Put it around this way. Shit, I'll
Why are we
give it a
blurring
good
out
look
our car?
over. No
Are we
fun.
training?
And
think so.
the Tellison Steel should probably go back.
If this is training, I forgive it a bit.
Got a training feel, yeah.
But even like the FTO should have just been like, okay, so you don't know how to do this, right? Okay, we'll stand there and we're gonna have a whole discussion about how to do this correctly. You don't let them administer the test incorrectly. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
got totally gonna get this charge kicked. I'd let them swim in it for a second, and like let them embarrass themselves for a little bit, maybe just for the giggles of it. But I think you intervene after a while, unless this is maybe ghost phase, and you're not supposed to intervene. But
would you intervene? Okay, but would you intervene when you get there and they tell you it's a little confusing and basically do not give you any articulation for why they even stopped this lady?
I would ask them, because that would be my first question is, do you think you have enough to stop to do SFSTs? Because that's a learning moment in and of itself. Before you agree to be doing all this stuff, you need to know why they're stopped and all this, because like it's going to be your ass on the warrant if it's your investigation that leads you to believe that she's actually drunk and that you have PC for DWI because it was your investigation that did it. You have to know that what you're investigating was legit based on the stop. 100%. I think it's actually an excellent question. Because that's
if they can't do that at that point, do you just stop it and go like, well, you don't have anything?
Precisely.
And if you don't have anything, we're not even going to teach you SFSTs here because we're going to go back to the car and talk to you about what PC is.
Yep. We're gonna learn about that.
Yeah, we're going to learn about how you're going back to academy real quick.
Thanks. You got it. What was the stop for?
We're asking now.
Here we go. Wait, I want to hear this. Let's see what the stop was for.
If there's a good stop, I'll take back 10 points. They just didn't articulate it. If it's a bad stop, I'm taking 50.
She passed me on the right and expired reg. I mean, if you really want to jam her up, she's got an expired inspection as well. Yeah.
Okay, that's dickish.
So passing on the right is pretty weak. For expired reg, I mean, technically that's an offense, right?
Yeah.
But he never articulated any of that.
No, never.
He never
Didn't
said
tell
that.
her either.
So
The reason that's out to your registration is expired.
I'm wondering if he figured out that her registration was expired and is just making that his PC for the stop. I would argue it in court. I feel like you got a good chance at that. Well, why didn't you articulate it? Don't they teach you the 7-step approach? Why were you so concerned about where she was going and what she was doing and her being this Buffalo Wild Wings suspect?
Yeah, because the entire beginning of it was like, well, we got a call about this other person coming out of Buffalo Wild Wings. It looks like this car.
I'll split the difference and just take 10.
That's not split. It's 25.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. That's true. Okay. That gets me.
I'm dyslexia, not mathlexia, Josh.
Negative 105. That's true.
I see you trying to rig it.
I am trying to rig it. I got caught. I'm so pissed. Okay, we searched the car. What do we find?
Yeah, you can.
Consenting to search. Negative 5. Suspects are now at negative 1. Dumb. Shouldn't have consented to any of this shit.
Nice.
Anything come out of this? Just a lot of driving here.
Penalties may be in addition to penalty threats. Do you know all?
She consent. Oh no. Make them write the warrant. You're already getting arrested. I bet in this fuddy ass place though.
Right. You know, while her blood alcohol content is higher than legal limit.
Oh.
No, her car is impounded for 12 hours.
Okay.
All right, but
For
if
what?
she gets into an accident, you know, while her blood alcohol content is higher than legal limit, you could be held liable for any civil damages or anything like that.
Even if she drives someone else's car.
Right. Yeah. So by you signing this form, you're accepting the liability.
So if she gets in someone else's car and drives their car,
Right.
I'm liable.
Right.
Oof.
So
Okay.
this is the potential liability warning. Okay, you can read it on your own if you like.
I'm gonna just take another 10 just because that offended me outright. So that was negative 115.
Okay, what's he explaining here exactly? Is
So
he just telling
he's
him,
trying
like,
to get the car and or sign as her bond person. So she's getting bonded out of
Right,
jail,
yeah.
right? I'm
Mhm.
assuming they're only gonna do it if he's willing to sign off either for the bond or to take custody of her or whatever, so that this agency doesn't have to hold on to her, right? But
Mhm.
since she's still intoxicated, they're saying, well, we're only gonna let you take her if you're gonna take like care and custody, right? Of
Okay.
her, since she's in this intoxicated state.
basically you drive, she doesn't drive your car.
Yeah.
To leave here. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Before you sign.
That's a dumb policy.
You guys work tomorrow morning? Yeah. She'll be walking out in a minute.
All right, thank you, sir.
She's so dangerous. We had to take her to jail and do all this stuff. So we're at I was at plus 16. We are now at negative 99.
Did they say how intoxicated she was?
That's crazy.
4 times the legal limit.
Okay,
Which
thumbnail
sounds
said-
worse than it is.
Well, the thumbnail said 0.3, which, like, if she was 0.3, that's ridiculous because, like, she did not seem. She seemed like
tanked it.
0.1.
Oh, 0.3. Yeah, holy shit.
That's insane. 0.3 is like blackout.
I don't know that she was. There's no way she was 0.3. She's
Yeah.
a functional alcoholic if
Yeah,
she's
yeah.
0.3 and crushed it.
Professional.
Honestly, I'm all plus 5 for suspects on that one. We're gonna be plus 4 now because she was legit. Because that's 0.3 when they got her to the jail. She's still, because you're metabolizing it the whole time. That means she's even higher at
So-
the initiation of the stop.
Or she had her drink literally while she
and
left
was
home
metabolizing
and
it?
was digesting it as
I buy
the
that.
stop was happening. That could be it, but like she would have had to have a lot of drink or be an extreme lightweight.
Downtown Athens. This my people.
If it's downtown Athens, it is.
Police. Yeah. All right. Let's see what happens. Oh, we might be giving mom points today.
No, I mean, you know, sometimes it's good, you know, if mom does yell.
Telepathically talking to him.
Yeah.
On February 12th, 2022, officers were dispatched to a robbery that just occurred. The couple explains how fast this robbery happened while walking down the street. Let's jump into it.
He ran this way.
Yeah, he turned that corner and went this way.
This way.
That's all I can see.
5-5 Central. The victim saying last contact was on the Lumpkin.
Can you get us a description, dog?
So what happened?
We were walking into Sealy's.
Uh-huh.
Comes up behind me.
Okay, free advice if you're working a robbery that just happened. Description, direction of travel. Were they armed or they're not armed? That's it. Everything else can happen after the fact. That's the first thing. You're the victim, you saw him. Description, direction of travel. Get that out on the radio. Then do your investigation. I'm okay with him sitting here and continue to talk to them because they got other officers to go do the chasing part, but that was the most useless information. I got victims here, and apparently the guy left. Okay, cool. I guess you don't need backup now. Like, you know what I mean?
All right, I guess nothing we can do.
Like, would you not key up? Do you have a description? Like,
view.
Do what?
What is this view?
I think it's like a
Looks
helmet
it's a
cam.
traffic. Yeah, I think he's a traffic cop.
Okay.
It's like a bicycle helmet.
All right.
And I turn around and he's gone. Like he takes off.
Oh, it is a
Oh,
bicycle.
bike cop.
What do you look like?
Black dude with a hoodie on and kid.
Okay.
That's important information.
Like red.
That should be on the radio. Black dude, hoodie, ran that way.
Card or ID, everything was on it.
Cars what?
Let's get an IDs.
Yeah.
What about I just got robbed? Don't you understand? My ID's in my wallet.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, reach out to the Social Security office and talk to them, and then, you know, obviously, like you said, you lock your cards and stuff. Just
This is
kinda
my
monitor
people.
your bank account
Damn
and
it!
whatnot.
I'm just gonna
You
negative
just
5
reached
it
in your
for
back,
that.
didn't
That's
say
just
anything,
pissing me
just like
off.
walked past you, grabbed it, and took off.
Let's act like we've worked a robbery.
So your
before.
Social Security card was in there. What else was in the wallet?
It was my driver's license, all of my debit and credit cards,
I was in the building.
my health insurance cards.
Also, like you could probably start like asking the ownership if they have cameras, because they probably do if it's a bar. Yeah, you can actually get like visual stuff, you know. Also, like maybe be like asking for unit. Maybe we're just not seeing
My
it,
car
but
insurance.
shit's pissing me off.
You said no
What up,
cash,
millennial?
though.
Like $5.
And where were y'all when it happened?
Walking in the Sillies.
So was it your wallet?
Yeah, it was my
Okay,
wallet.
your
It
wallet,
just was
okay.
in his back pocket.
Also, free advice: don't try this in Houston.
Running that way.
Don't rob people in Houston; they will rob you back.
Blue jeans, hoodie. What color was
Light blue jeans, light gray hoodie, zipped up front. And then he
Killing
had it
me,
pulled
dog.
over. I couldn't tell what shoes he had on, but he's probably about 6'4", black.
Black male. What kind of wallet was it?
It was like a
Maybe he
red
put it on the radio. They're just skipping it.
zip
Maybe.
So
Like a muted red. I went bright red.
number.
Restoration travel.
That way.
We were at Sillies, and when we took off, I was about
But this guy's annoyed too. He's like, we don't have any other information. And then a dude went that way and probably robbed somebody. Like,
to go after him, but I didn't want to leave her. And he comes
look, Pete, we're gonna -1 to victims. We don't victim blame here, okay? We don't do that here.
down, and he took a right going this way.
That is a
That's
terrible
left
idea. Don't keep your social security card on you.
Probably in his 20s, if I had to guess. And he was probably this tall.
Tattoos are a good question.
Light gray
Scars,
zip-up hoodie,
hairstyle.
light blue jeans.
No tattoos or anything?
I couldn't tell. It was all long sleeves, man. Like I could barely see his face.
Jennifer, I'm glad y'all are having a good time. I'm stressed right now. PD's really letting me down.
Here recently?
Okay, let's keep going. I'm done with this.
Officers at her door.
Okay, it's later.
Oh, so they just waited till next day.
After a few days of investigation, the officers found the suspect. His mom was not too happy to see officers at her door. You'll see what I mean.
He's already sold off all the credit cards and the social security number.
That's what pisses me off is like if you do a good job of notifying surrounding units and like create a perimeter, you know, the kid's on foot and you have a good description, you're returning the items that day and taking the suspect into custody, no problems, whatever. This like multiple days later, like they've already had to call their cards and do all this stuff. Like, come on, dude. Police for once, dog.
Police! Hey, I wanted to talk to Cortez.
What is going on?
Damn, his mom does not play. She's immediately like, oh, come on in. The fact that you're here means there's problems. But shout out to
Which
Mom.
one of them was it?
I was going to say, dog.
I wanted to talk to him about an incident that happened downtown.
And
Oh,
he ain't been
she's about it.
Like,
Brandon, get up. You got the police at my door. I don't know what happened. But this
We're
is
going to
what I don't
plus
like.
15
And I'm
to
glad I
Mom.
was at home today.
See ya.
He's getting
he's gonna be like,
Okay.
throw away the key.
Plus
Don't let him back in my
throw
house.
away the key.
Yeah, I understand
I
that.
live here. They get street. I don't need to get put out. I don't have anywhere to go.
Right. Hey, how are you doing today?
So they do in a lot of apartment complex, like apartment complexes have a very strict policy that if the police show up to your apartment, even if it's like, if it's not for something very innocuous, you're out. They will not renew your lease, or worse, they'll evict you. I have seen that. We'll have like a domestic. Now there's a lot of apartment complexes that don't do that, and that can be very problematic. But most of them do.
So I wanted to talk to you about that incident that happened downtown. I think you know what I'm talking about, right? With the wall.
Very good investigative question. I left that real broad. He's like, I ain't gonna give you any details, and if you're able to give me some, we're tracking here. Very good question. Don't mention the wallet. Shut up.
Really, Cortez? Really?
I'd also totally let Mom
Don't
go
look
on.
like that.
So what happened with it?
You gonna be a man and own up to it?
There it is.
Can you go to big boy jail?
You need to tell these police what's going on because they're not stupid. They got cameras all downtown. I don't know why y'all go down. The police want to know about a wallet. What did I tell you? I said when whatever you do downtown.
He's like, you mean this wallet? Shirtless dudes like this?
Now-
What are you talking about?
Now they likely don't have a warrant because they don't have enough, right? Because you don't have the actual body of the crime. They just feel like he's the prime suspect. So as uncomfortable as it makes me that there's a lot of freedom of movement here, they likely don't have a detention right now. This is purely investigative in nature. So currently they're working on like compliance basically. Because she could kick him out. I don't know that you have exigency unless you've done a very good job on the back end. Saw him on social media, like flashing the wallet and could tie him to that area. Like then you probably have a warrant. You're just investigating. If that's the case, then I'm probably a little more picky about teen security, but I don't think they have it. So
Back here and the police will be at my door. Didn't I tell you that? So now you another charge. You 19. I told you to go looking for you a job. No, he can't just come here to you, Tamores.
Tamores, set him straight.
Yeah.
Like, don't lie.
Get that belt.
Get that
belt.
So
I saw that wallet.
He won't
Well,
stop.
so why don't you tell me about it and we'll see what we can do. Well, how did it all happen? What happened to the wallet? Well, what'd you do with it after you got it? You what's that?
So he robbed somebody?
Tell us how you got the wallet.
Yeah, I said y'all know what's going on, so I gotta tell you.
We need to hear it from you.
Y'all need to hear from me. Y'all already know that.
So this is how you gonna play this. So you don't want to have nowhere to stay.
To be fair, that's the smart way to play it.
I'm actually pretty impressed. My boy's got street smarts. He's
The
an
longer this
idiot.
goes on, the more he realizes they don't really have enough to do
I
anything.
was gonna say, technically, he's like this is top tier suspecting. He's an idiot for getting caught, but this is top
DUI
tier
girl
suspect.
should have watched this.
Exactly.
before. She
Exactly.
just shut her mouth and like, home.
I'm not.
No
Because
wine.
I'd like to be able to tell them that, like, at least you're sorry for it, and if we can get their stuff back.
Oh, there's a crafty investigator, dog. Oof. Keith would be pulling some shit like this.
They'd be a lot happier about the...
That's crafty.
How would you feel if somebody took your wallet?
Mom
How would you
is-
feel if you have to go get a new social security card, a new
Mom
bank
is
card,
about
with all
it.
this going on? Nobody has time for
How
this.
common is it for people there to be keeping their social security cards in their wallets that even she knows?
I will say this, and especially like in a poorer areas where they don't have like a safe place to put stuff, they keep everything that's valuable to them on their person. That's very, very common. You go to like Section 8 housing and like the lock on their door doesn't really work because their doors get kicked in all the time. And so like the joke, we can't have anything here. That's why. And so you tend to keep anything and everything of value to you on your person. That's actually pretty common.
I didn't raise you up to be a thief.
And you didn't even get much money out of it. How much you get?
And you being so damn nonchalant about it. Like,
Come on, Mom.
so
Get
I'm
that
not
confession.
dealing with this.
Been arrested.
He's been arrested. Y'all got him.
Hold on.
He's been arrested in up in Atlanta for
You got a cigarette.
what is it?
I'd be stressed too, dog.
Something receiving stolen goods.
Okay.
I'll plus 2 it for
Yes.
investigation. That's fine.
This
We're
is
at
what I
negative
don't
3
like.
so
The
far.
Brent office is open. The police at my door, Brandon. And we just talked about this yesterday. We just talked about it. I'm sorry. I'm gonna let y'all talk to him. I'm gonna let y'all talk.
No, I mean, sometimes it's good, if
He's like, no, lady, don't leave. You're put the pressure on.
Yell, because
it's not. This is not good when I hear a knock at the door like this.
Telepathically talking to him.
Yeah.
This is what I stay talking.
We're gonna knock this on now.
Tomorrow, stop it. The police is talking to him. Stop it.
Dude, that's how you know dad's gone. He's trying to feed him because he knows his kid's going to jail. He's like, dog, the food there sucks. Eat this. What a cool dad. One, but also two, like, that's kind of sussy, dog. Oh, my God.
Damn it, this is serious, and this is not a game. And if you know what happened
I don't know you have enough to make mom an accessory, Squirtle, although that is weird.
Talk to you. You stole somebody, and that's not fair. And you know better.
So what happened?
Be honest about it. Be honest. I'm gonna know it
Plus
anyway.
10 to mom's
When you go to jail,
interrogation
your charges
skills.
gonna come out. Or when you go to court, your charges gonna come out. Be honest to these people.
Y'all got them on video?
I'm very sure they do.
Y'all got pictures of them?
Well, I mean, we're here. Yeah.
No, I'm just trying to add this.
Yeah.
Short answer.
We're going to talk. So he incriminated himself.
Dad did not confirm a
Yeah, so
damn
he
thing.
incriminated himself, but we're not
Well, we're here.
lawyers.
Right. Well, I mean, we are here, so.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So therefore, he need a lawyer.
Bro,
he's crushing. Dad, bro, I'm gonna put it under parents. It's mom, but I'm just say mom plus dad. If we get him another 5, that was an excellent line of questioning. One for the sandwich, and then 2 for the actually good street lawyering. Normally, it's very poor. I think he's picking up on like, oh, dog.
This is
this is very good, actually.
This is like an S tier call all around.
Dude.
Everybody's like playing their parts perfectly.
Pretty good.
Now, speaking to him, we're not legal. We're not legal.
All right. Well, see, here's the thing that if
That's
there's
why I'm asking you.
all right.
Y'all got pictures of.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking.
I promise you, you're not helping.
You are legally allowed to lie and say they do have pictures. It's perfectly fine. I lied a bunch of times, and I was like, oh, yeah, we got all this physical evidence. And they'd verbally admit to it like idiots. And I was like, well, you played yourself.
Yeah.
Happens all the time.
Yeah. Because you're forcing our hand here.
Also, y'all do got it.
Tomorrow, that's why I said stay out of it. He's 19 now.
Is my boy drinking whiskey and smoking a cigarette? I'll give him +5 for style, dog. We're at +30 for parenting. Now, and a lot of people will criticize parents when their kids turn out to be little shitbags, though. I'm going to blame the school system because that does a better job than prison does, oftentimes, at making kids into criminals. I swear to you, it's the most wild thing I've ever seen.
Other people involved in this, and
I'm gonna say zip code.
Yeah,
because it'll be school system plus neighborhood.
But the thing is that if you're telling him not to
that
deal
ad?
with us, then all we got is what we got.
We're trying to encourage some state. Well,
What if he gives a statement? He's really stonewalled it this whole time.
At my house. Period.
Oh, that's okay. 3394 Central.
Maybe check on you.
Yeah, that's fine. You may want to send a zone unit.
A what?
Zone unit is what it sounds like.
Downtown, who are you with? All right. Nobody else? So what happened?
He ain't a snitch. Let's go.
I seen it.
Okay. But was it in front pocket, back pocket? Where was it? And no one you got it. What'd you do with it?
I just took it's $7 in it.
You were doing so
Oh, okay. I'll take
You were
5.
doing
for it.
so well.
He was doing very good.
So what'd you do?
broke at the
Where,
end.
you said you threw it down. Where'd you throw it down?
We're at +3 on suspect.
Yeah, so after I ran somewhere, I just threw it down.
Okay. You didn't give the cards to anybody, or?
I didn't even touch the card.
Okay.
He's not dumb.
I mean, and for certain, the part.
All I got was just like $7. I didn't look through the wallet.
Okay, just
That's
got the cash. Okay.
Robbery of a person.
what were you wearing that day? What did the person
Theft from a
look like?
person. Chico's robbery.
Wallet from?
Guy, like what kind of stuff? Who's that? It's, okay. I think you.
At least you got to eat.
Yeah.
But he's 19. He's going to big boy jail.
We are. We're 1095 with the subject.
Man, I wish my investigations went this smoothly. You know how combative most of those were? Like, I think maybe twice in my entire career did I ever have a robbery suspect not run, fight, or barricade themselves in some way, shape, or form. I'm jealous.
And we're not going to cause any problem with the landlord out here with or anything.
Yeah, we're not going to go to the leasing office. That's
or anything like that, so don't worry about that. Okay. But real long story short, report.
Tomorrow, you know they got cameras all downtown.
Yeah.
People get right downtown.
Saturday.
Shout out to them.
I'll come out there and
I'm gonna bring your stuff on out there.
So this is what you want for your life. I'm asking him a question. This is what you want for your life.
Just looking at him. Shout out to Mom. Mom likely should have been there a little sooner, but life is a lot more complicated for people. I think a lot of people are very quick to levy criticism at parents in these circumstances. Well, if you'd have been there, and I was like, oftentimes these people have to work 2 or 3 jobs just to live in a crappy Section 8 apartment, and so they can't be there. And the kid's raised by an Xbox and the other kids that are there, and like when you have nothing but bad influences, like oftentimes you'd be surprised, even in ideal circumstances, how little parents actually play in how that kid develops emotionally and intellectually, because they're spending the majority of their awake time at school. Even just that alone. So like oftentimes as quick as people are trying to either hold parents legally liable or blame the parents for a kid being there. That being said, could you maybe try to bring a kid into this world into circumstances where you have more control? Yes. There are plenty of examples where kids in the exact same set of circumstances as our suspect here turn out just fine. And they're wonderful, productive people in society, or can be belligerent drunk people, but they're not committing criminal acts, right? Like that's the whole. It is complicated, but I, in my experience, though you can blame parents to a certain degree, also the individual has a certain level of agency, and I don't ever like to off-put that agency from the suspect himself. There's kids in way worse situations than he is in that end up being like doctors and shit.
There's also kids in way better situations that end up being super shitheads.
School shooters.
And it just,
Sorry.
Yeah.
I did -3 for municipal, so I'm at 101. -101.
Or end up fighting with their best friend in a parking lot. And
Exactly.
His daughter of a sheriff.
But we're doing pretty good here. So municipals at -101, counties at just -5. You know what? I'm going to give fire and EMS a -5 just for that arrest because she didn't know to shut up. Mom and dad's at +30 and suspects at +3 is where we're at so far. Oh, shout out to everybody that's here. Drop a like if you happen to be here. Gets more people to watch and potentially helps the channel grow. I'm just reading the chat to make sure I'm not missing anything important. Sheds. Jeez.
You? Oh, shit.
I'm not addressing it. I just... Blake, you're a menace. I'm going to pause it real quick. I think child CPR should be taught the second you, like, go to your first doctor's visit for a pregnancy. Like, let's learn how to do emergency things for your kid, because there's the amount of times law enforcement has to step up and do this, or EMS has to step up and do this. Now, mind you, we're professionals, right? Like, to think we should be better at this than the average person. Infant CPR is really not that hard, or not CPR, but like a Heimlich maneuver. If they're choking on something,
it's choking.
Very straightforward. You'll hold the little kid's basically jawbone, tip him over on your hand upside down, and just kind of whack him on the back.
No. No. Relax.
The only criticism I'll give here is what you really want to do is have the child's like straddle on your forearm, basically.
Yeah, laying on your arm.
You need them to actually invert, to actually get gravity to help you on this. The kid's trying to swallow the thing, but peristalsis on a child's very weak, which is like the muscle movement that moves food down your throat, basically. You get choked when it gets stuck in and around here. So you need to tip that kid, or these hits really aren't going to be as effective. The kid's just probably going to expel it out of stress. You will have a vomit response or a gag reflex to it if you're still choking on something. But my only criticism on this, they are fishing for it.
She's breathing. She's breathing. Gotta stand back for a second. There's nothing in there, Ken. She's clear. Tranquila. Hold her upside down. Hold her upside down. You're okay. She's okay. She's okay.
Kind of why I said use your forearm.
There she
Just
goes. I
stressing me out
think
to
she's
watch.
good. She's good. Let's let out a cry, sweetheart. There you go. There you go.
So what I was actually taught this by EMS was actually to pinch the back. This is kind of unfriendly, but you'll pinch like the back of the kid's thigh to try to make them cry if you think that they're breathing. One, because the stress will cause a yell, and that might also help get it out there. But if you're ever checking for that, if you fish, you don't see anything, you've done the hits, the kid might just be a calm kid and not cry. Give him a little pinch to at least see if you can get a yelp out of him, because that's a good confirmation to see. It's not going to like severely injure the child, but it's a very good way to get that confirmation if the kid's being really, instead of like babying the kid, which should be calming to them, just get that confirmation, because I'd rather upset the kid for a couple seconds and make them maybe not like police as much, but confirm that that airway is actually clear, because that's the more medically expedient thing to do. Give them a little pinch.
Yeah, it builds character.
Yeah, same thing kind of like in the underarm here. It's just a lot of times kids are wearing onesies.
I hate that.
You won't be able to get it, but pinch. I mean, you have to get after it. You're going to leave a mark probably, but like that's better than having the kid still choking and you not realizing. Because they could also just be passing out from the lack of oxygen. So there it is. Let's go.
You got it. Can I just talk to you real quick?
Yeah.
I hear you did some CPR on
I did, no, it's just
It's Heimlich, not CPR.
obstruction in the just right between the shoulder blades. I pushed it forward.
Oh, okay. How many? So back foot, kind of.
Good on EMS for checking. It's like, how hardcore was this? I hit the hell out of that kid.
There was like almost nothing until Kenny did the blows, and then it went down, and then that's when she started crying. So you did a good job.
Hell yeah. That's a good one. Was this PD? Hell yeah. I'm only gonna give him plus 15 only because it wasn't administered perfectly. I think the kid maybe swallowed that in spite of the hype, but they were there and they did give the effort. So I am glad to see that they were there. Notice fire was not present. I'll give him a plus 15. So we're at negative. I'm doing some math here. Negative 86. Sorry, I had to do some math there. Or no, 96. We are still very much in the negative. Shout out to them. And yeah, it's the Heimlich maneuver. Plus 1,000 for Pete. No, they ain't getting out of that one call that easy. That was bad. That was very bad.
Pat B showed up late, and that's why.
Yeah, he didn't see it. You don't know what we had to go see.
Yeah.
Another local house make babies cry. Little Rock, Arkansas. Ooh, this is ASP. Who was that? Was that you?
Just waiting for you to read it.
Don't run from ASP, dog.
The State Boys don't play.
State Boys don't play. He is tearing up that shoulder. I mean, everything's filmed on a potato in Arkansas, but maybe. Oh no, I for sure haven't seen this. What is he doing? Oh my god, dude.
Stupid things. And right up.
I think he gets hit on the other side or something.
I would self-pit him here, right? I'd just pit him if I could.
Yeah, it's low 3-0. I'd tap him.
Yeah.
Just because this is so dangerous for both of y'all.
Yeah, come on, dude.
Oh, did he deploy a taser?
That's crazy.
That's kind of rad. Okay, State Boy's starting off strong, baby. We're at plus 10 so far.
Oh, see, you lost him. Should have hit.
Oh, pit!
Yeah,
okay. Hold on.
That.
Bystanders.
Like that.
Hold on. Bystanders. I'm going to add. You know what? I'm just going to add that to mom and dad. I'm going to give mom and dad another 10 for that. Plus 40. If it's a female driver, I'll give it another plus 10 for poor evasive maneuver.
No, for feminist hero, Josh. Clearly.
Sure. I'm here for it.
He still got his taser in his hand.
I'll tell you what, ASP just stumbled there. I'm going to take a point.
Hey, look, I missed the first of that. What was that?
Yeah, why does you get out of the way? You're blocking.
430 North, Colonel Glenn. What's your deal, man?
Oh, that looks like an old person car.
Come on. What's going on? Come on.
Okay, I'm going to redirect to that. Contact Black County and see if they can handle this 238 on my street.
Come on. Come on.
How's that getting him out of the road?
Can you stay with him?
The nurse.
Stay with him a second.
Okay, I'm going to take 5. You don't leave the nurse to secure the unsecured suspect, dog. Like, come on, dog. Okay, so
He probably ain't moving.
We're at plus 5 so far. I took some points away here. Oh, no, we're
Driver
at
looks
less.
like a dude.
No extra points.
Oh, no. Wait.
You heard me slam my brakes, but I did. No,
Yeah, it is a dude. I think it's an older dude.
Because I didn't see. Yeah. Just okay. Just pull over in front of that Nissan.
So that's an auto ped for the vehicle. So you have to work that accident report. What? Handcuffs, yes. Come on, trooper.
Hey, my son's in the car over there too.
Okay.
I tell you what, nurses are always so motivated to get involved. I don't know if it's just like in their DNA, but they get after it. I can't tell you how many times I've been in like a bar fight with somebody, and a lady in scrubs, like kind of probably a little two or three beers in, will jump in and get after it. And I'm like, dog, you need to chill. I've mistaken a nurse for a like girlfriend, basically, like for the suspect. Thought like, well, maybe she's like, nah, fuck that, get him on the ground. I was like, what? Like, no, lady, you need to chill. That helping. Get after it.
He's gonna go direct traffic.
Anything else to this? My dog is still not in cuffs.
All the way down. Yes, sir. You're gonna get seen by an ambulance. On the left. Birth.
I just handcuffed him to that railing.
He's got the mental cuffs of
You know
trauma.
exactly what you're doing. So you're
Also probably head trauma.
Because even if like he's like, let's say it's like a it's a negative 1 million for the nurse's running style. They do nurse walks, not runs. Thank you. Let's say this is like an NED or like an emergency detention. So like, let's say I'm not trying to pursue a criminal charge for him, but I think that he's maybe in an acute mental state. He's not safe. So I'm gonna take him to the hospital and he gets the little grippy socks tour of the hospital. I still want to secure him because he's already demonstrated that he will run into traffic without any regard to his safety. So I don't like that he's not secured.
Yeah. Also, adrenaline's a hell of a drug. So even if you've been hit like that,
that's what I mean.
You might have broken bones, and you'll keep going.
We're at
till it wears off, and you.
We're at
realize
0. He lost all his points for this because this is way too long.
I'm a state trooper on the freaking interstate. Going to get
lecture.
No.
I'm negative 1.
It's going. It's going to go everything right here.
Why are you walking? You keep walking away from him.
Now we're cuffing. Knew you needed to. Just take that guy's info and leave. Like the car plate. I guess he's by himself. to be fair.
Yeah. And I'm guessing backup's a ways away.
Oh, yeah.
What's up, man? What's up, buddy? Can you just stay with me for a second while I go and get this guy's information for the crash?
That's fair.
I'll go with it.
Just cuff him to the railing. You'll be fine.
Just put him in the car. Oh, I guess you gotta wait for EMS.
Dude, this trooper gets an absolute... Did he say he'd work the accident?
Man, what's up, buddy? Can you just stay with him for a second while I go and get this guy's information for the crash? I'll go with it. No, it's okay.
What an absolute G, bro.
Nice.
Give that man a medal. There should be totally like a pin that you can get for just being a great backup officer. You know what? I'll take that. He doesn't need to, but he does. He's like, you know what, dog? You got to deal with this guy. I'll take the accident report. Or, and there's a second alternative here. This is a lazy trooper that's like, oh, I'll sit on this crash report. Hell yeah. This is a shift killer, dog. It's going to take me 5 hours to do this crash report.
You sure? Yeah, you worked this incident or more, guys.
What an animal.
What happened, Max? Where did you get hit at?
Good questions. Anything else to this?
I don't think so.
Standard Arkansas video.
Oh, so they did end up just putting him in the car.
So stupid. I'm going to go ahead and stick with the -2 here on this for the troopers. The state troopers, for the very first time in the history of us keeping score, are in the negatives. Come on, troopers.
State boys.
Be better. Current score, for those of you keeping score at home, we are at municipal police or city police are at -96. Still not the worst we've ever been. Counties only at -5, states at -2, EMS and fires at -5, mom plus dads at +40, and suspects are at +3. Doing great today. What? I just read this. This has got to be city if there's undercover.
Squirtle, my guy. He said +10 for media because the trooper kept the accident in frame.
You know what? Okay. I'll take it. +10. I'll take it. This looks like PD. Do y'all do UCs in county? Keith, have you ever heard of UCs in county?
Yeah, but it's mostly like tweakers out at trailer parks and stuff.
Yeah, it's not going to be like, you're not doing apartment stuff.
Not very often, no.
Yeah. Y'all don't have apartments. It's just motels for y'all, I bet.
Yes.
Bunch of
perv hotels.
Nasty
I
little.
told you about the pervert hotel.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun.
What a good time.
Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back!
On February 16, 2021, officers were on the lookout for a suspect in a Florida neighborhood when, out of nowhere, someone not even on their radar started acting suspicious that they caught the attention of the entire police team. What happened next was pure chaos.
West. Still there.
I'm guessing this is an unmarked.
Alright, move in.
These were good cars. This generation of Chargers were pretty good cars.
You're right behind them.
Did they add music to this? Huh? Added a little beat.
That's not him, Chris. Hey, he just threw a gun into the... Yeah, he just threw a gun right here. We had another guy run back here. We're gonna hold this.
What a ghetto apartment complex. Jeez. They see Jump Out Boys and they're over there like, oh no, damn, this is cops. They know better.
Hey, Chris, we are at 1012.
I didn't say Durangos. I'm talking about Chargers. If this is a Durango. Oh, then okay, in that case, then I'm okay. I'll take the negative. Eddie, that's fine. Durangos are trash.
Get on the ground, bitch! Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
You
Put
call
your
him
hands on
bitch?
your back.
He did?
Get on the ground, bitch.
Okay. Keith, what do you want to do with that? You want to plus it or minus it?
You know what? I'm going to give it a plus right now.
I'll give it a +3. We'll do plus.
Yeah, give it a 3. Yeah. We can see where this goes.
See where this goes.
Put your hands behind your back. Shut your mouth. Keep your hand like. You get away from me. You better get the away from me. You better get away from me right now. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out. Don't move. Yo, get away from me. Get away from me. Hey, I'm 10-12 by the front. I need to get you guys get over it. And that'll be the last thing you do. Get away from me. Get back. Get back. Get back.
Sounds like a good time.
You hit me.
Mm-hmm.
Get back.
These are also minors because they're blurring it out. Sounds like a good time.
I was about to ask why they were blurring.
That's my assumption.
By the front. By the front of the complex.
Sweep the leg.
Yeah, you're adjusting attitudes right now. Like, you cannot allow any of this to go down. I want to act like this is really way out of the norm, but that was not my experience. This was very common.
Get back. Get back. Get back. Get back. Don't stay right here. Back up. Back up. I'm telling you. Back.
Here's the one of those other few instances where OC actually makes a lot of sense. You're like, I'm not trying to like leg sweep a 13-year-old, right? Even though it's a pretty large 13-year-old, or however old these kids are. But you're not also fighting 3 people plus keeping your suspect in custody. So you're probably just going to sit on this dude, not actually, but like physically keep him restrained. An easy tactic when you got people wearing like a really long hoodie like this is where their arms are behind their back, actually step on the hoodie itself because they won't be able, because you can get like a nice wide stance. Step on it so they can't get away from you and then just address them. But you can keep a fighting stance while keeping like your back leg basically planted and he won't be able to get up. It's like a really easy kind of jujitsu way of keeping this person controlled while you're not stuck here. But I'm down to spray him if you don't think you're getting help anytime soon. But that's also like the city cop in me. Keith's probably like, where's county? Like, these guys getting sapped. Each one of them, whap, whap, whap.
I'd spray. I'd go ahead and spray.
I'd spray for this. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's the least dangerous thing you can do is spray.
Back up. Police.
Oh, she got the chocolate out.
Back up. Yo, you guys need to get up.
Oh, he doesn't have a handpiece?
That's a sin.
Trash.
Shut your mouth.
You're back to 0.
You gotta fight 3 people with a radio in your hand?
Get away from me. Get away from me.
So the problem is they're already touching you. Like they're already comfortable enough to touch and grab on you.
Yeah.
You need to be done doing the uses of force at this point. A taser threats may be less important here, only because it really can only address like he said taser 10 for the win. You know what? This is the one time where you would just be machine gunning that thing, and if you could just tether everybody, maybe.
But you have to dip it in water first for it to work. So I don't think you can. That's what all the commercials told me.
Pray and pray. You're the worst.
Back up.
Yeah, he needs.
I'm gonna back up. Back up. Back up. She's going to jail too.
Take her for interference. Take her.
Yo,
Take her for
come
interference.
Here. Come here.
Bro,
Oh,
she
yeah,
runs
now
away.
You want to be tough.
If you get dusted,
you don't get to do that to the police. Yeah, I know. Now you're tough. Put your hands behind. Put your hands.
This should not be hard.
Put your hands behind your back.
This should not be hard.
You got cuffs? Hey, you got cuffs? Right on my pouch.
Sin for not having extra sets of cuffs.
I didn't touch him. He pushed him. I'm telling you right now. No, he pushed him.
I'm glad I have it all on video.
Oh, yeah, you pushed him. You pushed him, but they didn't touch you.
This is a okay application.
Yep, all 3 of you.
Okay, now we'll say this. Given that I have a little bit of experience in situations like this, you see there's a guy just like hanging out here? This guy will turn into like 30 people very, very quickly if it already isn't starting to happen, especially if this was at night. During the day, it's not as bad, but at night, whoa. You need to clear this scene fast. Like, get them in cars and go sort it out at the jail, and Big Sarge will give you the lecture later. Do not hang out here, because this can get very complicated.
Oh
boy.
Dude, you see what you just did to your family, bro? Instead of saying, hey, just back off.
Getting them up?
You did this.
We're already at like -5 right now.
He pushed her by his camera.
Those will take a little too long.
You're gonna go with him. Hey, go over there. Go over there. Go over there by the sign, and we'll tell you whatever you need. You can't be.
Anything else?
If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one will be provided for you before
Always
question
going
without
deep.
charge. You understand?
I don't know if it's a double entendre shirt or if it's a football reference.
I think it's a Nike.
Has anybody threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
I'm amazed Nike let that go out.
Hey, bro, you can tell Hustle done bum you out, bro. Yeah. Tell I'll pay him back.
All right. Listen.
That's me or something. Yeah.
On there, I think it's cocaine or crack or cocaine. What is in there?
Hey, that's not mine.
That's not yours?
I only had weed on me. I'm telling
You had weed in your right back pocket?
Yeah.
Okay, so that stuff on the ground is not yours?
That was not mine. Swear to God, I just had
fair
weed on me.
enough. Okay. You have to run or throw the gun. No? From your waistband. Hit the trees, go down on the ground. Me and another officer saw you do, and there's the gun and the holster laying there.
Oh boy.
While the 3 girls involved were charged with battery on a law enforcement officer and resisting without violence. But what do you think about charges of illegal substance possession? While the 3...
Is it just they didn't get away with
And
it?
that's how this wild...
While also resisting without violence, because isn't battery violence?
I was going to say, dog, unless the battery is one charge, and then when they went to go put him in like the car, they're charging him for resisting in a separate, like it's like even though it's part of the same criminal, like, what is it called? It's like a series of criminal events. Typically you just charge them with the highest one, and the DA's
That's
office.
the one with
will go
Jim
down.
Carrey, right?
Yeah.
Series of criminal events.
Dingo did -50 for useless lecture. I'll do -10. This is my people, right? We're at -106 so far. I don't know that we're coming out of this one, boys.
You have time to get back.
situation came to an end. The man was booked on charges of illegal substance possession, while the 3 girls...
Wow, they didn't get him for the gun. That's wild. So normally, and I guess Florida might be different. So in Texas, we have constitutional carry. So as long as you're of age, you're not a prohibited person, you can have a gun on you. You can have a samurai sword on you. It's kind of rad. But the second there's now drugs or some other type of criminal, if you're doing rad. If you're doing a criminal act and happen to have the gun on you, it is going to be considered UCW.
Yep.
So, which unlawful carry of a weapon. One arrest that every cop fears.
Oh yeah. Real quick, Combative had a question.
Yes.
I pinned it.
Would pulling your firearm be acceptable in this situation if a group charges you? So it depends on the context, right? So let's say, because you could articulate that you don't have a secured scene and you're outnumbered 4-1. Technically, drawing your firearm is not going to be seen as unreasonable. You got to think of the original term for a riot, right, was 7 people. It's literally written in the law in Texas that a riot is 7 people. And their justification for that was that revolvers only had 6 rounds. Well, this is the lore. This could be totally FUD lore unless I'm wrong. But that technically a one deputy or one trooper or one officer could not handle with a firearm 6 people, right? If Juan's theory holds out and all of them commit, that 7th person is now dangerous to me because even if I was perfect and John Wicked it, I'm now only able to defend myself with a stick, basically.
I have a very large, heavy revolver. I can handle the 7th person.
I can handle
it is
the 7th
basically a
person.
crowbar at that point.
So the concept behind that was that if 7 people charge you, I can now start to say, and even now, I think it's only 3 or more people constitute inciting a riot, right? That the sheer volume of the people involved in whatever the altercation is allows the individual that altercation's being like pushed onto, like the victim of this mob, right, gets to now treat them collectively as deadly force, right, or as potentially causing serious bodily injury to me. Because one person stomping on my head kind of sucks. 6 people doing it's easily fatal. And so yes, with caveats is what I would say. Yes, you could draw down leveraging lethal force. I highly doubt it, unless they were actively hitting you. You were already injured. Now you can't see anything. You're like gushing blood, and you're like, all right, if it gets them to stop beating on me, maybe. But like, especially because you have other tools on your belt, right? As far as, or you should. This guy's just one of those undercover losers that doesn't keep other tools on him. I think OC would have been very appropriate, just given the number. And normally you just don't OC a confrontational person, right? But 3 people and it starts to become more reasonable. I don't want to escalate to a higher level of force, so let me do OC. Or again, you do the Taser 10 and you're just, I don't know, looking like Raiden from Street Fighter at that point. But you could, if that was the only thing you had at your disposal, but there's going to be complications on the back end with, let's say you have to, like, let's say they call your bluff on that. Are you going to start pistol whipping people? Are you actually going to discharge the firearm? Like a warning shot would not be considered appropriate. Where are the warning shots in the Exactly my point. You can't do that. Theoretically, who would win a fight between what? So it depends. I think if there's an edged weapon, I think Juan absolutely dunks on me. One, because that's already been illustrated in our lives before. I think in a fist fight, I'm closer to fighting people, so we're probably fine. If we have firearms, he stands 0 chance.
0.
If it's like a, if he's got like
there's a stick nearby or a pole or anything.
That's
like
what I'm saying. Like if I slap him in the face and challenge him to a duel, but he gets to pick the weapon, and I see him pick up a stick, I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty cooked. Like very cooked, actually. My goal would be to turn it into a physical altercation. Like if I can get past the stick and turn this into a fist fight, I'd be treating him like a knight in like medieval.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I just need to get past the weapon to get to him. If I can get him on the ground, we're fine. But yeah, stick. Yeah, Juan and I are practically the same size. If we can wear each other's clothes. So I don't get any advantage on weight or size. I've just fought people hand to hand a lot more similarly, and I get paid to shoot guns for a living. So
on an evening in July 2022, dispatch received a reckless driving complaint.
Professional.
Yes. This is your people, Keith.
And a yellow belt in karate. So yeah.
I believe this is
involving a black pickup truck in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. The caller reported that the pickup truck, later identified as being driven by a 51-year-old man, was swerving out of his lane and nearly collided with an oncoming vehicle at one point. The caller continued to update dispatch with the vehicle's location, and deputies were notified to be on the lookout for it. A deputy soon spotted the truck.
Do what?
Is he a dispatcher?
I don't know, maybe. Oh, that would piss me off. Oh, that's going to be -10 to a dispatcher if they're calling in a DWI. I'm going to see who this is. We'll see.
Attempted a traffic stop, but the truck refused to slow down and quickly reached speeds exceeding 90 miles per hour.
I bet it was a dispatcher.
Traffic's good.
Doug, you're cooked. These are Ford Explorers. You're cooked, dog. Why run?
He's waiting for a chance to take one away from him.
That's the meta. That is the meta. Everyone's already starting to pin.
Tase him out the window. That trooper did.
One chance.
Stop sign up on the curb or come into the roundabout here.
Dude, roundabouts? Come on now.
6-3, can we get a box on approval?
Oh, put him into that wooded area. Easy money. Great radio traffic from the second officer here. He's crushing.
10-4, we're going southbound 151 now.
During the pursuit, other deputies position themselves ahead and prepare to deploy spike strips.
The 89, I'm going to try spikes at V here.
Sheriff 63 to 59, can you tell me the occupants?
There's a V, 85 miles an hour in the fast lane, traffic slide.
Insert money here. Come on, deputy. Get it together, dog. Come on.
Nice.
Keith, are we taking points away for the stop sticks deployment here?
Yeah, yeah.
Do like 2.
Let's take 2.
We'll take more -2 here. Come on, deputies. Come on, get your gear in order. This guy's struggling today. He is not running on Duncan. That was a good deployment.
Nice.
Good hit on spice. Good hit on spice.
Are they going to try to hit him again?
Still southbound about 100 miles an hour. 151. Traffic slide.
Right foot, passenger side tires.
You get him?
Eventually, one of the suspect's tires came off, and he began driving on the rim.
Somebody looks like the passenger side tires are deflated. 63 to 155. If we can get him to slow down enough, can we get a box in for you?
You know, I'm a fan of the box-in. The only sketchy part about the box-in is hella crossfire. If it goes down that way, but if he hasn't produced a weapon yet, I think it's much safer for the suspect than pitting. I think it's a little more dangerous for the officer than pitting.
Mm-hmm.
But I totally get it.
6-3, passenger side tires are coming apart. We need another unit up here. Exiting on the Hickory Street, passenger side tires are completely on rims and in. Northbound on Hickory. Northbound on Hickory from 151.
Damn. Christian Halsey, I've never thrown a pair of spike strips. We did not have them. We weren't issued them, not trained on them, not nothing. That's a deputized thing. Although there are cities that do deploy them, we expressly didn't. Our command staff didn't like the amount of danger it exposed the officer to, because you're literally just chilling in the roadway waiting to deploy it. We also had way too many city streets. It would have been very difficult, unless he got on a highway, to predict where they were going to go. Most of our area of operations was city streets, so it's like, it is what it is. What did he say? Why is he making fun of my dyslexia?
He's asking how many times have you thrown a spike strip?
Yeah, that's what I said. Spike strip.
Yeah. I think
they're making fun of me because I was able to read it. My dyslexia finally helped me.
I think so, or they're pretending like he spelled it right.
Oh, they're trying to troll me. It's fine, Josh. It's just your dyslexia.
Given the suspect's erratic driving, high speeds, and approach toward a more populated area, a deputy executed a pit maneuver, causing the vehicle to spin out and end up in a ditch.
And he came from behind too. He's not to be here.
Oh, that was a good pit.
Damn. Got him. Box him in. Box him in.
It's a Chevy, so it ain't getting out of there. Yeah, that's enough lethal force. That's enough lethal cover.
Put your hands up. Do it now.
How many pistols do we need?
I'll go taser.
Shout out to somebody making an arrest plan. I'll +5 it just for that. You guys are at. You know what? I'll +5 the pit, and then I'll +5 the somebody making an arrest plan. So we're at +8, Keith. You guys might go positive.
We might, yes.
Put your hands up!
Put your hands up in the air. Do it now.
Up in the air! I got comms. Step out of the car. Keep your hands up.
Also, someone's taking over commands. I love that.
Keep your hands up. Take steps to your right. Walk that way.
Oh, hands came back down.
He has no pants
Sassy.
on.
Wait, what? He said he had no pants on.
Go to the right. Go this way. Go to your left. Walk to me with your hands up. Walk this way.
He's gonna reach for something in the back of his truck. Oh, he's
Put your
down.
hands up.
Oh,
Walk
nice.
to us. Go down on your knees now. Let's just have him out there. I don't want him to get too close. Go down on your knees. Down on your knees. Lay down. Lay down.
Ask tell make. I'd just go up and kick him in the wiener and just take him into custody.
I mean, it's really accessible, so.
I'm just saying, dog. Aim small, miss small.
Foot gloves? I don't know what.
That's called boots.
Go down to your knees. Lay down.
I don't know. I don't want it on my boots.
All the way down.
That's why they require water
Do not move,
resistant.
or you will get tased. Do not move. Do not move.
Gloves, you
While
had
taking him into
time,
custody,
dog.
Deputies observed a brown-like substance running down his legs, in which he confirmed he had shit his pants and tossed them out the vehicle during the pursuit.
Okay, watch crossfire, you guys. Crossfire.
Nice.
Why is it even at crossfires? Oh, because they got to clear the truck.
Sheriff, 901-1095. Okay. Do you need an ambulance or anything? Are you hurt? No. No? Okay. 1095.
Gloves.
You have pants in the car?
Our big Sarge was there, dog.
No, I gotta get rid of them. You had to get rid of them?
Wow. Okay, I'm gonna take 5 from that. We're at +3.
Yes.
I
You bring a
legit kind
blanket or
of heaved
something?
it there.
You got a blanket in your car?
I do have one of them.
You want a shit covered blanket?
I suppose we got those.
Put 'em in the car.
Andy, do we got a medical blanket or something?
Put him in the car.
Put him in the rookie's car.
Keith's got the ideas, dog. You start looking at people's chests. What's your badge number? What's your badge number?
Yeah.
No, put him in the car of the dude who wants to smell his fingers after touching the dude's dookie butt.
No kidding.
He clearly enjoys it.
Squirtle said that's a crappy situation to be in.
That's a good one.
That's pretty good. I might get a chat score here soon. Might do a chat score.
Are you hurt at all, my guy?
Chef Briggs, it's good to see you,
What's
dog.
your first name? What's your first name? What's all over your legs?
Like the stream if you get a chance.
Oh.
Bro,
Do you
burn
need an
that
ambulance?
blanket. It's finger sniff guy.
Yeah, no, give plus I don't know how many points to the editor. Give it to media because they just keep zooming in on his face.
I'll do +10. You want +10 for media?
Yeah, I do.
We're at +20 for media, dog.
They are shaming the hell out of Sniffy Boy here.
Media's kind of crushing right now.
What's going on?
Nothing like.
No gloves,
Well,
too.
you don't got pants on.
No, he's still got no gloves.
Well,
You shit yourself.
yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah. Trying to figure out what's gonna wrap the blanket around you.
Yeah, no, that's fine, sir. It's fine.
From it.
Yeah, we're gonna have you walk up. All right, now can you go to your knee? Or to your butt? That'll work.
As they spoke with him, deputies noticed his slurred speech and a strong odor of alcohol coming from it.
Yeah, we're gonna have you walk to the back of the squad, all right? All right. Ready? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
That didn't work out.
Very attention medical situation.
Blake will keep us in the negative. That's probably true. I'll let y'all mute him. That's fine.
Do you have a phone or anything in your truck you want?
You guys are being so nice.
Huh? Where is it? Alrighty. Grab his phone and get you guys out of here and then get you to the hospital. What happened to your pants? Boys on.
And declined to provide a preliminary breath test.
Hey, top tier suspecting.
No, I'm good too.
You don't want to do that at all?
I'm fine.
Okay. Do you want to do
He's
a
got
PPT?
lawyer friends.
I'm good.
You don't want to do anything?
No.
Okay. You are going to be placed on arrest for drunk driving, okay?
For saying what?
What do you mean?
Why is that?
Because based on your speech, you can barely walk or follow simple commands of getting out of the vehicle.
I think it is, so.
As a result, the 51-year-old male was charged with felony counts of operating while intoxicated.
Sixth offense.
Sixth offense. Holy
getting charged with suspended license too because he shouldn't have it.
6th offense, vehicle fleeing eluding an officer and operating with prohibited alcohol content. 6th offense. He also received multiple citations totaling over $1,000. Ultimately, he was given a cash bond set at $2,500.
That's pretty reasonable. I mean, that's what's going to cost for him to get it. Only crapper. Oh my God. So deputies are now only at -2. He did end up getting points here. I took some away for the sniffing and all that. But that wasn't bad. That was pretty good. This is indeed the one arrest that every cop fears. I can confirm that. We already saw this. Is this police? This is your people. Yeah, keep it.
Yeah.
So the reason I kept this, we've already done this call, but the reason I kept this is there was a kid that suffered permanent brain damage due to how many times they cycled a taser on him. I think it was like 4 whole minutes that he stayed cycled. You cannot breathe if this locks you up correctly. It will actually restrict your ability for your diaphragm to move. The whole time I got tased, I was trying to say something and couldn't. It was a very weird experience to completely lose every muscle that did not belong to you after that, right? I had beef with that's the third one in quick succession, so he's not getting really a break on the taser. It's a very successful taser deployment too.
Stop. Chill the fuck out. I told you that's not what you wanted, man. We don't want to taser before.
You don't say.
He's gonna hit it again every time he hits. Every time we resist, I'm gonna hit it again.
There's the fourth deployment.
Bro, this guy's having as much trouble breathing as the guy getting tased.
5. This is with no attempt to take him into custody. Legit mailman. Never mind, it's too good. Sorry. Chet, I'm about to start taking points. No attempt. And Miss DEI hire over here is giving a motivational speach, I guess. Kind of.
This comes back to, let's go to taser reliance.
Yeah.
Over.
That's not, I don't even want to call that taser reliance. I just think it's like it's very poor judgment on how to do it. And then having 2 people with arrest powers that don't need it. If you can't effect an arrest, you shouldn't have the authority to do it. Period. Full stop. Because the problem is, like, you are a danger to the people that you are having to now arrest, because now I'm crazy leveraging. Because, like, that's actually the best case scenario for a taser deployment. It worked. It has them in a semi-compliant position so that you can go in there without risk of this guy getting up, punching you, kicking you, whatever. That was actually, like, if I'm Taser, I'd be proud that he was able to get tased that many times in a row successfully and fully, right? The problem's you shouldn't be using it. And yes, obviously some of that's hands-on skills, but that you're past that. Both of them. Oh boy, was damn near dying. He was having almost as bad a time as the dude he was tasing, right?
That taser deployment was as much cardio as he's gotten in a while.
The little trigger presses on the taser.
He's like up.
Yeah. And you don't
sore.
Yeah, you don't see it in this specific excerpt here, but it's also like how he ended up even getting there. Like he ended up making his way into the house and making his way. There was so many opportunities for them to go hands-on and prevent it that's how they ended up in that staircase. It's just bad overall. Very, very bad.
Which is also not a great place to be tasing somebody because you very easily
fall down, hurt themselves. Dude.
Very injured.
Had he fallen like this instead of sliding down, could have died. You know,
facing backwards.
Yep,
right onto the
dead.
We've seen that before.
Oh, it's just the chat being silly.
Yeah, it's all poop. It's all shitty puns right now.
Let's see.
It's Arkansas. We're gonna pit again.
It's my people. These are troopers. Yeah, I don't think they have municipal police in Arkansas.
I don't think so.
I'm convinced they don't.
They just don't give them body cams.
Probably.
I don't want anybody seeing what they do.
All the heinous shit.
Mm-hmm. Burp, burp. Well, they have a really long, or does their dash cam just not have audio? Oh, there it is. Like a minute and a half.
Get over there! Get over there! Get over there!
This guy honking his horn.
To the right, get a new PA, something to help them out.
Go on, get.
State boys on the highway. They stopping everything.
Oh, Squirtle said keep State Boys sound.
GMC train.
Close.
And a passenger side approach?
I would. Okay. I'm going to take a half step back here. And I have a real big issue with not looking at this car at all. This whole time you're approaching, right?
What's with that hat?
And it's all over this hat, right? To make sure that you're putting this hat on, right? All of the traffic stops that I've seen that have escalated into like a surprise quick draw shooting happen right here. Right now. If they don't get you while you're still in the car. You don't know how many people are in this car. You don't know if they're moving around, or if they're shifting around or reaching for something because you're putting your hat on. I'm a straight send this at -10 already. This is a terrible approach.
So I'm looking at the title and I'm a little concerned. Educates driver who failed to yield. Is this going to be however long this is of lecture on the roadside about...
It's a 10-minute lecture?
I don't know.
Fridays with Anna?
Anyways.
Instead of Fridays with Frank?
Hey.
I'm Trooper so-and-so that really loves my hat. I'm pulled you over for... It's not hard, dog. Like...
No.
We're at -15 for the lack of 7-step approach.
They teach us that early in academies, you know?
It's how it's taught.
It's just...
Like... It's how it should be taught in field training. It's how you should be evaluated on whether or not, like, it's establish your authority, have a very... And even from, like, a making sure that you're not being able to be accused of bias, that's why you try to do these the exact same way every single time.
Yep.
Because if you're only being Miss Prissy lecture giver here when it suits you, well, they're going to say, well, why did you give the 7-step approach to one person and not the other? Is that because you have a predisposed bias to my defendant here, right? Like, I don't know, Doug. I have beef.
I'll be right back with your ticket.
Cool, we're just not going to explain it?
Just took the license and that was it.
I'm going to run them. Typing away. This is indeed the most out of shape trooper I've ever seen in my life. Normally, across the board, I've always been very impressed with troopers. I'm just talking shit at this point, but this is city cop shape on a trooper body. Us and deputies are the worst offenders of that. The passenger side. Shut up.
My name's Trooper Risky Man with the Arkansas State Police.
Now we're doing it.
Like, the reason I made contact with you initially was
It's literally what should have happened at the initial. That's so stupid.
Yeah.
because you're continuously driving in the left lane. Why? What's the purpose? You're not passing anybody. There's a state trooper that's having to pass you on the right because you're going so slow and you're driving in the left lane. It doesn't matter if you're going the speed limit. The left lane is for passing only.
I have issue with this being a traffic stop because though it should be, and there's a lot of times where it's marked that way, left lane's only for passing, right?
The hang signs.
Unless you're going under the speed limit, I have issue with the stop because technically they're going the prescribed speed. And you have to speed to then get around them. And then if you really have issue, just pass them on the right. Like, unless it's on an exit, it's really not that hazardous. You should never try to pass on the right if you can avoid it. Like, that's what's taught. But I don't know that it's, like, codified in the law that you have to exceed the speed limit to be in the left lane. They might have something there where they say you can't stay in the left lane, like it's only for passing. Mm-hmm. But then, like, how do you delineate for that? That's my only issue with it escalating. I have no beef with because what I've done before is someone going like 20 under, and I've turned my lights on, made them move over just to drive by them. I've done that plenty of times on duty. I was like, hey, stay out of the left lane, people. You're annoying people. This is Texas. If you're not going 10 over, you're not doing the speed limit. But like escalating it to a traffic stop, you know, now what's also sketchy is you're now on the highway, which is the most deadly place for police officers to do traffic stops. And for what? Like, I don't know. You could have articulated them going slower.
Mm-hmm. Easy. I much prefer the signs say slower traffic, keep right.
Easy.
Because almost every single time that I have to be in the passing, like I'm passing like 20 cars in a row because they're all going well under the speed limit.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm like, okay, it's for passing only, but like, all right, I'm going to pass this one, get into the right lane just to immediately get back in the left lane to pass the next one. Like,
yeah, I agree with that. I like slower traffic, keep right. I think that's a much better. There's also like better legal precedents for that. Because if you're going to enforce speed, which let's be honest, these little princesses out here on the highway, that's all they do. If you're going to do that, like, you can't get mad at people for doing the speed limit. That's like a PC-less stop.
I wouldn't have had an issue with that. All I was going to do was blue light you to get you out of the way.
Which I've done a few times.
Because common sense would say that you would go over to the right. On the right, because how old are you? 21. How long have you had a driver's license for?
Okay, a question's not pertinent to your traffic stop. We're at -20 so far for
18, so 18 up 21 for 3 years. When you took your driver's license test, in that driver's license,
I had to use the fingers there to count that.
Do you see that? Like, I struggle. That's struggle.
So when those blue lights come on, back through my window, because I couldn't get out. How much room do we have right there between me and that car, bro? It wasn't. All this room right here was, I'm going to hit my lights. No. Initially, I was going to, like, it's written in law that you can't, there goes the sign right there, be on that right shoulder.
I'm skipping through all this, and
you're
it's
going
still
this
happening.
way. It's safe to be pulling over on that left side like that.
I'd be petty and be like, am I free to go? But I'm petty. Don't do that. I would not advise that. It's not legal advice, but I'm petty.
Okay? All right, here's your stuff right there. Be careful.
I also don't like waiting for them to leave. I would drive off, just from a tactic standpoint.
I did not enjoy that content.
Who submitted that?
Still engagement.
Dumb stop. ... Do better. Comment. We're at -20, so that's -22 for troopers. That is the worst they've ever done. Oh.
Yeah, I'm glad you did. Which one is she?
I hated these apartments so much. So much. The designers of these apartments were like, they interviewed cops and was like, what's the worst case scenario for apartment design? And they went with that.
What's her name?
To say PD, Austin PD. I think that's their. I think that's an Austin station.
Nope.
Yeah.
This is you people. Deputies. Deputaz.
County. What?
Deputaz. Let's go.
Where's sweep the leg? Hang on, I'm gonna save it.
Get out of the doorway.
Sweep the leg.
Hey, let me talk to you real quick.
The sheriff's office.
Yeah. Do you need EMS?
No, I'm fine.
Come out here. Come out here.
I really don't want to deal with y'all people.
All right.
She gets a +5 for saying you people while referring to law enforcement. That's hilarious.
Okay, well, we'll make sure you're okay.
I'm fine.
The unironic ACDC shirt, though, is kind of cringe.
1636 County, we're code 4. She does not need EMS. So what happened?
Y'all do domestics by yourselves?
Well, Neil, that's Wilco.
Wilco County.
Is that the deadliest funnel? It really is the deadliest funnel. Y'all do domestics by yourself? Did you do domestics by yourself, Keith?
A long time ago. Again, no, not much of a choice at the time.
But like, when did that stop becoming policy?
Well,
or like standard practice, should I say?
Well, no, I mean, you know, if you had the manpower, you could. But on some nights when you were the only one out, you
just had to.
You just kind of had to.
That's rough.
Yeah.
I've only made scene on a domestic by myself once because it was an emergency. Like, it was like someone's getting killed. And that's the only time I ever made scene by myself like that. But it was exigency.
Nothing.
Look up for me. What's on your neck?
A hickey.
What happened?
Nothing happened.
So I have witnesses saying something happened. So are you trying to protect him?
No, I just really don't like dealing with y'all. I really don't want to deal with y'all. I really don't.
Okay. So...
I don't need to talk to y'all. I really don't.
Do you have your ID on you or anything?
No, I don't.
So what's your last name?
I would establish that you're investigating a domestic and that she's got to cooperate with it. Especially if you're going to go against consent on a domestic like that, where you're going to have like the state step in and go ahead and do some enforcement action, especially if she already has BI, like, you know that if suspect's on scene, you're taking an arrest. If you're going to take a domestic assault suspect into custody, you should be asking for a back, even if it's not policy. Because, like, let's say you maybe you might not have time, and I get it, handle up, but it's just not a good idea. You will get non-compliant domestic violence
How do you spell your
victims
first name?
all the time.
Why do you need all this stuff?
Because we have to document that we're here.
Okay.
You're investigating a domestic assault. But just articulate it.
Okay. Where is the guy that allegedly? I mean, we don't.
I don't know where he's at. I don't.
So he left.
He left.
Does he live in this apartment complex?
No, he does not.
You don't know which way he went.
I don't know, and if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
1636K94. Victim's advising she does not know which way he went. So
Is he in the apartment
were y'all? I'm trying to figure out why your friends called the cops.
What friend?
Or your witnesses, whoever was over
friend.
here that called us.
Okay.
So what?
We got into an argument.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. It was nothing physical?
Nothing physical.
Where are the marks on your neck from?
We got into my necklace right here.
No, this right here. What is that from?
Does it really matter?
Yes.
It
I'm
doesn't.
gonna make sure you're okay.
I'm fine, ma'am.
So
I'm fine. Like, literally, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I get irrash talking to y'all. I do not want to talk to you, and especially Williamson County. Y'all have a really bad reputation. I've bad encounters with y'all. I do not want to.
I'm not gonna hurt.
Now, the flip side to this is when you get somebody that's this uncooperative and confrontational with PD, this could be your suspect. There's a small chance. I think with what I already have, given that I know there was an altercation, given that I know there's BI and she's like admitted to it and I have maybe some third parties, I think I could justify a security sweep of the house or the apartment in this case, that I don't have a victim. I'd maybe ask before I went as far as like, is there anybody else in there with you? If there was resistance on that, I think I could articulate it.
you.
I know you aren't, ma'am.
Okay,
I
so
really
we need your cooperation.
No, and I'm
Do you want to
trying
press
give it-
charges?
I do not. And
Okay.
no, I do not.
Is there anyone else in the
My
apartment
sister
with you?
is here.
Okay, can I talk to her?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait,
you want to
no,
go get?
no, I really don't want you to talk.
Okay.
And
Well,
it's none of her
if she
business.
wants to talk to me, that I can talk to her.
She does not want to talk.
How do I know that?
Because I told her that she has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Well, let me try to make contact with her. Do you want to go back inside for the time
No,
being?
I don't. I really don't.
Okay.
Please
Well,
let
then
me-
step over here
No.
for me. So what's the deal?
What is your problem?
Yeah. So the idea here is until you have the whole story, you could potentially have a domestic violence victim inside, and she's preventing you from having act. I think you have all the authority in the world. Am I off base? Keith?
Nope.
Hell yeah.
No, sir. There's potential, like you said.
I don't know. Don't ask me.
One's like, sounds legit. Hit this lady, right?
Yeah, I believe
but
you.
She could be your victim, and she might be, again, trying to avoid maybe future violence, and she knows that the more involved you get, the more upset the suspect will be. Understand that could totally be the case, but there is a flip side. So you do have exigency. That's the articulation you're going to want to do. It's not an absolute removal of rights based on the phone call. I also have BI. So it's the bodily injury. So the phone call itself, like let's say I knock on the door, right? They immediately come out and shut the door. I don't see any bodily injury. There may be a smoother talker about this whole thing. You're totally... It evaporates a lot of that authority that you would be able to articulate with things, especially if there's no BI. The second you see bodily injury, you have an obligation to make sure that there is not a victim in there. Because again, that they're going to err. This is one of the very few times that you're going to err on the side of making sure that there's not, that you're a victim advocate, right? Now, there is some suspect advocacy, right? If I don't have it, I don't have it. You got to let it go. The second she admitted to BI, or you could even see it. Only reason why I've said this is I've seen people not exercise this and found murder victims a week later. That's kind of why the law is written that way. But it's not that there's a lot of case law. And again, it falls under exigency. You're going to have to articulate that. It's not just, well, somebody called and I heard there was a fight. Again, if Juan and I come outside and say we're playing Halo, neither one of us have injuries. Neither one of us, seem disheveled or whatever. Because if you're going to be a domestic violence person, be better at cover stories, I guess. But like there's a reason it's written that way. And it's to advocate for people who likely, because there's so many instances of this, and this is statistics, not just like how we feel about the thing, where the victim's not allowed to come to the door, or the victim's not allowed to go and even call 911. This is oftentimes why that third party call is really the only time that we ever get there. There is some bit of mind your business on some of that, especially in apartment complexes, because people could just be in a verbal argument. Give the one Navy kid that was in a verbal argument on the phone with somebody, ended up getting shot and killed in his own apartment. But it's complicated, and everyone's experience is going to be different.
This is where, because there's always there's rights absolutism, which we talk about a lot and deal with a lot, right? But there's also rights come into conflict with each other, and that's where you have to navigate stuff like this, right? Yes, you are erring on the side of removing her rights in favor of protecting somebody else's rights. Potentially. That is the conflict that's happening in this situation, hypothetically.
The reason why the rights get suspended here, and again, it requires some sort of reasonable suspicion. That's for any contact with police. It's reasonable suspicion first, then it's going to be probable cause. And it has to be articulated or the whole thing gets thrown out. Is if I point a gun at Juan, right, and he knows I'm joking, and I know I'm joking, that doesn't mean I don't, as law enforcement, have the authority to make sure I verify that he's joking, right? That's going to mean disarming me. That's going to mean, separating people and getting a story. Now, I don't have ag assault. If you're like, no, I was fine with it. I didn't care. We were filming something and being stupid, right? I don't have anything there. So I don't get to then prosecute on your behalf. Juan and I can be in a domestic partnership, right? and do the same act. And I don't get to say, but I do have the ability to go and secure the scene and ensure that. You do get, and again, if charges don't come out of it, charges don't come out of it, but I can, in the middle of that, have the ability to, because in that case, you might as well just let each other be victims to each other, if that makes any sense, and not have any intervention. I've seen both sides of this coin, and I've enforced or not enforced on both sides of this coin, but it's not like you don't know. This is either your suspect or your victim. You don't know. And until you've talked to all involved parties, you don't know, right? And so I think you have an obligation to go and do it. I don't like the shall arrest aspect of it, only because there's certain instances where it does get like fucky. But I think I would rather, I think as an adult, I can navigate an adult relationship in a way that doesn't get police involved, and would rather risk having law enforcement getting involved and just erring on the side of caution, rather than saying, well, I'm just going to be an absolutist about it and not being able to advocate for victims that can't advocate for themselves. That's kind of the whole aspect. APS is under the same context, right? CPS wouldn't exist in legal absolutism because I own that child legally. Like, that child is my property. I'm allowed to do whatever I want. I could abuse the kid because my constitutional rights say it's based on my beliefs that I'm in full control and custody of this child, that I can do whatever I want. Like, that's my issue with the absolutism aspect of it, is I've seen neglect, or I've seen these domestics escalate without police
It's also
interventionism.
just legally incorrect. Your rights are determined not by you reading the Constitution at face value. They're determined by hundreds of years of case law and thousands of lawyers arguing in front of judges, appealing that process, going to the Supreme Court. Like, all of this stuff is being adjudicated that way. If there is a conflict where you think you have it, you take it to, again, the courts. Yeah. And at that point, it can get adjudicated. And a lot of this policy has been created based off of that.
It's
whether you think it's
thousands,
right or wrong.
Hundreds of thousands, potentially millions of investigations that either went good, bad, or somewhere sideways. This is probably the most gray, specifically in domestics, right? Because you're having to deal with private property, or you're having to deal with, the Fourth Amendment and Fifth Amendment rights here, right? There's a lot of issues there, but none of this is going to be based off of what's being said. It's going to be based off of still physical evidence, and then potentially you could get around like third-party stuff, but like, you don't really have any legal authority unless you have some level of physical evidence or an outcry statement from a primary victim. Not like Juan can't say, well, Josh thinks he's being abused. Josh has to say it if he's the victim. If that makes any sense. It's complicated.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
I'm trying to tell you, ma'am. She had nothing to do with this. I called her after because
Who
I
called
want
the cops?
I didn't call the cops.
I'm asking who called the cops, guys.
Those people, I don't know.
You don't know them?
I don't know them. Never met those people in my life.
Okay.
I don't know them.
Have y'all been arguing before? Like,
No,
why are
no.
people concerned then? That's the
No,
thing.
I've never, no.
Okay.
The articulation here is I just need to verify
What's
the
your
safety.
sister's
If they don't
name?
want to talk to you, they don't want to talk to you.
My sister.
Are you sure she's not the one that called the cops? It was either them or your sister that called the cops. I was
My
worried.
sister.
Okay. So, I got her name and date of birth.
Thank you.
That might be fresh. She's saying she's denying medical attention. She said she didn't want to talk to us. Sister doesn't want to talk. They live in here. So, I think she's like, he left. I don't know where he went.
Third level Nickerson.
Satisfaction.
So, we need to see if this guy's inside your apartment.
Who else is in here?
My sister, no, I really don't. You really don't.
So in this specific instance, and again, this is going to be Fourth Amendment rights that we're talking about here. This is going to be unlawful search or seizure, right? Under exigency, I'm going in there to check to see if there's a person. I'm not allowed to open your drawers. I'm not allowed to open, check in places where people can't be. I'm not pulling up floorboards or any of that stuff. And even likely, if I see something in plain view, it'll very likely get thrown out. Only because I'm only simply there to verify safety. But safety sweep, there's a lot of case law around safety sweeps for this. You'll actually get in trouble. You might potentially get held legally liable for not doing it, especially if there's a murder victim inside of there or something like that. That's kind of the catch-22 you've kind of placed law enforcement in here. I still agree with her not consenting to it. I think that's totally her right. She can say, I'm not consenting to it. And their officers are going in there, right? But it's going to be considered forced entry. Police are going to be liable for any damages in there, and they're going to have to articulate the hell out of why they did it. I do agree with her, though, that I still would not, as we always say here, consent to the search.
Mm-hmm.
But if you resist the search itself,
Yeah, because then you have that defense of your rights on the back end.
Yep.
Which is where you really want it.
But you don't do it on the front end, because what you don't need to do is get into a confrontation unless that's the hill you're ready to die.
Potentially, literally.
Sir, you need to stop.
She's fighting.
We're doing. Attorney, call the attorney right now. Call the lawyer right now. Listen.
Relax. So
I would literally.
Medical attention. For me.
This could still be the victim here, which is the upsetting part about this. Is this could definitely still be the victim.
Get over it. Okay, please. Apartment, yo.
Where he went?
I don't. These people will do anything to get money. Like what?
Okay. On your feet. So what happened? We were trying to talk, right?
Can't force you to do that. We get that in. Stop. Okay. It only makes
They cuff and release?
secure faster. Wow. Okay. Is my understanding you do not want to cooperate, correct?
Medical attention. Do you need EMS?
We're here. We're most important. We may have the best we.
To die.
No,
Are
no,
you
like
feeling
that.
suicidal?
No. I swear to God, I'm great.
Okay.
I was just in that moment. I'm just.
Okay, I get why she's asking, but it is also kind of like, oh, now I'm gonna see if you're feeling some kind of way. For an emergency detention, I do get it, and I'm not upset about the questions being asked. I just hope she doesn't push the kind of like the whole "where are you going, where were you going" kind of question. You ask once, if you get no, don't push it.
Okay. I understand you're upset, but like he said, you cannot. I don't want to go hands-on with you. I'm here to help you. Okay. Okay.
I'm the government and I'm here to help. That's not always the case. I think they made the right determination in leaving. Obviously, I 100% go behind they definitely have the security sweep portion of it. I do agree with the cuff and release. They had to secure her in some way, shape, or form. Because, again, you find a dead body in here, and this is a very different call. She is likely the victim, and the reason why she doesn't want to interact with law enforcement is, one, oftentimes cops don't do anything, especially if you don't investigate fully. And then two, the outcome might not be the one that you want. Again, suspects get out all the time on this type of stuff, even if it's a legitimate offense. I think also because of the way the system is set up, you are very punitive against whoever you determine the suspect is. That just makes it, which could become very toxic for a relationship and long-term relationships. I think counseling probably needs to step in way before any of that stuff. I think if you're not like already like married, I think you should totally have counseling if you want to be in an apartment together, basically. I don't know. Maybe they make it part of high school. Maybe they make it part of whatever. I do believe in being free and being able to do what you want to do.
Funnily enough, because I got married in a Catholic church, they made us do premarital like courses in order to be allowed to get married. Because it makes a lot of sense to be able to, especially because most of the conflicts that will cause this kind of thing are things that most people don't even think to talk about before they get into a long-term relationship, much less a marriage.
Yeah.
So
and it's a free country. You should be allowed to engage in it a lot. The only issue I have I've been victimized by people engaging in adult relationships and not being adults. And what I'm getting at is I'm the one that now has to go and fight these people, or I'm the one that has to go and now get spit on and punched on because there's more complicated stuff going on. It's not any one person's fault. So I don't ever want to like levy all of the responsibility on them, but like this is such an incredibly complicated gray area. And I get why people hate this aspect of law enforcement, but at the same time, like the amount of times this doesn't go reported and you have victims that are having long-term, they're being deprived of their rights, right? 4th, 5th, 1st, all of that stuff by suspects. We are obligated under the Constitution as the government to do something to protect it. In the same way that like if somebody that was, I don't know, a vegan, right, and wanted to go stand outside of a Walmart and scream about us eating animals, right? They have that right. If anyone physically went to that sidewalk and tried to deprive them of that, it is my job to protect that. Same thing with the Second Amendment, right? If someone's trying to deprive that individual of their right to bear arms, it's my job as the government to physically force it and enable it to happen. If someone's the victim of domestic violence and they're not able to call 911 or they don't feel safe doing it, there is a constitutional requirement that the government is designed, paid for, and enabled to ensure that that right gets done. Oftentimes the opposite does occur because cops are stupid, and we clearly do a very bad job of that. But that's kind of the whole point of like this exercise, both on this channel, whatever, is contextualizing that. You have to see the legal reasons why it's being done that way. The whole reason why we tend to intervene in that is there's likely some deprivation of rights occurring, and the government has to come in and ensure it's happening and then leave. It's kind of the same thing with like ADA requirements, right, or something like that. Like if it's just a desk job and you're not giving me the job just because you don't like my face or whatever, that there's some legal requirements there where they say, yeah, but you're perfectly qualified, potentially overqualified. You shouldn't be getting discriminated against because of age or race or whatever it is. All of those things still fall within constitutional bounds. So like your right to privacy is getting contradicted by someone else's right to be free of being a victim. If that makes any sense. There's some level of self-determinism there where, yes, like the Second Amendment's supposed to protect that, but what if you're poor? You know, what if you don't have any training or you don't feel safe with it, or you live in a city where you can't do that? What do you do for those victims? You know, it's complicated. And I think people that have maybe not been, the people that have been victimized by the system and or the people that have been victimized by suspects both probably have very strong feelings about it. And that makes sense because you've been in there. Having been in the middle of both, it's just a messy situation. We just need to be better to each other as humans. This is deputies. I don't know that I can plus or minus it. It's sloppy, but I don't know that nothing unconstitutional happened and nothing egregious happened. They came to the right. Keith, what do you think?
I think they could have gone a little easier on her, but just, I mean, I don't know. It's, again, we have to armchair quarterback a lot of these.
That's what I'm saying. Like
we're getting, it's pixelated. It's we don't know exactly.
I don't know that I can plus or minus it. Like only because that's the most gray video we've probably ever seen. Like straight up in the middle. Because again, if the result matters, you find a dead body in there. Well, then yeah, like that was a good call.
Yeah.
You know, it turns out that she's the victim, and now you look like an asshole. But like, at least they didn't come out the asshole, triple down on their stance, and say, "Screw it, we're taking her to jail for interference."
Yeah.
Or resisting or some bullshit.
I mean, the sweep had to be made. Once the sweep was done, they got out. They bailed. Yeah. So, you know, but I don't know.
So I think they came to, you have to assume, the way I used to approach these, and I told everybody this, assume everyone's neither, like suspect or victim. But all you know is I still need to know what all the parties have done. I still need to hear everyone's side of the story, and everyone deserves some level of being talked to. I've had it to where both parties don't want to talk to me. And I said, hey, as long as you come to this door and tell me everybody's okay, if everybody that's in this apartment comes up to this door and talks to me, I won't push the matter. Done that a ton of times. I said, I just need to look at, and I've had just as much resistance as what this lady did. Is everybody inside that apartment shows up, I can look at them. I have satisfied the need for the government to ensure that there's no victim here. Nobody's got bodily injuries. I'm not entering your apartment. We're not doing anything. I can now clear this call, one, with a clean conscience, but two, that I've legally satisfied everyone's right to be free of being victimized, right? That's the easiest way, and my only real suggestion on maybe how to have handled it a little bit better. Yeah. But her saying someone was in there and there's somebody wasn't in there, and like, he's gone, but maybe he's not gone. Like, I understood why they felt that there was potentially a third party or the victim or the suspect or whoever it was in this apartment. And they do have the legal authority to ensure that, one, the suspect, or two, the victim is not in there and injured. There's a lot of legal precedence for that. I would argue that call plays itself out like that 100 times a day. And to mixed results. It's either going to be you just saved somebody's life, or you just got somebody out of a terrible situation, or nothing. It's all very, very messy.
See 2 cases of suspects who caused trouble at car dealerships.
So just to follow up on it real quick, because there's a lot of people saying he was fired. The story that I found that's linked under the video actually says he was suspended for a day, given additional training.
Ooh, he got fired for that?
Well, no. So that's what I'm saying is like the story that's linked in the video does not show that he was fired. It says He was investigated. He was suspended for a day, removed from being an FTO, and then ordered to receive an additional training. And then 2 months later, promoted to detective. So I don't know where the firing is coming from. If somebody can link me that.
If he got fired, I would be shocked. I feel like that's
I can definitely see additional training.
Well, and even then, like the
I don't see the promotion to detective.
No, I don't see that. I don't see that at all.
That's crazy.
But I don't. I think if you're, is it messy? Should a discussion happen? Sure. I think 100% you sit there and talk about, is this a policy issue? Is this whatever? Anytime you run into any of these things, you're gonna care, right? And you should, because you should constantly be evaluating the way that you're interacting with the public, right? I don't think anything more than a conversation should have come out of it from a disciplinary standpoint. Nobody was rude. Nobody used force that wasn't getting used on them. They were like, we're going to search the apartment to make sure there's not a third party. She got in the way and said no. She could have said no, but not fought him, right? But you don't get to like say no if they believe that they have authority on it. Unless, again, it's the hill you're willing to die on, knock it out. I totally understand the ethos behind somebody who's willing to go find a hill that they're willing to die on. It just like, for what? Specifically in that instance, if you're not hiding Jimmy Hoffa and whatever, like I think it's easier to say right now in a conversation that that's the hill you die on versus in the reality in the real world where unless there's like a religious reason you didn't want him in there.
Yeah. So, and here's the like what experts say section of the article. Legal experts generally agree that the deputies had a duty to search the woman's apartment to ensure that she was not in continued danger.
Yeah.
Not doing so could have placed the department in liability had they left and she was hurt by the boyfriend.
Yeah.
But experts said they are troubled by other aspects of the encounter.
Yeah.
So there's like a whole thing, but I'm going to drop the link in the chat so y'all can take a look at it.
Yeah. I just don't see it's gray. So you got to imagine this is why you have such a split party here, right? This is what gray area policing looks like.
Yeah.
At the end of the day. And I think it, as easy as it is to sit there and turn to the government, right? And say, what's the government and screw them for doing that. I would argue people, the same situation. Let's look at the domestic relationship, right? Who generally, how often do we hold people accountable that are neglecting their kids or being abusive or being murderers? We'll be very quick to get on the throw them in the wood chipper kind of stance for someone like a pedophile, right? But you won't do that when you'll almost try to hold somebody else to that ridiculous standard depending on your relationship with that victim or with that set of circumstances. I think it's a real... Because it's domestic and because all of us experience some level of relationships, I think that we can be biased in one way, shape, or form, but like the legal precedents around this. And if you want to go be an anarchist, I guess go live out in the woods, go knock it out. But like, it's a lot more complicated than people make it out to be. And I think this is why I care a lot about people having the education or the background. This is why I get picky about SFSTs. This is why we get picky about making sure that you can articulate a stop.
Yeah.
All of it still has to get articulated in some way, shape, or form.
And on that front of articulation, that's also great, like a good way to de-escalate. And it's even mentioned in the article here that they did a lot of asking questions, not a lot of building rapport. And that complicated the situation for him. And it was apparently, according to some retired senior detective supervisor for LAPD, it's basically said they made a lot of mistakes in how they approached the person, and escalated a situation that could have been.
They could have left and it wouldn't have mattered, right? Let's just say, screw it, she doesn't want to talk to us, we can leave. I get that. It's just like at the same time, Uvalde used that policy. It's going to sort itself out. I'm just going to hang out. I'm going to respect their Fourth Amendment rights to make sure that I don't go into a door that somebody doesn't want me. Like, that's what I was getting at. Like, people are very quick to want to say, here's a very specific example where I think XYZ applies. I was like, we get to armchair it, right? We get to sit there and say, well, we knew she was the victim. I was like, well, they got to make a determination eventually. They can't just sit on their hands and do nothing. Or if they're going to do nothing, they need to explain why. And then you're not allowed to be mad at law enforcement for not intervening, right? Like, that's kind of my thing is if we want to collectively get mad, which we should, get mad at Uvalde for sitting on their hands and doing nothing because they didn't want to take the responsibility of what might happen if officers go in there. we then can't be upset. You know what I'm saying? Like
you don't have to. I would go even. You don't have to go to Uvalde because that's an extreme case. You can go to Gabby Petito, which was our very first stream.
Like, Gabby Petito's a great example. Yeah,
that was actually a perfect example because that was a situation where in the call, as we watched it, she was technically the aggressor.
Yeah.
But as we found out a month later, it was a hell of a lot more complicated than that.
Yeah.
And there was a very long toxic relationship that was happening there, and she ended up dead. Right. If those officers had followed what typically would be the shall arrest of it, right? She might have rethought her relationship by spending a night in jail, or at the very least, they could have separated them. They let her go with them. A month later, she's dead.
Yeah.
Right.
Gabby Petito's actually a perfect example.
Analogous to this situation in that, like, you've got a conflict of rights here, but you also have very clear policy and very clear case law on what you can and can't do.
Yeah.
The issues that you are facing are less on what is your legal authority and more on like what is your approach here.
Sure.
How are you actually interacting with the person that you're dealing with to get the correct outcome for the situation that you're in?
But that's kind of what I meant is like, even though it was very messy, it was a messy situation. That's why I have issue if they're going to sit there and want to say discipline. Because I was like, do I get it? Did you end up tackling a victim? Yeah. You know, did you end up... You point guns at victims a lot of times. You go into a shooting in progress, you might sit there and be like, who's who? You're running in the door not knowing whether or not you're about to get in a gunfight or whether or not you're finding your victim, right? This happens all the time. And again, having been the person that's been asked, hey, go risk your life and maybe not go home to go intervene on our behalf, like I kind of understand it from that law enforcement perspective. If I'm forced to do something, I just need to be able to legally justify what I'm doing. Like it's complicated. If you've never had to be in that situation where you're now having to make decisions for adults, it's very complicated. You're damned if you do, you're kind of damned if you don't. And that there's no real good, there was no excellent answer. There was only outcomes that were going to matter there. Technically, she didn't get hurt, even though she had to get tackled and handcuffed. And yes, you can go talk about it. If they want to go handle it civilly, they can. But I'm just glad that they were able to kind of walk away from that. And no.
Starting with this man who tried stealing a car.
Get the other car. Come on. So, what's going on? What's what? What was you doing? I was touching. What? I was trying to get in the car. I was just looking in the car. Are you looking to buy? Yeah. That's what I was looking at. I was just looking at the interior. That's it. That's literally it. Why would I sit try to steal a car on the side of the road and, you know what I mean? Sidewalk distance.
I actually buy this guy's story a little bit. I have seen a lot of people that just go to car lots to look at cars. And if none of these cars, like as long as he doesn't have tools and he's not like messing with it, this is a pretty weak stop at this point in time. I'm not saying you don't have it because my issue is I don't have a backpack, right? I don't have tools. And I mean, he could have some in his pocket, I guess. But I don't have like enough tools to give me maybe reasonable suspicion, right? You might be able to detain him to say, hey, I'm going to verify that you're not stealing a car. But this is pretty weak at this point. He actually did a very good job of suspecting here. But I totally get. And now if staff were complaining at this guy, like they told him to leave, he didn't leave, they're doing whatever, that's a different call. But
west of Ford on 15th Street, northbound side of 15th Street. I wouldn't even try to do some shit like try to steal a car off the men's like. I mean, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Come on, bro. Like, you really think I'll do some dumb shit? Somebody called it in. Yeah, I'm getting tired of these calling it in. And
agreed.
Bro, it's not nothing against you, man. I'm getting a little upset with like. Cause like the one officer's cool, man. Like, you're pretty cool too, man. I'm trying to, man. I know you're trying to. I can tell.
1932 hours.
But I have no record. I have nothing. Like I'm very smart. I work cybersecurity, all that. Like, come here, man. Put your hands on your back. Whoa. Put your hands. What did I do? Put your hands on your back. What did I do? Put your hands on your back. Right. I said, put your hands on your back. What did I do?
I don't know what the handcuffing. Maybe a detention, but it'd be a real stretch. I would have had to have, because what I don't like about a third-party caller on this is open to the public, and it's a car dealership. People are going to look at cars, right? Whether the place is open or not, and if they're going to have it to where they don't want people looking at cars when they're not open, they got to have a sign posted or like a fence or something. I don't know. I don't know that I'm going straight hands-on with this guy. Even if he got squirrely, because I don't have... Like, where's the body of the crime of him trying to steal a car? Keith, am I missing something?
No, I mean... Of course, off screen, you know, a screwdriver and a window punch might have fallen out of his pocket, you know.
Yeah,
so,
very
but
different.
We don't see it. But what we do see is I don't know the reason for him snatching a hold of him yet.
Yeah, I don't see it yet. Maybe he saw something, and there is a small chance that this body cam does not capture what he saw. It would have to make it into the report. This is why reports are important. But like, I would also say this is why I'm also a big fan of saying stuff out loud. Because, yeah, dude, a screwdriver and, like, a bunch of, like, I don't know, pliers and stuff fall out of his pocket.
Yeah, something. I mean,
and you just say, like, hey, what are these tools for? And then he immediately gets squirrely. I was like, what's different? Because if I ask what the tools are for, he's like, oh, I fix stuff. I'm a handicap. Or I carry tools on myself, right, all the time. And I'm not a mechanic or nothing. But as long as it's reasonable, like, what's going to be my... But if he gets weird... someone accused him of stealing cars, and now he's got car stealing stuff, and he's in a car lot. Like, it's a little different.
Yeah. Put your hands behind your back.
Just articulate it.
What did I do? Behind your back. Yo, what did I do? Put your hands behind your back.
I mean, if you're in for it, dude.
Put your hands behind your back.
That's tell Make.
Sweep your leg. What? I'll tell you now. I'll tell you to chill out. How done are we? I don't know. How done? Sit up. Okay. You ready to get up? Go back. Get the back of this police car. Anything on you dangerous? No, sir. Okay, no, sir. Yes, sir.
Undercover in an Altima? That's extra undercover, dog. Oh my god.
You sure? Don't give me Jim. Hey, relax. Hey. Go away. Go away. Go. We don't need you. Go away. Go away. We don't go away. Go away.
Was he mad at the undercovers?
It seemed like it.
That's kind of sussy, dog. Also, that like uniformed were like, you need to fucking leave. Like, don't show up and piss off the guy that we just got in a fight with. This is shitty.
Come back.
This is weird.
Hey, stop. You know what? You know. Get out of here. Go. Act like you know what you're talking about. Get out of here. Now,
whoa.
What we don't want to do is hobble them inside the car. They're the act like. I want your opinion on what you know. Get out of here. Go.
Bro, Big Sarge.
Talking to me.
He's talking to the other officers, I guess. He's really getting after it here. This is weird.
Act like you know what you're talking about. Get out of here.
You think maybe it's like lot security? Or something? That was weird. They look like cops. Everyone looks like cops here, but that's weird.
Now we got to. What we don't want to do is hobble them inside the car. They're to hobble them outside the car. Okay. But we're inside the car. But you're going to jail. I don't want to repeat the shoes. Yeah. But we don't want a problem. Yes. So when we do this, you, I'll take bigger guys, you need to pin down the top. On the stomach or back. You won't be able to kick her. You and out 3.
What is going on? I think they're maybe like searching him.
They're gonna hobble him.
What's hobbling?
He's kicking. Hobble.
Oh, like to put leg restraints or whatever if he's kicking the car.
Yeah, snatch his legs up a little bit. Yep.
Don't bite me, motherfucker. Yeah. Well, you know, that's the problem. Deep breaths and relax.
Being difficult in an arrest, I don't know if there's any constitutionality to that, but it won't help.
Here you go. It's like last time. I'll follow you up there. Apologize to me. What I want you to do is I want you to calm down. I want you to sit back and relax and take some deep breaths. Do you understand me?
I'm on the phone 911 right now.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, because my vehicle's stolen, and I got permission from the owner to be here.
Your vehicle's stolen?
Yeah, I bought one about a month ago for 60 grand. They didn't give it to me. I can show you. I showed the officers before. I showed the owner, and he's...
Is this two separate clips?
Innocent until proven guilty.
Relax and take some deep breaths. Do you understand me?
I was like, is this a separate clip?
Suspect was charged with burglary, resisting an officer with violence and battery.
I wonder if somebody else was investigating it and he just made contact. Because if they're accusing him of burglary, then he made entry into a vehicle unlawfully.
Something.
With the intent of theft or whatever. If this is for vehicle burglary, then that's fine. But he'd have to be breaking into cars. Now, in a dealership, they likely have video evidence of it. That I understand. But, so I can skip the second one? Okay, I'll skip the second one. That's a weird one. I have done criminal trespass. We had somebody sleeping and eating inside of a dealership car, which was kind of smart. I thought it was kind of hilarious. But they wanted to get him for criminal trespass because apparently he had been doing that periodically. He would just pull on all the door handles, find one that was open, and then sleep in it. And I was like, I mean, I get it. He had like a blanket and everything. I was impressed. But I think they ended up dropping it down to like just a CT warning and not the actual charge. They ended up dropping charges later. But I remember thinking like, well, your boy's cold. I'd have just taken him to the we had like a church that would take him.
Sorry about my typing, y'all.
That's your big old clack, clack, clack.
Yes, I've got a very loud keyboard. We're just kind of following up on that other video.
Lake County wide. Northbound 41.
4 theft suspects. That's a lot of suspects.
You're ready to come up to 45th?
Northbound 41 coming up to 45th. Can someone get some stop sticks?
Stop sticks at Indy and Ridge Road.
He might have a flat tire and just slow down. I'm behind him now directly. There's stop sticks out
Northbound, Taser, Martha Street.
No way! What a ninja!
Wait, go back. I missed it. I was trying to find out where my keyboard was.
Good. Turn it off.
Watch out, get to the right, get to the right.
They needed that one on the truck one.
Get to the right.
Good stick. Stay to the right.
I think every officer on there got stick too.
Probably.
Everybody's getting sticked.
Now, hands up. Central Muscle double A. I'm out that nail. Stop right there. Right there. Stop. Both of you. Get over here. Against the wall.
Wait, he's working a completely different call? My dog stop. Wow. He stops, sticks a pursuit, and then comes back and gets a shoplifting call. My dog.
Wall now. Against the wall now. Hands up. Hands against the wall. Hands behind your back. Hand behind your back. What's going on? Wait that one moment. Hand behind your back.
Very compliant handcuffing.
You been to CVS in Munster recently? No. The video says otherwise. We're gonna hang that up right now. Oh. Let's get stuff over here by my spot.
All right, find a third call real quick. Get the record.
Get the record.
Central Munster, don't wait. I have 2 detained at
Catch
once.
somebody speeding in the parking lot or something.
We're good over here if someone can assist.
Are they trying to say... What is this call then? Shoplifting? What is... Why did he go and arrest? Okay.
CBS. Are they just calling it the incident? It's a little small on my screen.
It's two different CVSs that got robbed, basically, or stolen or
Oh.
shoplifted from. That's wild. That's kind of cool. 4 subs.
So they were catching the same group, or was it two different groups and they just
two
happened to be
separate
happening at the same
groups
time?
that happen to be
That's
happening at the
crazy.
same time. That's wild.
And they got them all nice. So he was responding to one while the other guys were responding to the other one and happened to come across his CVS. in their
That's
chase.
crazy. Because we would get people that would do burglaries like this with commercial buildings. They'd hit like 2 or 3 at the same time, so you can only respond to so many. Or they would like hold up. There was these idiots. They did it. I think TikTok was just becoming a thing,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe it was something. I don't remember what it was for, but they were fake robbing fast food joints. They ran up, would fake rob them, and then leave. Like they wouldn't take anything. They just point a gun and they'd shoot like BBs into the air. And somebody responded to the first one. I responded to the second, and I remember getting on the radio and saying, "Hey, we have 3 more in our beat. Go to those next." They hit the third one while I was getting on the radio, and they screwed up because one of them went to high school with one of the kids and recognized him. And then, of course, they did it live like idiots. And we ended up, I was there when we arrested them at home because they're idiots. But you'll have situations like that where there'll be like a string of incidents. You get caught up on one and can't be at the other. That's good on them. That's this PD. This is PD. Can I plus 10 it?
Plus 15 it.
Plus 15? Okay. That gets me to negative 91. We're doing all right.
Nice.
He's one of the bright spots. Okay, so we're in the spicier part of the stream. The rest of these are spicy. We're at the tail end of it for those of you keeping score at home. This is...
Spicier than that apartment call?
No kidding, right? This is PD. Let's see. Man crashes and threatens police with a hammer. That sounds like that's a poor choice.
Hey, that girl did get a $200,000 settlement from the city, and
based.
And that deputy got he resigned, but he also got charged for it.
No way. What'd they charge him with?
Well, it was because of the actual tackle and the way that he took her to the ground. I think it might have just been either too blurry. I didn't really see all of it because I was
if he
policing the chat.
suplexed the kid, that's different.
So apparently he got his arm around her throat, etc. Like there was a whole thing. I didn't really get to see it. I was just reading off of the thing.
Yeah.
But essentially, the department just settled. They're like, yeah, no, that's the way he did it was not the way that
that's wild.
You talk or
I don't know,
taught.
dog. I'm for once.
I will say, and again, I'll reiterate just that I think it's more the approach of how, because he was also the second deputy there, and he just heard not being cooperative.
Sure.
I think the way that he treated it was definitely not the way that you treat that investigation in terms of how you interact with a person.
Both of
for
them
de-escalation.
Yeah, both of them could have verbal judoed their way out of there, but there's no good training for that. There's really
I think
not. You got it or you don't.
Yeah, we got a lot in the weeds of the legal authority to go into the apartment, and we kind of glossed over
going hands-on.
the way that they interacted with her, because it wasn't great.
Yeah, and because the female officer in that, Garnt, yes, it is spicy time. Thank you for the super chat. The legal authority for the invest was probably fine. But I didn't like the way that the female officer interacted with her in general, just in the way that you're asking questions. It's not criminal, and I don't know that it's conduct unbecoming. It's just not again, you don't get to
she was not, and to be fair, she was not the one that got charged.
Agreed.
It was the other guy.
But the way you verbally approach that stuff, you can talk yourself into a fight, or you could talk yourself out of one. And you very easily could have maybe done something to rapport build, because again, you don't try to treat them like the suspect or victim. You treat them as neither. You're just trying to see if there's suspects or victims here, as opposed to saying, well, she's a female, so of course she's my victim. Or it's a male, of course she's my suspect, right? Like, that's kind of the advice I used to always give with rookies when they would come in, and they'd kind of look at me like, well, I don't know. It's like, stop looking at them as if they've done it. Do you have a crime? That's your first. If there's no crime, what the fuck are we doing, right? But if you know that a crime happened, well, then let's figure out, you know, what's our evidence for that? Once you have evidence of the crime, then you can sit there and say, well, can we determine? Because there's times where they're both suspects and both victims simultaneously. It totally happens. Because mutual combat doesn't exist in domestic relationships, right? I have taken both parties to jail multiple times. But, like, I don't know. Shit's complicated. That is the most gray part of policing by far. This is going to be less so, but we'll see if Burlington police here.
Oh, is it Burlington, the same ones that shot through a dressing room?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
I remember that one.
Was it? I thought that was LAPD.
Maybe. No, Burlington. It was Burlington that did it at the Target, and they shot the 14-year-old girl.
Yeah. That's wild.
Yeah. I remember because I edited that into like an in case you missed it 3-parter. So it's burned into my memory forever. That was Burlington, North Carolina, so I don't know if this is Carolina or not.
Okay, where now? Can you come chat with me? Don't pull away. Do not leave. Do not. He's pulling out. He's trying to pull out. Do not leave.
This is sketchy. She did a very good job of not being in front of that car. Shout out to her. She didn't try to run to her car. She also didn't get in front of it. This is a sussy situation. She's not going straight to deadly force. Because, like, maybe he's just fleeing the scene of an accident. However, she is recognizing that this car is dangerous to her. And this is as safe as you can get with a car. These trees are your friend, by the way.
Stop! He's coming out. He's coming out.
Oh no, it was a Burlington store. No, you were right. It was LAPD. My bad.
It's 50.
It was a Burlington store.
He wrecked.
I thought it was a Target.
This is honestly what pisses me off about this kind of stuff is you'll have like a really poor family that is the only mode of transportation, and it's this guy that happens to hit their car, and that's like economically crippling to a very poor family where it's just this guy's Tuesday or whatever. He's gonna abuse his credit and all that shit anyways. That always pisses me off.
Stop, stop, stop. He's got a hammer. Go, go. Watch out, watch out. No! The kid's out! Drop the weapon! Drop the weapon!
I'm honestly surprised he didn't get the beans right then and there, to be honest. That first lunge, and he's already kind of threatening other people. She's actually handling this incredibly well. Yeah, she got out of the way of the car. She's called everything out on the radio. She's not screaming, and she's at least giving verbal commands and trying to get everybody out of the scene that doesn't need to be there. That's actually, I don't know how much more you can ask out of somebody.
Drop the hammer! Drop the hammer!
Drop the damn hammer.
Calm down. I don't want to go to jail again. Calm down. I don't want to go to jail.
She's backing up right now, which is really... This is now going from the correct thing to do into like the courageous thing to do. She sees that he's in like a very acute state of mind. She is 100% okay in this specific instance as far as lethal force is concerned. He's making threats. He's saying he's not going to jail. We already kind of know where this is going. However, I do think that this is giving her that extra bit of insurance on backing up. My only beef, and is the only little bit of criticism I'll levy on her, is if she backs up too much, she'll make the street her backstop and not that hill. I don't necessarily like the idea of her sailing one and going to that house, but currently she's got a doable backstop. She also has potential victims behind her. Eventually there's a place where you now you're forced to contain him, and if he decides to make a choice that's deadly for himself, you do have to unfortunately oblige. But this is very courageous and thoughtful of her to try to buy him this much more time to make a better decision and give him verbal commands. But yeah, this is very much a deadly threat.
You better calm down. Shoot me. Drop the hammer. I'm not going back. Drop the hammer.
So this is kind of what I mean. Now your backstop's changing. this now
That's
gets
houses.
That's kind of what I mean. And now, like, it's not just sailing one over his head. You sail one over his shoulder, and it's a house. Versus back there, it was a berm, basically, like God's given berm here. The other issue you might run into here is that you can't look at these cars that are behind you, so you don't know if they're trying to leave or if they panic or whatever. Or worse, you trip over one of these things that you can't see, and you fall down, and now you're having to deal with the guy that's got a hammer that's standing over you, and you got a gun. Like, it's not a great. This is a coin flip as to whether or not she gets to leave this encounter unscathed. Give Juan a hammer, and all I got is a 9mm, and he's got 10 feet. Like,
I'm taking you out.
Even if I land
Easy.
4 or 5 rounds, like, if he hits me in the head, I'm a dead man. Like, these are little beans, and he's gonna cave my skull in.
Yeah, at this distance, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
At this distance, if I got a pipe or a hammer and you've got a gun,
dude, it's a tie. I might kill you, but I ain't walking away from that unscathed. You know what I mean? Yeah, like that's sketchy.
Nobody wants to shoot you. Drop the hammer.
She is doing a really good. I commend her.
She offers her presence to way.
I was about to say, yeah. I commend.
Shout out.
I commend the shit out of her doing it this way, but it was incredibly dangerous.
Roll onto your stomach. Do it now. Roll to your left onto your stomach. Drop the hammer.
She's smart to not approach.
Thomas.
You had just a tiny little window where maybe you run up there and chuck that thing. It's such a small. All I'm getting at is, like, it's purely skills based. There was a really cool scenario where I had a SWAT officer, the door kicking dinosaur that I had. This is a 58-year-old man, but has a 6-pack. Because let's be honest, he was taking TRT. But he, in a scenario where normally this was cops, these were all sworn officers taking an in-service scenario. He was so fast to go hands-on. He was the only person that didn't get a deadly force encounter with a suspect that was going to eventually retrieve a knife from a table. But because he took that little window and had the physical capability of doing it and was willing to risk it, he's like, I'll take that fight, right, over a hammer or whatever. If I got a gun, I pistol whip this guy and take the gun. But this is also like probably like a brown belt in jiu-jitsu. This dude's like 6'2", 190 pounds at like 5% body fat, and all he does is CrossFit and train. Versus a regular average cop, yeah, I'm probably not taking that risk. I agree with her decision not to approach.
Yeah, I agree too, because what I was going to say is that feels more doable when you've got multiple officers than you're by yourself with a gun in your hand. Because, like, okay, you could go up there and kick it, but you're, again, closing the distance to the point where, like, he can pick it up in less than 2 seconds, in half a second, and then use it on you, and now you're really close. So also for the chat, since y'all seem to be having trouble, make the L's with your hands so you can figure out the one that shows you an L is your left. The one that shows you a backwards L is everybody else's left. Just like,
oh, they're not flipping it in their mind?
No. For people without dyslexia, yeah.
Oh,
Josh, you need to do 7s.
I need to do 7s.
Thomas.
Hopefully that works. She's also really calm. Like, she's in control of this situation.
Thomas, can you take a
Come on,
breath
ladies.
for me? Can you roll onto your left side, okay? I don't want to hurt you.
That was a shot.
That's a good one. Can you roll? Drop the hammer.
I like the taser.
Drop the hammer. Drop the hammer. Let's do it. Thomas.
So she needs to get Taser Girl here, needs to flank him just a bit more. You're going to be a backstop for this guy, but you're not a backstop for the officer to your left. Get a little bit more on his right, turn that taser sideways, and see if you can't taser him while he's on the ground. Yeah, you're trying to hit torso. Because his legs are going to be useless. Like, you hit him in the legs, it's just going to hurt. He's going to pick that hammer up and run at you guys. But if you can land this, like, here, you got a real shot at locking him up. You can run over there, take the hammer, and get after it. But from where she's standing, and honestly, this officer here is kind of screwing her out of that because she doesn't want to be this guy's backstop, which I get. This is kind of where an arrest team makes sense. Somebody take the responsibility of looking at it and say, okay, this chick's got lethal, this chick's got taser. Let me put myself in a position where I can help. 3rd, 4th, 5th officer, that's your only job. These chicks are locked in on trying to deal with the suspect. You deal with scene safety, block cars from getting there, something. Figure it out.
I'm going to say it again.
Thomas, listen.
man catcher with shield.
Dog, it would be goated.
Solos.
Here. It would be goated here. You'd look like Achilles
hit
just
him.
blocking.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dude.
Mm-hmm. You could even do the jump and everything if you wanted.
Yeah.
Take a deep breath.
I'm not going to jail. Shoot me, bitches.
Thomas, stop.
Shoot me.
Thomas, look at me. Look at me. Thomas.
I'm not going.
Look at me.
Dog also tasing him here. He's totally taking a probe to the face.
If you throw a net on him,
Net's
he's
not a bad
done
idea
skis.
either.
Take a deep breath.
I
Okay?
am not going. This bitch
Thomas.
has ruined my life.
No.
You have no idea.
You know what this is? A domestic that escalated. Early intervention could have prevented that.
Thomas. I don't.
No one knows. I am not going to go to jail for
What?
this fucking stupid cunt. She fucking.
What do you do?
Thomas, listen.
You wake Kinsey up with your "What are you doing?" in your sleep.
Oh, dude, yeah.
One hammer.
This is where this also gets sketchy. We're giving him free reign to run around here. This is kind of where tasing would have made. The second he's like, you got to push the envelope and do the taser, get the arrest plan in. I don't mind forcing it here just because I don't want him going into one of these houses.
Thomas, stop.
You got him.
Stop it.
Imagine you're an old lady in that house. You're one door kick away from this going very poorly.
But hey, he's got he's got freedom of movement rights.
Yeah, no shit, right?
That one's for you, Blink.
Was that beanbag?
Yeah.
Oh, folded him like an omelet.
Nice shot, dude. Right to the arm.
That is beanbag. That's goated. Dude, that's a victory.
Stop.
Glock MOS without an optic is a sin.
Tensing up. Your knee up.
Thomas.
Bro, they just saved that guy's life.
Okay. Give me your shoulder.
Shame.
He's not very happy about it.
I bet, dog. Beanbag at that distance is damn near lethal. Like, that's how bad that is. That folded him like an omelet. From having experienced it a bunch firsthand, crying is exactly the reaction you get no matter what. When they were convinced they were going to die and you managed to get him into custody, without fail, it's probably 8 times in my career we managed to force it, get the guy to not give up. He didn't do it willingly. We found a way to do it, but every single one of them cried. You got to imagine, you just thought you were going to die and now you didn't. You're going to have an emotional response. GG to his ribs, though. Agreed, Abby. Like, that is, my boy got crushed. Did save his life, though.
Oh my god.
Can you break a bone with the...
Please get your knee off.
You can kill him. We had a guy die. This was months ago. The beanbag malfunctioned and it went into his chest. Yeah, it is
that's
not.
right. Yeah, no, I remember that.
It's called
Yeah, the one that I
less
really
lethal
remember was
for a reason.
the one I really remember was Summer of Love in Dallas, where they got the one bystander lady.
Oh, dude.
Like in the whatever this bone's called.
Yeah. The face is deadly
Just-
force.
Yeah.
No matter what the distance, I think. But like even when you're aiming at the body, did y'all have beanbag shotguns, Keith?
Yes, we did have those.
What's the distance for deadly? It's like 30 yards. Like you can't use it close because it's still
Yeah,
a
I
lot.
mean-
That thing's still cooking.
Yeah, there's a lot of velocity travel with those things. And
Maybe it's 20. I didn't take the training, so I don't know off the top of my head, but do you remember off the top of your head?
Well, we tried out like a spud gun. Do you remember Bullet?
Yeah.
Something like that. We had something like that for a little while. It was really, it was just like a big piece of clay, and fire that sucker out and a big like Play-Doh is what it was like. But I don't remember what lethal is for.
That was a win for female officers. Shout out. She kind of crushed it there.
Fine job for the ladies.
This is municipal, correct?
It is.
I will give them a 20 for taking that dude into custody. That's
There you
pretty
go.
good. That's an easy plus 20. Also took a lot of courage to not perfectly justified to take lethal force there and chose not to. That's big mom energy right there. You don't want to die, dog. I'm trying to think. Keith probably has way more than I do, but there's about 9 people walking this earth because I decided not to kill them. I had full legal authority. They put me in a terrible situation, but I had that big man privilege. Being north of 200 pounds gives your ego a bit of a boost, and you believe you'll survive something you might not. Again, like pure ego alone, if I ever got into an altercation, 100% is a deadly threat to me at 10 yards with a fucking hammer. This man's got plenty of strength to just cave my skull in. Even if I was wearing a helmet, I'm probably still absolutely screwed if he connects. But like sheer ego alone would be like, no, I think I could dodge it or whatever. And it's like, well, so how did Jesus for me?
Yeah, you do one of these, come in from underneath.
Yeah, that one dust training video I said makes me think I survived that. And Juan reminds me that hammers have been killing people for millennia. Really quickly.
As you know, as soon as somebody swings a weapon, they only got the one in them.
That's all. That's
they
it.
They don't keep doing it.
There's no follow through. There's no
Nah, if you can just block that one, you're good. You're golden.
You're I'm just gonna disarm a 200-pound man that's holding a hammer.
Apparently, it's National Police Women's Day today, so there you go.
Is it really? Goated.
So we have so many good body cams.
She crushed, dog. Like I legitimately, I if I was her supervisor, I'm putting in for like a Medal of Valor or some shit. Like that was very like. She allowed herself to be in a more deadly situation to not do it. Now, also, you do have some people that have hesitancy with lethal force. That totally could have been the case, too. But I think she was perfectly legal to be able to do it.
Yeah, she didn't seem hesitant. She seemed like she wanted to just give him a chance.
No, blank. Paul Pelosi was staged. If someone actually hit that old man with a hammer, he'd be fine. He'd have been dead.
And it takes more than one hit. Your skull's pretty...
Now,
intense.
Paul Pelosi was getting hit, but it was from his boyfriend, and probably he was consenting to it. If you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. The hammer stuff probably didn't happen. He was like, "We got caught. We got to go with Plan Delta, or we fake it like a break-in." This specific model and body style of Chevy truck scared me every time. It was the shadiest dudes, like dangerously shady dudes, top tier rednecks, and not in a bad way. I mean that in like they're very resourceful, probably armed, probably shoot more than I do, and definitely have tannerite in that truck bed. I want to say no. Pipe bomb guy had a van, didn't he?
Yeah, no, he was a truck. Oh, yeah, no, it was a truck.
We got to look back on that one.
I'm pretty sure it was a truck.
This thing probably got 300,000 miles on it, still probably running like a top, but is also like a dangerous human being driving this.
Shove toilet.
Can you sip on that for me?
A lot of people.
I don't know about that, dog.
Show me your hands.
Oh, well, shout out to bad marksmanship.
Holy cow.
Oh, they did get him. Okay.
I have no idea how this lady's not smoked. Bro, that was a car full of people.
Show me your hands.
Seems like they
pull a gun or no? He's
passenger side door and this guy.
They tag anybody else? Gotta be careful how much of this I show.
Are all you guys okay? No! Who got shot? No, I don't think anybody got shot. Okay. Just get her away from here for a second, bro. Hey, you guys sit tight. You guys sit tight. Bro, sit tight. What the fuck happened? He pulled the gun on.
Bro, my Aryan Brotherhood friend here.
He pulled the gun on it. I got that. Okay.
I'll be honest, I'm still probably drawn down on this whole car.
I was about to say, I'm pointing a gun at everybody. Don't tell me don't point a gun at us. Bro, you guys are
look.
In bad company right now.
Look, all I'm saying is, if your knee-jerk reaction is to pull a gun, my knee-jerk reaction is to pull a gun. That's all I'm saying. Like, That is wild. Gloves they're kind of past gloves, unfortunately, but that was sus.
Well, I'm not pointing at you right now. We're just trying to figure this out.
Bro, the biggest sin here is this hot and ready pizza getting not hot and less ready. This is a veggie ass.
Hey, I want you to do me a favor. I took it off from some stupid kids over there. Okay, we will get you over there. No, I need you to come get up there.
Everybody's coming out of this car.
Oh, did she get hit or is that his blood?
That's his blood.
You got hit? You got hit?
Okay.
No.
Yeah, everybody's getting hit.
Come get one away.
That is wild.
Okay, keep your hands up. Not moving.
What happened to homie?
He said those were warning shots.
You say those were warning shots? So that's wild. None of these went through the cabin. They only shot basically in this door.
That's what I was saying. I think it was just that door.
Well, shout out to them. Oh, we get to see this. Oh, I'm going to slow this down here. He opens this one. He opens the second one. I hate that it buffers like this. I just want to see when because you're going to see, it's like the cop hitch is what I call it, where he's going to take a big step back and immediately reach for his gun here. This is him visually probably figuring out this guy's pulling a gun on him. There it is. That's the cop hitch right there. He said, "Ooh."
Honestly, real smart of him to close the door on him.
Yeah.
Like, it's probably just instinctual, but it gave him
I bought him time.
like a
dude.
half second just to get off the X.
Okay, I'm going to see it real time real quick, and then I want to slow it down.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no clue how they didn't hit everybody in that car.
I think this guy might have. I think this guy only shot once or twice. This guy. What an idiot! Yeah, bro. Like, this is a legit. Oh my god.
I was just pulling it out of my deal. 540 win each, man, Mass. All I did was pull it out of here. I wasn't going to pull it on y'all. That was dumb, man.
The fact that you used pulled and gun in the sentence, it doesn't matter what your intention. You're an idiot.
How do we know that? I'm sorry, guys.
He said, "I'm sorry, guys." You know, +5 for suspect. Jeez. Is this my people?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, these are my people. I'm gonna give him a solid, like, I'm gonna give him 10.
There you go.
I think
You're
10's fair. I don't want to give him any more than that because cop MOA is a thing. I am glad though that the guy walked away. I don't know if there was malice in his actions, but that was very clearly a deadly threat, and people cannot be stupid like that. And I remember I had a discussion with her. It's actually this week. It was a great discussion. But she found out I was a cop in another life. And she asked me about fear for life, right? And she says, well, if a cop's scared, like, shouldn't you just, like, get people that don't get scared? And I said, well, like, I would be willing to play by those rules if everyone had to play by those rules. Right? That's kind of what I told her. I was like, do you want to live in a world where as long as I'm holding a gun down, you're not allowed to be threatened by it? And I just get to hold it in my hand all day as like a concealed carry person? Or would you rather that be brandishing? And she's like, oh yeah, that would
Those are my rights, Josh.
Yeah, well, like, I'm allowed to do it until I'm starting to put people in fear, right? And it's kind of the argument between, like, because even an open carry, the delineation for open carry was that it's either holstered or it's in a slung position that's not like a low ready. So like I remember when open carry was a big thing in Texas, the protocol was that you had to carry it on your back. So you'd carry it slung on your back because that's not a threatening posture. But if you had it in your hands and you're at low ready, like that's no different than, again, holding a pistol by my side versus it being in a holster and so on and so forth. So it's not the presence of it, it's the manner in which it's being used. Just like a pencil. A pencil's a perfectly innocuous thing, but the second I'm holding it like this and I'm holding you by your shirt and I'm raising my hand up here, it's very easily understandable as, like, you don't have to be John Wick for that to be a deadly weapon. But again, as probably tens of thousands of pages worth of legal arguments to figure out where that delineation is in the sand, where it stops being an item and it starts being something that can cause fear of serious bodily injury.
Please be advised, this statement is a preliminary account of what our investigation has revealed thus far. I'm Emily McKinley, Assistant Chief for the Louisville Metro Police Department. I'm going to provide an update to a recent...
Hold on. Why is blank saying Caden? Should I be nervous? Hold on.
No, it's moderator nonsense. Sweeper was having trouble getting his comments to show up. And I was making fun of him for it. But I can't make the actual joke I want to make because I won't be allowed to make it.
He wrote.
I banned those words.
He wrote tardigrade.
He did not. I don't think he did. But...
It's his last comment. He said tardigrade.
Oh yes, yeah, exactly.
That's top tier.
Yes,
it's an officer-involved shooting that occurred in LMPD's 3rd Division.
Oh my God.
On Wednesday, August 28th, at approximately 12:15 in the afternoon, Officer Brandon Brinkley was working a non-injury collision when an off-duty LMPD officer requested backup to assist the Kentucky State Police at the intersection of New Cut Road and Outer Loop. Officer Brinkley responded to the scene where he was met by a trooper with the Kentucky State Police and the off-duty LMPD officer who radioed for help. Officer Brinkley learned the trooper had been in pursuit of a vehicle.
This poor lady's so thin, she kind of floats in it. Like, this is clearly meant for like big people, and she's like swimming in this thing.
That crashed in the intersection. The trooper detained the driver of the vehicle. However, an armed passenger had fled from the scene toward the Peddler's Mall and Walmart
tailored
nearby.
to her is really all they got to do.
The trooper described the suspect as a white male wearing an orange shirt. Officer Brinkley leaves the scene of the collision and goes to the last known location.
Leaves? Or are those just
like
buttons?
they're little leaves, yeah.
Okay.
This just has a mic on it.
Yeah.
Shout out to Lav Mic.
I was just curious about the shape because it's not standard star shape.
Do they do leaves?
Oak leaves.
Is it
oak leaves? Okay.
Yeah.
Because they all wear oak leaves?
Stop.
Of the fleeing suspect. Officer.
Also, is there a reason for 2 pens as opposed to 1 pen? I've seen every...
I think one's a pencil.
Oh, and one's a pen?
Yeah.
No kidding.
I mean, that's what mine was. I had one was a pencil, one was a pen.
You had gold ones like this, or silver? I used to be silver if you weren't a supervisor, but
yeah, my dad got me a nice set of. He bought me a nice pilot set.
No kidding. Nobody loved me like that in my life.
Officer Brinkley enters the tire center of the Walmart and begins asking customers if they saw a suspect wearing an orange shirt. At least 2 customers direct the officer to the armed suspect's last known location inside Walmart. Officer Brinkley begins to search the crowded store for the alleged armed suspect,
like that, Target,
while
Walmart,
more
malls.
LMPD officers were responding to the scene.
God, dude, this is my worst
During
fear.
his search, Officer Brinkley observes an orange shirt discarded in one of the aisles of the Walmart, indicating the armed suspect may have altered his appearance.
Smart.
Officer Brinkley spots the suspect running towards the front of the store and begins to pursue him on foot. The suspect exits the front of the store with Officer Brinkley close behind. The suspect ignores all commands to stop. Outside of the store, Officer Brinkley notifies dispatch and responding officers that the suspect is reaching in his waistband. The suspect turns the corner of the store and forcibly enters the minivan of an innocent victim in the pharmacy drive-thru. He attempts to carjack the...
That's why you stay strapped, kids. You could have made this a lot less complicated for PD. If old granny and getting her medication was like, hell nah. Bust out the whole big iron and makes this easy.
Victim at gunpoint by demanding the victim to drive while pressing on the gas pedal with one hand and attempting to maneuver the gear shifter with the other. Body cam footage will show the suspect's repeated attempts to both accelerate the vehicle and transfer the vehicle from park to drive. Officer vehicle.
Okay, I just want to see the action.
Uninvolved citizens are.
Bro, they get after it in this presentation. Okay, I ain't mad.
Next, concerning risk of have the most charges control. The officer who discharged.
I actually really like this. Safety priorities. All life is sacred. I do think and agree with that, right? Make decisions based upon who is in imminent danger and who can control the situation. You want officers to control the situation, not suspects. You're going to try to protect as much of the life as you can, including the suspects. But if one thing trumps the other, you end up in a situation where you're making a use of force decision based on that. That's very... I'm not terribly mad about
is in the most danger. With LMPD procedure, the officer was placed on administrative reassignment. The Public Integrity Unit is the lead on the investigation.
I hate that they call it the Public Integrity Unit. That's
Upon
dumb.
will be turned.
So, the state police just said the dude just fled from the passenger fled with a gun into peddler's mall.
Okay. Radio, if I can get some cars to start the peddler's malls, subject fled from the passenger seat, armed with a firearm.
Who's gotten in an accident and fled?
That's correct. What do you got, buddy?
So I got the driver. I'm 10:15 with him. Okay. Everybody's good. I saw the passenger bail out. I couldn't really do much when I got him.
Yeah, absolutely.
In this intersection.
You have a description of it?
This is a pretty sharp-looking uniform. I normally talk shit about troopers. This looks pretty good, actually.
So he's a white male with an orange shirt, and he had a pistol.
Be a white male with an orange shirt and had a pistol in his hand.
There's a long barrel pistol.
Long barrel pistol.
He had two guns. I saw the one.
Who's this guy? Off duty? Why's he holding a radio? What's my boy doing?
But I got the driver.
Is that what they call peddler's market?
Just see a guy walk in here with an orange shirt. Where's he going?
Bro, the fact that everyone's pointing at where that guy is, you know he came in here like a Tasmanian devil and, you know, like...
He got on an orange shirt.
Spike. A white male.
Yeah, he just, I just let him use my phone.
Okay, stay with me.
I need you to point him out to me.
Yeah. Which way did he walk?
He's shooting once you tackle him.
Straight there, he's waiting on somebody to come pick him up.
Bro. This guy's top tier witnessing. Hold on. We're gonna do witness. You know what? I'm gonna give it to mom and dad points. I'm gonna give this guy a solid plus 10 for witnessing here. We're at plus 50 for mom and dad. Great information. Is this lady like a man or what?
Oh, sorry.
Well, you didn't turn your lights and sirens on. How's she supposed to know?
What's he look like?
White guy, he got tattoos.
White male, got tattoos.
Oh, it's on his hip. That's weird.
Orange shirt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's awful.
Split on the side.
Crotch
Did
cam.
y'all see a guy with an orange shirt? Orange shirt?
He's a young guy.
Is that, I see him. I see him.
No, not him.
No, the guy just walked that way.
We gotta blur all those great savings.
Dude. He's not going code. Ain't nobody getting out of your way when he's going code. Oh, clever, clever. Hide your orange shirt better.
As he's standing right next to a guy in an orange shirt.
Yeah, he don't get out the shirt.
He don't got out the shirt. This guy's crushing it, dog. I love this guy.
Yeah, he took that shirt off.
White tank top dude is crushing it. Bro, if this guy gets in the way one more time.
It's a different guy. It's just all Walmart employees look the same.
I wonder why this guy's running. He probably has it once. Or he's just enthusiastic.
Going towards.
No way. My boy made it kind of obvious.
Plaza, you better stop.
Okay. This guy's been alleged to have a gun, and I'm running behind him. I'm probably pulling my gun out. Like, let's win at least that drag race, right?
He's reaching.
There it is. I heard him. Take that wide, boyfriend. Oh, damn. Lock your doors.
Oh my god.
Bro, that was so quick.
Better stop.
I'm so glad mine auto lock when I start my car.
Yeah, dog. Something to
Such a nice feature.
Something to be said in case you're ever in the situation where you're chasing an armed person. Take this wide, dude. Like, take this good and wide. It's gonna buy you a little more time to see. You see less of the pie per second than more of the pie per second. This guy could have planted his feet, turned, and pointed a gun at you, and you'd rather take that gunfight from a distance than right up on it. Also, if you do end up exchanging gunfire, don't run back. Keep going because, one, if you stop, you're not moving as much. But if you go back, he now has cover and you don't. Understand that you're committing yourself. The second you decide you're going to round this corner, you're committing yourself to whatever happens afterwards. Be committed to that and take it wide, but understand what you're kind of walking into. If you stop and try to go back, you're kind of screwed. He's now going to be in a very dominant position. This happened to the Dallas 5, where a guy was able to come around a pillar on an officer and just absolutely annihilate that dude. So just be careful. Coming from us dangerous folk that have done dumb, dangerous thing in the streets.
He's reaching.
Yeah, like I would have gone like split this stop sign basically here. But man, that was so fast.
Going around back.
Yeah, don't try to cut this.
You better stop. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
Not a fan of blocking the car, right?
Mm-mm.
This is I watched GSP actually do this once. They're kind of wild, but it's GSP. Shout out to them. This is the one time where getting on the hood makes a ton of sense because you get to shoot straight down into the car, so you don't have to worry about your backstop, right? And you have this guy's armed and running and is now carjacking this lady. You have defense for third person, easy. These are things you need to be thinking about when you're in that Walmart. Is this guy takes a hostage, I'm good on lethal force. This guy tries to carjack somebody, I'm on lethal force. The second he produces that weapon and uses it offensively at all, if he's dumping it, that's one thing, right? Which totally happens. People will do it because they don't want the charge, and I get that, right? Or they're trying to get away from the situation. In this case, he's going to victimize somebody else. Be thinking about that as you're in there. The radio's not going to save you right now. This is just you and the suspect and the victim. So, you have to go make that decision. I don't like going passenger side here because the driver's going to be your backstop. And I don't like going driver side here because you're going to get pinned between this wall and that can kill you. So, hood or just accept the fact that you're going to, or retreat back and see what happens. But I'm team hood here. And that sounds stupid, but that's probably the only way you keep people safe because you sail one through this car and you're probably drilling somebody in the back of the stocking room or whatever.
Get out of the car! Get out of the car!
Oh, he took the shot. What an animal. I am team that shot, though, if he can take it. That was a good shot. Oh.
Get out of the car now!
What an animal.
Damn.
He took driver's side, too.
Yikes.
There you go. What an animal.
Hashtag results matter.
I mean, he had the skill. He saw the suspect and put it on the suspect. If you have the skill, take it. And obviously your skills matter. None of that hit the victim here, right? So, and results matter. I'm with Juan on that. But, oh shit. The only thing I don't like is if all of those didn't connect with him, that sails clean through this car and out the back end, right? There's a tire area probably back here or whatever. And there's probably people vacuuming the front
Actually,
yard.
I think that's the pharmacy area. So I think that's pharmacy pickup.
Oh, so it might not be nothing.
From
but
the look of it,
imagine,
I think there's probably just a brick wall back there.
But imagine if there's a car.
And there's
back
another
there.
car, or it starts turning in. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. It sounds stupid, but I'll take the tumble off of a car accelerating from zero rather than trying to stand in front of it like an idiot and get run over. And it allows me to take a shot in a little more. It's a crazy risk to you, though. You're climbing up and cresting. That dude can shoot you at any one point in time there. But that's what you're signing up for here. But shout out to this guy.
Hands up!
What an animal.
Put your hands up! Get your hands up!
Sorry. I'm trying not to laugh.
Put your hands where I can see him now!
Bro, he pulled a Nolan. He shot him in the arm. What an animal.
He shot him in the hand while he was grabbing the steering wheel. It was wild.
Now! I can't move! Put your hands where I can see him now!
What a G.
Hands up now! Shots fired. I can't see his hands. Gonna be in the pharmacy drive-through.
You think he's seeing anything outside of this window, Keith?
No.
He probably ain't seeing shit outside of that front seat. That's all.
No. Yeah, he is so focused right now.
Probably, I'd say about 10, maybe less. But there was only about 10 times where I like truly experienced tunnel vision, where like you're experiencing that much acute stress that the world becomes like this big. Yeah, he ain't seeing any of this. Like none of that.
So
visible.
I hadn't thought about this either, but kids in the back seat is a.
So I'm saying, dog,
there. Yeah,
there was a whole. So I remember, and this was
because you might not be able to see a car seat.
Yeah.
Just past that. I can see adults back there, but
and it's not taught, but this was something that I had a really cool discussion with a lot of guys that did HRT, which is like high rescue stuff for my police department. And it was one of the things they talked about was shooting down into cars because you don't want to shoot horizontally. So even on like passenger side approach, it was something I thought about that I was going to aim actually inside of the seat because I want it to stay in the area that suspect's going to be. And I don't want it to, if I whiff or even if I hit, but I hit something relatively thin, you hit somebody's hand, it's sailing clean through the hand. The bullets average like 12 to 16 inches worth of penetration. Like that's on something solid. So you'd imagine you're sailing clean through a hand if you're not hitting a torso. So you have to be really cognizant of that. Bullet trajectory and all that stuff's complicated.
Put your hands up now! Put your hands up! Put your hands up
I would send him for the Apple Watch, but he kind of crushed it. I'm in no position to give this man any criticism.
Maybe the Apple Watch is the source of his accuracy.
Maybe. Woman in the driveway, she took off running back behind the pharmacy.
Bro, I bet it's
You didn't listen, you're trying to kidnap somebody. No, he didn't. Put your hands up now. Put your hands out.
You get him out or what?
Y'all got lethal? Yeah. See your hands. Hands! Show me your fucking hands.
See what literally, I want to illustrate this real quick. That's precisely what I want right there. This officer's pointing down. Like, let's say he has to discharge here. Even if it goes all the way through this guy, it's getting retained within that vehicle. It's not sailing through. That's... This police? That's not a statey? Hell yes. Let's go.
Yeah, this is all Louisville Metro.
Yeah. Leg drag. Let's go. Oh my God.
Oh, damn.
Bro, I'm going to make fun of this guy being redheaded as hell. Oh my God.
I don't want as much coverage on my scalp if I had his complexion. Just stepping into the sun will get you burned.
Yeah. This is in the shade.
Yeah.
That guy's... Oh, gloves! Oh. He definitely shot his hand. Oh,
yeah.
To this incident.
Okay, let's see.
15 years of law enforcement experience prior to joining LMPD. The subject in this incident is Robert Allen. He is a 37-year-old white male. He sustained non-life-threatening gunshot wounds and was transported to the University of Louisville Hospital for treatment. He will be charged with the following in relation to this incident: robbery in the first degree, possession of a handgun by a convicted felon, wanton endangerment first degree, fleeing or evading police second degree, unlawful imprisonment first degree, possession of a controlled substance first degree, methamphetamine, possession of drug paraphernalia.
That's wild.
Good look at math.
I thought he was here for a second.
I know, me too.
That was incredible.
I was like, oh damn. Bill showed up. It's John Cena.
It's John Cena. You can't see him. That's pretty good, bro. That's PD. Keith, I'll let you give the plus. What are we doing here?
+20.
Oh, +20. That's about where I was at. That's about where I was at.
Yep.
We are at -41, boys. We're coming back. We are coming back. County's only at -2, though. Like, I don't know that I'm beating County today. Let's see.
PD.
Man. Oh, we got a chance.
Juvenile police. Is this Alaska?
Look at how
Almost
looks like
forget
Alaska.
about Alaska
How
until we
pretty
get a
it is
video
here.
from there.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
So there's like 600 people total.
I would be. I'd carry a 10 mil here, just for bears.
Steve is at front and 3.
What about me?
Steve?
Unlawful imprisonment is basically kidnapping, right?
That is 100% kidnapping.
Yeah. Hostage taking, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. I think the reason it's kidnapping is because he tried to actually move her. If it unlawful imprisonment, or we have unlawful restraint here in Texas, is me preventing you from leaving.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of getting this close to somebody holding a knife. It is a actually constitutionally protected thing to have a knife, especially if right now they're just getting him for like loitering or whatever. There's no prohibited persons for knives or whatever it is. But it'd be like, yo, dog, can you put that in your bag?
For you.
Oh, he's got a
What we
doge.
check, you just put the knife down?
Yeah.
No, that's all right.
Mm-hmm.
No, I won't.
I will say this, though. You cannot back up, I think, as a police officer, because you do have people here.
No. So I have a question for you. You had a fight with a guy over at the Marine View apartment. I was wanting to get your side of the story on it.
Yeah, some guy fucking came up to me and was standing over me and yelling at me and fucking like right on my shit, telling me I gotta leave within the next 10 minutes or he's gonna call the cops. So, and then he had his shirt off and he was real confrontational. And fucking, something happened, we got to a scuffle. I tried to get him away from me, but like he was like right in my face, so I was just like intimidated, and I don't even know what happened. But he pushed me, I pushed him basically. I think he pushed me over my stuff, so I just fucking left. I had to go take a shit. I just got done moving my shit. Then I had to go take a shit, but this guy's like, oh, if you don't move all your shit, you know, he's gonna get rid of it or something. And he said something to me like that before, and I told him to stay away from me. And
He is twirling the knife. I'm still not a fan of him not addressing it, but if he believes this guy's maybe the victim of a crime, I guess. Can you put your comfort knife in your boot? Like, you just anywhere where you're just not holding it?
In the bag that you have right next to you?
Because, like, and again, the discussion here is he would be pissed if the officer was holding his gun at his side, like, out of the holster. And I would be pissed, too, because he's like, dog, what am I doing to you? So, like, you have to reciprocate that. And like, irregardless of the legal discussion in it, like in the Wild West back when there were no laws, that's how stuff got addressed. Like, literally with samurai swords, they would, if they were going to meet somebody and you didn't want to have confrontations, they would like put it on their offhand side. So it's like, hey, like, I'm not trying to be a threat to you. Or they would disarm themselves just to show up and be there and say, hey, like, I'm not trying to be confrontational. It's just a very confrontational posture if you're having to interact with somebody. And like, even in public, like, again, probably constitutionally protected. Like, he can have the knife in his hand and do whatever. But the second he even makes like a gesture or a remark to somebody, anything that could be seen as threatening, the presence of the knife does create fear of serious bodily injury. I can tell you to go, you know, pound sand unarmed, and it's now, I have First Amendment rights, right? The second I'm holding a knife in my hand and saying that, I'm now putting you in fear of serious bodily injury.
he's gonna call the cops to tell me to leave or from a distance or call.
There's wrinkles.
I wasn't blocking the door. If I was, it was.
What kind of word is irregardless?
But he fucking needs to know how to.
The kind that's going to be in the dictionary soon because it gets used so much.
Yeah.
I don't act aggressive or disrespectful to anybody. I don't like being
244 Front Street.
So that's why I'm like that.
Were there any punches thrown?
But look at how just like everyone's on vacation brain here, or just
It's
like
bear knife,
minding their own. Oh, that's what I'm saying. I have no beef with them having it.
Everybody got bear knife.
I don't know. I got. I got anger management problems. No, I didn't hurt him though or nothing. He like tried to wrestle around with me. He stood up like he was in a karate stance.
Hey, Steve, I got a sleeping bag, so don't worry about that.
As soon as he went to a karate stance, I grabbed him up and I put my thumbs on his eye so he knew it's like, look, I can just kill you. And then he didn't get it. He pushed me aggressively, like he attacked me again. So, you know,
Also, this is not at all how this transaction went down.
I was trained to, if ever you put your finger on somebody's eye, they just automatically know not to fight you anymore, they'll just avoid you. It's a psychological thing. So I don't think I'll have any more problems with it. And he walked by me today, it was just like, But I think it's weird that he's looking for me or something because
Nelson
he never goes that
Okay, so in essence, he was in front of you being confrontational.
Yeah, he's like right over me.
Uh-huh.
And fucking he's telling me to leave. And then he goes,
We're listening to a story.
Knife down.
Are you a little...
Well,
What do you mean? Where am I supposed to go right now while I'm trying to get my fucking record clear from you guys? Because some dumbass cop wants to jump around the corner.
Well,
so he told him he had to leave this premises, and this is what caused this to escalate. Backstop is the discussion we're having here. I think you take about 4 or 5 steps. I don't mind you even like putting yourself butt to car here, but I don't like backing up, making, again, hapless victims out of these people here. Not a huge fan of that. And even if you happen to not hit them, there are storefronts behind you. You, at the very least, have maybe less storefront. And or the second he starts posturing up, you're maybe giving him the business. But
I don't like the way you're looking at me. Back up. You understand?
Put the knife down.
What is that?
Put the knife down.
The flex with the X300.
Are you a little bitch?
Put the knife down. 161, 1069.
Also,
put the knife down. Put the knife down. Put the knife down.
Like overbearing with your gun?
Put the knife down.
So he needs to yell, put the knife down, so everybody else can leave. He's saying it way too calm. Mostly for everybody else's safety, but also so that, like, you could maybe meet him at his level of, like, he's yelling clearly. And in his mind, there's psychology to fighting, right? You want to verbally do the equivalent of put your thumbs on their eyes, right? Like, you need to meet him where he's at. This is not going to hit the instinctive fear part of his brain where it seems less appetizing or appealing to get into an altercation with you. That's officer presence. It's a thing.
Put the knife down.
You told me to get close
Put the
to
knife
you.
down.
That's what you've been telling me the whole time.
Put the knife down right now.
Hey, I want to get close to
Steve,
you.
stop. You're under arrest. You're under arrest. Put the knife down. Put the knife down.
Like, I've more enthusiastically paid taxes. The way that this guy's yelling, put the knife down, it's a bit of a critique here because it's not changing his posture. Also, again, nobody else knows what's going on.
I'm going to put you under arrest.
Put the knife down.
You got a few seconds until I put you under arrest.
Steve,
You understand?
Steve, you're going to get shot. Put the knife down.
Okay, well, you know what? This is assault.
Put the knife down.
Under arrest.
I'm actually a fan of getting on the other side of this car. Right now, he's got a straight shot. Get like at least the bumper of his car in the way, so he's got to make like a little L to get to you. So quick steps. He's not jumping this, right? But you're at least creating this like angle he's going to have to try to make. It's going to buy you more time than a straight line. I don't like backing up too much more than this, only because, again, some idiot with their iPod in their ears or whatever, I've aged myself, but is going to walk by and potentially be a hostage here. You need to be yelling for that reason.
Put the knife down right now. Put the knife down. You are under arrest.
Also, this dude can totally throw this at you.
Put the knife down. You're under arrest.
Yeah, I wouldn't fly very well.
Steve, put the knife
Like,
down.
I'll cut you, but I won't do that much.
They know this guy. They're yelling
Steve,
at Steve.
put the knife down.
You hear how much that other guy's yelling? That's off. That's yelling. That's officer presence. I do also notice that he finds them a bigger threat than this guy because notice he's addressing them. Psychologically, he's like, okay, this is the guy that's either one going to actually use deadly force because he's wanting to do the unaliving, the control at the lead by cop, and or he finds that person more threatening, so he's going to address that person.
Freaking out! Stop freaking out, dumbass! Put it down! You see that?
I'm actually a taser deployment would not work here because of how thick that jacket is.
Yeah.
But I'm not against trying to like sneak in. If you had Jello,
little OC,
just pepper him with it from a distance here. If you could mist him, and at least get it to where he can't see what's going on, and it buys you a little bit more time. Beanbag would be goated.
Yeah.
Beanbag was I'd be beanbag. I'd empty the whole magazine out.
These motherfuckers pull their guns out on me for no reason because they're scared of me. Put your knife down. Why don't you push me around and move
Back up.
to kill me? That's what it's about.
Back
Run
up.
me ragged to kill me.
Put the knife down. Knife down.
You are sitting there. Stay away.
Back up.
Is there someone talking to this guy? Oh my God! Hold on.
Yes, put the knife down.
For what? You're under arrest. They let me fire at right to you. They got
Did he walk up to him?
You are under
Yeah, you can
arrest.
see him
I
here.
place these soldiers under arrest.
So do we have a bystander category?
No, I'm gonna make one though.
Make one just to give him like minus 30 points.
You know what? I'm gonna put this one under mom and dad.
Oh, there you go.
I'm gonna do mom and
yeah,
dad.
he's trying to parent the homeless guy.
We're
Yeah.
down to plus 20 with mom and dad.
Because you've now turned what could have been a
Oh.
hey, let's isolate this guy and just kind of keep him contained into a hostage situation.
I'm gonna volunteer to be a hostage.
Time there was an issue with me, and I
Civvies.
Steve, put the knife down. You're under arrest.
No, I ain't. You're under arrest.
Steve, put the knife down.
Now, if he disarms the guy, goated. I give 40 points back, but I don't.
You can
think
tackle
that's
him
what's
right
gonna
here.
happen. So I'm saying suplex him. I mean, I'd
Mhm.
like damn near decapitate the dude with how aggressive that suplex would be. But yeah,
To the death, motherfucker.
Steve, put the knife down.
Please, you're my father. Go inside.
oh, he walked out of the building. is what
Oh, okay.
happened, and he probably
Well,
was
okay,
like,
but
yeah. Still,
the building's
walk
got
out the building and
windows.
like shut the door and lock it.
Yeah.
Like yeah.
You walk out the building and there's like 20 guns pointed at you. You maybe don't.
But if you're yelling really loud, drop the knife. This is the so-and-so police department. Probably don't have that happen. Peach hydration packet. Also, don't forget, I need your help. Oh, from the missus.
Also, there's nothing at this point stopping bystander guy from just walking out of this situation.
Agreed.
Oh, knife over to me.
He does not have to stand there.
Stay away from.
Back up.
Hey, back down, dude.
Yeah, he's trying to talk him down for some dumb reason.
Oh.
That's how you get stabbed.
They're gonna try and tase me. Knock it off.
You know what? I'm gonna say that guy's just right with Jesus. He's protected by
Mhm.
the armor of God. Shout out to this guy.
Maybe he knows him. Like if this guy hangs out outside
being a
this
liar.
shop, yeah, he could be like the shop owner or something.
I'm retarded. I
Could see that.
You put the knife down.
Comprehension level, dumbass. I'm retarded. I don't lie.
We found Nathan. I'm teasing. He's not even here. Not even here to this end of the show.
Cancel this man.
Cancel this man.
Everything's down. I'm gonna kill you, arrest me. You know what Jesus is? Right now. Kick sack.
Said he wants to swear in police station medical.
Well, that was kind of cool.
It's been enough time that I feel like somebody with some beanbags should have been able to show up by now.
Send you to prison for the rest of your life if you don't quit smoking marijuana. Steve, I said, no, thank you, sir. I don't think I ever will.
Steve, you are under arrest, buddy. You need to put the knife down.
Guys, he never raised his voice a day in his life.
There you go. Is that it? Or is that a rifle?
That's a rifle.
You know that?
Damn.
Where?
Yeah. Get back! Hey, get back!
There's like a bike cop that could just drive on the sidewalk and just sideswipe him a little bit, knock him on the ground, and then everybody rushes him.
You ready? Shielded man catcher. Dog.
I'm
goated.
saying, every single, if it is not a gun in their hands, there is no
Dude.
reason why shielded man
Because
catcher
what's
can't
cool
do
is
it.
you could do like a helmet and everything. It's got like plexiglass because that would be
Yeah.
knife resistant, you know? You just run up with like the equivalent of a bomb suit. You just run up and just like, you just get the biggest dude.
Don't even need all that. To be perfectly honest, you just get a big enough shield. Like, it doesn't even have to be as big as a riot shield, but you just, you have enough distance, you have enough
You have a
leverage.
man catcher like phalanx, you know? It's just like a couple of y'all, dude.
Yeah, you get 4 guys, they box them in.
Japanese police would have been done with this by now. Oh, also Chinese police. I think they were the ones that did the man catchers.
Yeah, there's a reason that should work. Also, what is up with these Alaskan bystanders?
Lady, hey.
I'm fast forwarding for y'all.
How are...
He's got the female who just
There you go.
interjected and then...
How is it that we can't control the scene enough to keep bystanders from walking
Cattle
up to this guy?
prod with EOD suit.
I mean, the EOD suit and a big hug would work too.
Yeah.
Get out of the way now!
Net.
Get out of the
It's not a bad one.
Net.
Don't worry, he's still got the knife in his hand.
Just
He's
need
gonna
net
hold his
launchers.
under arrest, please refuse. Okay. I'll wait for... Don't come any closer.
Bro, how are you not drilling this guy?
If you don't move, I'm gonna arrest you when we're done for interfering. Get out of the way. Cross over into the street.
Terry, don't worry about... Terry, don't
I'm
worry.
letting them know later on. He's getting arrested. Cross the street.
These are all frequent flyers.
All right. Get out of the way. You're arrested for interfering. Yeah, you guys need to go. Hey. 40. Get ready for
Courtney?
He's gonna show his license. He's got the knife.
Put in
40. Stop right there. I have to do this.
Bump.
Stop right there.
Bump. There it is.
Hurry up. Let's go. Hey.
Oh, that's gonna make me mad.
Stop right there. I'll shoot you. I'll shoot you. Stop right there.
Another 40 Mike. OC's not a bad choice here because that has long lasting effects. Had they OC'd him 10 minutes ago, it'd be
Stay
fine.
alive. Stay alive. Do it. Do it.
Not the dog.
Get back.
Dog.
Get behind the car.
Poor dog.
Get behind the car. Get
I have
behind the
no
car.
idea what's going on.
There you go.
Shots fired. Suspect down. We need that knife. Get back.
I guess say hello to Jesus for me. How did this go down? Yeah.
Do not move. Do it. Don't come any closer. I will shoot you. I will shoot you. I will shoot.
Man, that's sad.
Oh,
That
wait,
makes
how'd the 40 Mike might get on the floor right next to him?
He dropped it. He ran after
Was that
40
from the
Mike
other
Mike
officer?
guy. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, one more, and then we're done. This ran super long, so I won't be able to give you guys an after party. But
It looks like the same video, just a different carjack a woman in Walmart pharmacy drive-through.
Oh, this is from the trooper. Oh, well, there you go. Never mind. Just kidding.
So he said a woman tackled one of the officers. In the Alaska one?
Oh, no way.
Crazy.
Long stram. That's what she said. Thank you guys for hanging out. Well, hopefully
The
it was
long stram of the law.
Hopefully it was educational for you all. If you guys like this type of content, we do it every single week, every Tuesday and Thursday at 7:30 Central Standard Time. I'm on time, despite my reputation with this audience for being late. I do thank everybody that hung out here and joined us. I do love you all. And then hopefully we should have, I think we have another Officers React in the pipeline, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Hell
Yeah, I'm literally just waiting for the copyright. It's already uploaded. So as soon as the copyright clears, which should be tomorrow afternoon-ish, I have it scheduled for Tuesday.
Said
right before
long
stream.
talking. I'm going to get rid of your admin privileges. I've done it before. But
I'm
either
going
way.
to ban the word next, but only for Dan.
Only for Dan? Oh, did he get tardigrade in? Oh my God.
No, he snuck it in. That's why he got timed out earlier.
Either way, I do love you all.
I'll leave it for this time.
I want to know. It's
He gets a pardon.
My brothers and sisters in Christ. That's we're just friends. Jennifer said next. You guys check out we have some Officers React. We have a couple shorts. Go check those out. We will give you guys probably a party sometime soon. Here for the Discord people. If you'd like to join the Discord people, go ahead and join either through becoming a member here or be part of our Patreon membership.
Mm-hmm.
It's as little as $1 a month. I'll say next.
I get to sleep in tomorrow, so I'll give you guys an after party.
Hell yeah. I do not. So I will not. But I love you all. I will talk to y'all soon. Until next time, peace. Oh my goodness.